Ah! Elon bolted upright, gasping as though he had surfaced from the depths of a dark ocean. Sweat soaked through his hospital gown, and his chest heaved, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Moments ago, no, what felt like moments, he was in a perfectly tailored suit, holding 11 fresh roses, their petals vibrant with life. A diamond ring rested in his pocket, one he'd saved up for 3 long years. Today was supposed to be unforgettable. The day he proposed to the woman he'd loved for 2 years. They were perfect, in sync, undeniable. There was no doubt in his heart. She would say yes. Then darkness. It came without warning. The skies had turned violent, silver and black clouds swirling like gods at war. Serpents of lightning slithered across the heavens, hissing with unstable fury. What began as a sunny day became a tempest of apocalyptic proportions. Elon had barely registered the sudden change when a black orb descended from the sky. Just as it reached him, a bolt of lightning struck the orb, splitting it open like an egg, revealing a vortex of pure chaos. And then he was gone, swallowed. Where am I? Elon whispered hoarsely, eyes darting around the unfamiliar room. The sterile white walls, blinking monitors, and humming machines screamed lab, not hospital. His breath hitched. Had he been dissected? Experimented on? A nearby voice crackled through a walkie-talkie. Dr. Wells, Caitlyn, our Asian kid's awake. Get to surgery. Now. Elon's panic intensified. Footsteps echoed. A slender woman with warm hazel eyes and a flashlight approached. A bespectacled man in a wheelchair followed, flanked by a smiling technician with an easy, laid-back energy. They spoke rapidly in English. Elon couldn't understand. The woman, Caitlyn, checked his vitals. Blood pressure's 190. Pulse, 280. This shouldn't be possible. Don't worry, the technician, Cisco, said with a reassuring smile, noticing Elon's fear. Though the words were lost on him, the tone was kind. Whatever this place was, it wasn't a dungeon. He wasn't restrained. They were treating him like a person. Still, unease lingered. Then Elon spoke, desperately in Mandarin. Does anyone speak Chinese? Please. Where am I? What happened to me? Where's my girlfriend? The room fell awkwardly silent. Cisco raised a brow and sighed dramatically. Oh man, I wanted an Asian best friend. Dr. Wells maneuvered forward, calm and composed. Hello, he said slowly, articulating each word with care. My name is Harrison Wells. You can call me Dr. Wells. He offered a hand. Elon Smith. Elon replied cautiously, shaking it. Dr. Wells gestured around. This is Caitlyn Snow. That's Cisco Ramon. You're safe now. Safe? Elon clung to the word. But then, the next words shattered his illusion of time. Elon, you've been unconscious for 8 months. We found you in the Central City Police Department lab. His eyes widened. 8 months? His proposal. His fiancée. His life gone just like that? In a flurry of panic, Elon ripped off the sheets and stood. His muscles felt different. Firmer. Stronger. Too strong. A glance downward revealed a chiseled physique that hadn't been there before. I had a belly, he muttered in disbelief. No atrophy. No weakness. Instead, raw pulsing power. Something wasn't right. Dr. Wells, seemingly unfazed, continued. The particle accelerator exploded. A massive energy storm was released. You and another young man, Barry Allen, were both struck by lightning. Misdiagnosed at the hospital. System failures. So we brought you both here to Star Labs. Particle accelerator. Barry Allen. The names rang out like gongs in Elon's head. He turned slowly and finally noticed the second bed. Just 3 meters away. A man lay still, hooked to a respirator. Barry Allen. The Flash. Elon's knees nearly buckled. He had recognized the faces earlier, subconsciously, perhaps, but now it was undeniable. Wells. Caitlyn. Cisco. Star Labs. He wasn't just in a hospital. He was inside a TV show. More than that, he was inside a universe. The Flash's universe. And he wasn't just visiting. He had replaced the Elon from this world. Excitement and fear surged together in his chest. The speed force, a fifth fundamental force, capable of defying time, physics, and reason. A power that elevated mere mortals to gods. Could he wield it? A part of him thrilled at the possibility. But that thrill was fleeting, because with it came grief. His fiancée, his love, was now in another world, a different universe. He hadn't lost 8 months. He had lost everything. The room spun. The ache in his chest was unbearable. He looked back at Barry, and for the first time, truly understood his old life was over. And a new one, faster than lightning, had just begun. This isn't my world. I can't go back. The words slipped from Elon's lips in a breathless murmur, trembling with disbelief. He sat on the cold lab floor, his back pressed against the wall, hands limp by his side, his eyes vacant. His mind was a whirlwind of fractured thoughts and growing dread. This wasn't just a different city, not a coma-induced hallucination, not a dream. He was inside a TV show. It didn't matter how incredible this world seemed. Heroes in red lightning, villains who could bend time, powers that defied physics. It wasn't home, and deep down, every atom in his body rejected this place. He didn't belong. Like Eobard Thawne, masquerading here as Dr. Wells, Elon was an outsider. But where Thawne had a purpose, a plan, Elon had none. Thawne had come from the future to kill the Flash, and got trapped here due to the future Flash's interference. Elon hadn't come here at all. He'd been pulled, torn from his reality by something he didn't understand. And what terrified him most was the idea that he was no longer three-dimensional. That somehow his arrival had blurred the boundary between dimensions, between reality and fiction. Had he overwritten this world? Had his real one vanished? Was he real? His thoughts spiraled downward until a voice broke through. "Kid, where exactly are you from? And why were you in the Central City Police Department lab the night of the explosion?" The voice was firm and weathered. Elon looked up to see a tall, broad-shouldered black man with a trimmed beard and tired but sharp eyes. Joe West, detective, foster father of Barry Allen. A good man in the show. Cisco stepped in, tried to lighten the tension. "Detective West, our Asian friend here doesn't speak English." Joe didn't respond. He gestured silently at Dr. Wells, urging him to translate. Dr. Wells, calm and unreadable, adjusted his glasses. "Detective West, the patient just woke up, emotionally unstable. Now's not the time for questions." But Joe wasn't satisfied. "Doctor, questioning suspects is our job." And he was found unconscious in the same lab Barry got struck. He might even be the reason Barry's in that bed. He paused, then added sharply, "Of course, your contribution is noted as well." Wells said nothing, just removed his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and exhaled. "How's Barry doing?" Joe asked, changing the subject. "Vitals are slightly elevated, but stable." "He's healing," Caitlyn replied. Her voice was soft, but her eyes betrayed the weight of her worry. Joe stared at Barry, unmoving in the adjacent bed. For a moment, the hardened detective disappeared, replaced by a heartbroken father. He had raised Barry like his own son. To see him like this, powerless, vulnerable, was unbearable. But grief didn't hold him for long. Without another word, he walked over to Elon and snapped handcuffs around his wrists, chaining him to the hospital bed. "Joe," Wells objected, "that's completely unnecessary. He's not even fully stable yet. I'm not letting a possible suspect disappear on my watch," Joe said coldly. "He's staying right here. Tomorrow, I'll have the paperwork ready, either to arrest him or get him deported." He left the lab without another word. Elon stared at the metal cuffs around his wrists. Deported? No, he wasn't even from this universe. And suddenly, the fog in his mind began to clear. He couldn't give in to despair. Not yet. There was something he had to do. Someone he had to see. She was still out there, in his world, waiting for a proposal that never came. A moment they'd both dreamed of. He had to go back. He would go back. His expression shifted from confusion to calm resolve. He lifted his head and looked around at the 3 figures in front of him, familiar, yet strange in their realness. Caitlyn Snow, the future Killer Frost. Cisco Ramon, the Vibe, with powers to peer into other realities. and Harrison Wells, or rather, Eobard Thawne, the reverse flash. His eyes settled on Wells. Dr. Wells, Elon said slowly, earnestly, this isn't my world. I need your help. I want to go back. Wells leaned forward, curious now. Not your world. I was on my way to propose, Elon said, voice tight with memory. The weather changed. A black orb hovered above me. Then lightning struck it, and it opened a vortex. It pulled me in. He met Wells' gaze. I didn't come from another Earth. I came from outside, from the real world. Silence fell across the lab. Even Cisco stopped moving. Wells slowly put on his glasses. His eyes gleamed, not with confusion, but interest, curiosity, fascination. Elon continued, heart pounding. I know who you are. All of you. I watch you on TV. You're characters in a show called The Flash. But this isn't fiction anymore. It's real, and I need to get back to where I came from. Please. He didn't lie. There was no point. He'd seen what Eobard was capable of, his obsession with returning to the future, with controlling time and the Speed Force. If anyone could help him, it was this man. And if not him, then Cisco, once his powers awakened. There were only two chances. He had to bet everything on one of them. Wells tilted his head, intrigued. A world beyond the multiverse, he whispered. Fascinating. Elon waited, watching the spark in Wells' eyes. Whether it would turn into hope or manipulation, he didn't know. But at least now he had a goal, a path. And no matter how long it took, no matter what he had to do, he would walk it. He would go home.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hearing Elon's tale, the group was stunned. Could it be that the particle accelerator explosion produced unknown substances, opening a portal to your world and sucking you in? They were all shocked, hardly daring to believe it, for it was too much like science fiction, defying logic. Yet, there was so much about science they didn't understand, so the possibility remained, however improbable. You've just awakened. Rest for now. We need to discuss this. Cisco, Caitlyn, come with me. Dr. Wells placated Elon, gesturing for Cisco and Caitlyn to follow him out. Watching them leave, Elon let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know how to face or deal with this situation, but a buffer time to clear his thoughts was welcome. Once calm, he turned his attention to his body and discovered an unprecedented clarity in his brain, his thoughts active and unburdened, as if he had shed heavy chains and was yearning to fly. Memories flooded his mind. The warm feeling of suckling as a newborn, the tactile sensation of toddling, the panic of being sold at 2 or 3 years old, the loneliness in the orphanage, the warmth of meeting her, his entire life, every action, every object he touched, every passerby he encountered, all crystal clear in his mind, as if his life was flashing before his eyes. The deluge of memories brought a brief, dizzying headache, like a shaken soda can full of fizz, which his lively thoughts quickly sorted out. This active and clear thinking led to a rapid self-understanding. It seems I've been struck by lightning and developed some kind of power. He pondered, glancing at his handcuffed hands. With a slight tug, the handcuffs snapped in two. Twisting his hand, he contorted and broke the remaining half, flinging it to the floor. With his palms pushing against the bed, Elon sprung up. The immense physical strength swept away his gloom, filling him with delight. What is my ability? Struck by lightning alongside Barry, it must be Speed Force. He thought with a thrill. The Speed Force, a force independent of the 4 fundamental forces. Unparalleled speed, faster than the speed of light, the speed to traverse time. Subduing his excitement, he closed his eyes, focusing inwardly. Gradually, he sensed an enigmatic energy in his head, seemingly connected to something distant. His consciousness transformed into a bolt of lightning, his neural impulses into electric currents coursing through his body. His robust heart pumped blood, and as it circulated, he saw his organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, Cells seemed to cheer at his inspection, conveying happy yet hungry signals. His entire body strong and hungry. Yes, he was famished. Every cell conveyed messages of dryness, hunger, a craving to eat. Elon's eyes snapped open, silver lightning flickering within them. He raised his hands above his head, fingers sparking with silver arcs. He felt he could control all the electricity in the room. Crackle and pop. Electronics short-circuited. The smell of burning wafted through the air. Dozens of power cables charred. Countless currents surged towards him from above. Mad streams of electricity coiled around his fingertips, crackling as they entered his body, greedily devoured by his cells. A terrifying silver electric net formed above him, hissing as it flowed into Elon. Outside the room, Cisco and Caitlyn confirmed Elon couldn't hear them before speaking. "This is impossible, Dr. Wells. It's very likely the lightning bolt confused him or induced hallucinations." "His mind isn't clear," Caitlyn suggested, her expertise in bioengineering leaning towards the idea of Elon experiencing delusions. "Not necessarily. The dark matter from the particle accelerator explosion is beyond our understanding. It could have caused a world-crossing event. How marvelous is that? To think there might be another Earth," Cisco mused, captivated by the grand discovery. A blessing for any scientist. "Caitlyn, give Elon a thorough checkup." "Cisco, perhaps we should prepare something special for our visitor from another world." Dr. Wells smiled, believing Elon's story, as he saw no difference between himself and Elon. Thump, thump, thump. The sounds from the surgery interrupted their conversation. No, not a no. Hearing the noise, Cisco rushed back to the surgery, his exclamations reflecting his shock. The smell of charring. Sparks flying from electrical devices. The concentrated currents above the room. Elon, enveloped in a halo of electricity. All this overwhelmed his senses. Elon. Dr. Wells, pushed by Caitlyn, arrived shouting. Hearing his name, Elon snapped out of it. He had only intended to replenish his energy, not to wreak havoc with electronic malfunctions and rampant currents, forming an electric web overhead. Seeing Elon conscious, Dr. Wells quickly instructed, "Cisco, cut the power to surgery immediately." Elon, slowly absorb the electricity. "If you can't, guide it into the ground, okay?" Upon hearing this, Cisco dashed out to cut the power. Within 5 seconds of the power cut, the flickering silver arcs in the room were absorbed by Elon. Calm returned, leaving the room in disarray. "Are you okay?" Caitlyn asked. Elon, controlling the currents within his body, saw his eyes gradually shift from silver arcs back to normal black pupils. "Okay." He understood that much English. "What happened? How did you start drawing electricity into your body?" Dr. Wells asked. Before Elon could respond, Caitlyn cried out in alarm. "Barry Allen." Near Barry's bed, chaos reigned as well. Instruments and respirators had been ripped away during the convulsions, his body shaking wildly on the bed like an epileptic fit. "Come help. We need to move him. The equipment here is broken. Damn it. Even the sedatives are useless now." Caitlyn rushed to restrain Barry. As Barry began convulsing, Elon felt a strange energy stirring in his head, an energy seemingly linked to Barry, urging Elon to draw closer. "What's happening? What's this in my head? Why do I feel compelled to approach Barry?" Puzzled, Elon moved closer to Barry, placing his hand on Barry's chest. The moment he touched his chest, yellow arcs of electricity flashed across Barry's torso. Barry's convulsions ceased, and he calmed down. The peculiar energy in Elon's head, upon making contact with Barry's chest, flickered like electricity and then settled. "Where am I? Who are you? Why are you touching my chest?" Barry Allen gasped, suddenly leaping from the bed. The flash had awakened. At SDR Labs, in the control room of the main hall. "What? You're telling me I was struck by lightning and have been in a coma for 8 months? And who is this guy?" That night in the room, a vortex appeared out of nowhere. He fell through it and hit me, and then lightning struck us both, and after that I was out cold. Barry pointed at Elon, questioning with a mix of surprise and skepticism. Are you sure he emerged from the vortex and hit you? Yes, I was still conscious at the time. I saw it clearly. Barry affirmed. Oh my God, this is real. This is just too cool. Cisco and Caitlyn exclaimed in shock. Elon, unable to understand, stood aside helplessly as he was pointed at and discussed like some kind of alien specimen. Great, he thought, the first thing I should probably do is learn English. My brain has been struck by lightning, so it should be easier to learn, right? Unable to comprehend their conversation, Elon just stood by and watched them talk. Then Dr. Wells took Barry away. About half an hour later, which is worth mentioning that during this half hour, Elon felt like a curio being curiously observed and discussed by Cisco and Caitlyn, as if they were two little mice hiding in a corner. Dr. Wells came back to the control room with Barry. Elon heard a familiar voice, Iris, and then, just like in the TV series, Barry hurried out, presumably to see his childhood sweetheart Iris. Poor Barry. He probably didn't know Iris had a boyfriend now. After failing to stop Barry from leaving, Dr. Wells turned to Elon and said, Elon, you'll need to stay at SDR Labs for a while. We need to understand your body and what's going on with your world. This is all too amazing. Elon replied, Okay, Dr. Wells, please could you also find me some English language learning materials? It's really uncomfortable not understanding what you're saying. After Dr. Wells smiled in response and talked with Cisco and Caitlyn about something Elon couldn't understand, Caitlyn approached Elon with a small cup. Sensing Caitlyn's intentions, Elon quickly interjected, Please, Dr. Wells, let's start tomorrow. I'm feeling quite well right now. Then we'll just do a simple health check for now. Given the anomalies that occurred to you before, we can't be sure your body is fine. We'll start a detailed checkup tomorrow. After a brief checkup which revealed no problems, Dr. Wells escorted Elon to his quarters, providing him with several SDR Labs tracksuits and a brief introduction to the function of various rooms, including the one assigned to Elon. The room was small, with a bed and a screen opposite it. 2 hours later, Cisco knocked on his door with curious eyes and handed him a tablet, pointing to an icon for an English-Chinese interactive learning program. Thank you. He knew how to say thanks in English. After Cisco left, Elon sat on the bed and connected the tablet wirelessly to the large screen in his room, which thankfully had Chinese labels. Time flies when you're focused on something. The hardest part of learning English is remembering the vast number of words. Grammar is secondary. For Elon, this was a piece of cake, as he now had a photographic memory. He didn't have Barry's speed to flip through a book and learn instantly. But can you believe mastering a foreign language in 20 minutes? Elon couldn't believe it either, so to test himself, he learned French, Russian, Italian, Japanese, Korean, and German. He could proudly claim to be a polyglot master. Meanwhile, Barry left SDR Labs to go to the coffee shop, but when he didn't find Iris there, he decided to head back to Central City Police Department. Unfortunately, he stumbled upon Iris and Eddie kissing halfway there. The sight complicated his feelings, leaving him sour inside. Later, Iris spotted Barry and, happily breaking away from Eddie, strolled the streets with him. When Barry learned that he had fallen into a coma and Eddie had taken over Joe's shifts to visit him, consequently getting close to Iris, Barry nearly wanted to cry. If only he hadn't fallen into a coma. That evening, Joe and Iris cooked a big meal to celebrate Barry's recovery. Elon didn't sleep all night, nor did he study languages nonstop. After learning about a dozen languages, he browsed the news and discovered something interesting about the Green Arrow. He hadn't watched the Green Arrow series, but he knew it was a hit show from which The Flash was a spin-off, often featuring crossovers. After watching the news for a while, he remembered his own abilities. His power was to control electricity, which was cool, but Elon was still disappointed. He felt the energy in his brain was the speed force, enveloping his mind, but he couldn't sense its effect on the brain. This meant that Elon's photographic memory, active thinking, and the energy ball had nothing to do with each other. Moreover, this energy could interact with Barry's speed force in some unknown way, which worried him. Around 9 in the morning, Caitlyn knocked on his door. Mr. Elon, today's Cisco, and I will help you with a physical examination. Please cooperate with us later. Caitlyn held her phone, showing him the translation on the screen. Elon chuckled and said, "Caitlyn, there's no need for that. I can speak English." His accent was a bit strange, but that's normal for anyone learning a new language, and that wasn't the point. "You could speak English?" Caitlyn was skeptical, recalling that just yesterday he seemed unable to speak it. Elon pointed to his head. 8 months ago, I got zapped right here, which unlocked parts of my brain, enhanced my intellect, my cognitive abilities. Now, I'm even smarter than Albert Einstein. His English was flawless. Caitlyn's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Just yesterday, Elon could only say simple English phrases like thank you and hello. To learn a complete foreign language overnight was an unbelievable feat. Could it be that people from other worlds were all this intelligent? After her initial shock as a bioengineering expert, she expressed great interest in examining him. "Mr. Elon, I think I'd like to start by examining your brain later." Elon readily agreed, eager to understand his own body. "Of course, you could just call me Elon." In the morning, Caitlyn began by taking samples of Elon's urine and stool for examination. Elon, meanwhile, lay on the hospital bed, tablet in hand, eagerly absorbing knowledge. Just a moment ago, he had requested from Cisco a series of educational materials ranging from basic to advanced on topics such as space, black holes, human anatomy, and electricity. Cisco was, of course, astonished at how quickly Elon had mastered English. Elon knew he couldn't place all his hopes on Professor Wells or the vibrational energies alone. He also needed to learn about spatial dimensions to increase his chances of returning home. "Hey, power outage. Put down the tablet. Time to scan your brain," Cisco called out cheerfully. Cisco was the kind of guy who made friends easily. Just a moment ago, he had bombarded Elon with endless questions about Earth, and despite Elon's "you're so annoying" attitude, they had become friends. "What? Power outage? Me?" Elon pointed at himself, incredulous that in this world his nickname would be Power Outage, as if he were some sort of rival to the Flash, cutting off his electricity. No, Cisco, I refuse to accept that bizarre moniker," Elon protested. Unwilling to give up, Cisco, who had pondered over the name all night, suggested another. "How about lightning bolt?" Elon gave Cisco a "you've got to be kidding me" look. Cisco, treading cautiously, offered spark. "Okay, that'll do," Elon conceded. He wasn't worried about stealing Barry's title of the Flash, since he had no intentions of playing the hero. Satisfied, Cisco beamed, "Great spark it is. It's so exciting. I can't believe I'm friends with someone from another world. This is amazing." "I feel the same," Elon replied with a smile, hinting that Cisco's circle of otherworldly friends would soon expand. Joined by Caitlyn, who had completed the urine test, they commenced the brain examination, with Dr. Wells silently observing, his eyes twinkling at the mention of spark. After undergoing a series of scans, MRI, PET, CT, EEG, and cranial magnetic resonance, Cisco expressed his bewilderment. "Why, my interdimensional friend, do you not have a brain?" The screen showed a dark silhouette where the brain should be, devoid of the normal display of gyri and sulci. "This isn't normal." Caitlyn initially thought it might be an equipment malfunction, but after testing Cisco and finding no issues, they concluded that people from another world apparently had black brains. Elon rolled his eyes at this absurdity. "Check for energy signals," Dr. Wells suggested, intrigued by this interdimensional visitor. Soon enough, Caitlyn announced, "Dr. Wells, there is indeed an energy wavelength in Elon's brain, distinct from normal brainwave patterns." Dr. Wells squinted at the spectrum, suspecting that Elon had acquired the Speed Force. The wavelength bore striking similarities to that of the Speed Force, which Wells had studied extensively. He wasn't entirely certain of the Speed Force's presence in Elon, though. They decided not to dwell on why Elon's brain appeared black and moved on to other tests. "Let's check the rest of the body." Caitlyn approached with a syringe, aiming for Elon's arm. Unintentionally sensing danger, Elon's cells surged, muscles contracted, and before the needle could penetrate, it bent. It couldn't break through the skin. Shocked, Caitlyn tried another needle and tapped Elon's arm. "Relax a bit, I can't get it in." Elon relaxed his arm, feeling a vague sense that he could control his body's cells. The blood drawn left them in awe. Inside the syringe, the blood shimmered with a silver glow, like stars emitting faint twinkles. The entire tube of red liquid was interspersed with silver light, looking both mystical and beautiful. My God! They all gaped at the sight, which was nothing like human blood. As the blood left Elon's body, he felt an urge from the cells in the syringe to return to their host. Suppressing his instinct, Elon calmed the cells, and the silver glow dimmed. He realized he could control his body's cells, a startling revelation. Keeping this to himself, Elon thought he was too strange, too oddly transformed by lightning. Before the blood test results came back, they conducted EKG, ultrasound, X-ray, infrared imaging, bone density, and neurological tests, continuing until about 1 in the afternoon. Suddenly, a blur appeared in SDR labs, stirring a gust of wind and yellow arcs of electricity, scattering papers everywhere. What's happening to me? I'm running super fast, and everything around me is frozen, Barry Allen exclaimed, hands outstretched, bewildered and curious. That morning, when Barry woke up, the world seemed to have stopped. Joe frozen mid-coffee sip, cars on the street halted, birds suspended in the air. It was all very sudden and frightening. Then, just as abruptly, everything resumed motion, which scared him even more. When trying to save a falling Garfield cat and accidentally running too fast into a tree, Barry realized he had gained super speed. The thrill of surpassing all speeds was too cool. Now, he had come to SDR Labs looking for answers to his transformation. Are you also a metahuman? Super speed? Time stopping? Cisco inquired. It wasn't surprising that Barry was a metahuman. After all, the same lightning bolt had struck 2 people, and here was an even more miraculous visitor from another world. Caitlyn, ever the professional, stated, according to human physiological limits, the maximum speed is 9 meters per second. Barry didn't reply. He became a blur, trailing yellow electricity, and vanished from sight. The others exchanged looks of amazement, their internal consensus being that Barry's speed was beyond visual tracking. Before they could discuss further, they sensed another blur, and suddenly, an ice cream cone appeared in their hands. Elon, who had been studying black holes and space on his tablet all morning through the checkups, was slightly bewildered. He didn't know how far the nearest ice cream shop was, but it certainly wasn't within SDR Labs, a place so large it took an ordinary person knowing the layout about 7 to 8 minutes just to walk out, let alone buy an ice cream and return. So, Elon was a bit baffled. This speed was too fast. Speed Force. The incredible Speed Force. At that moment, Elon couldn't help but envy Barry. With such speed, he was practically invincible. Elon couldn't imagine anything that could defeat him. Of course, in the TV series, the Flash lost in ways that baffled Elon, especially by guns and flying needles. Elon didn't buy it. With that speed, was it all just a joke? Licking the ice cream cone, Elon listened intently as Dr. Wells explained the real-life Flash, his excitement palpable. That night, when the particle accelerator exploded, it wasn't just a storm that formed. A barrier in space was breached, releasing unknown energies into our world. Antimatter, dark energy, X-elements. Things we can't even define. Antimatter, dark energy, X-elements? That's impossible. Those are just theoretical, Barry protested. And how theoretical is your own existence? Dr. Wells countered. The unknown energies spread out. We've mapped the scatter across Central City and its surroundings, but we can't pinpoint exactly what or who was affected. For 8 months, we've been searching for other metahumans like you. Metahumans? Barry echoed. Yes, transformed by these unknown energies. Have you found others like me? Barry was concerned. Such powers could be devastating if used for evil, just like when he was 11 and his mother was murdered. His mind drifted to that fateful night. Yes, Elon, a visitor from another world with the power to control lightning, Dr. Wells revealed. Elon, who had been savoring his ice cream, devoured the rest in a couple of bites. Hello, Barry. I hope it's all right to call you that. I believe we'll become good friends. I'm Elon. Barry looked at Elon with suspicion. You? You're the one who appeared that night? Who are you? With a helpless shrug and a somber tone, Elon explained, that night, when the particle accelerator exploded, I don't know how, but in my world, lightning struck a black energy sphere, turning it into a vortex that sucked me in. Then I appeared near you, and next thing we were both struck by lightning, becoming metahumans. Elon finished his explanation as silver arcs of electricity crackled between his hands. Barry's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, my heavens, this is insane. You're a metahuman from another world? The reality of parallel universes. This will change humanity's understanding of the entire cosmos. Barry paced back and forth, unable to contain his excitement. If landing on the moon was humanity's first step into space, then the confirmation of parallel universes would be a leap beyond measure. I don't care about parallel universes or changing human knowledge. I just want to go back to my love, to laugh and argue with her, to live with her, to continue the marriage proposal I never got to finish. Elon spoke with a heavy heart, wishing he could return to his own world rather than gain any powers here. The room fell silent. Barry, with a look of remorse, apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll help you. We all will. You can definitely get back to your world. Barry embraced Elon, signaling he meant no harm. The moment was touching, warming the hearts of all present. What are you doing? Joe walked in to see Barry and Elon hugging, his face full of questions. I was just thanking Barry, Detective West. Elon spoke with a smile, his super-speed mind granting him exceptional thinking abilities and strong emotional control, quickly steadying his earlier sadness. He knew why Joe had come. You speak English? Yes, I woke up last night forgetting many things, but slowly it's all coming back. Joe's suspicion deepened. Why were you at the police lab the night of the accelerator explosion? To thank Barry for saving my life, I was bringing him a gift. You know Barry? Yes, a month before the incident, Barry saved my life. I was a fisherman from an eastern fishing village. A storm sank my boat, and I clung to driftwood, barely alive at sea until Barry rescued me. I've been living on the outskirts since then. If not for Barry, I wouldn't have survived. Joe didn't buy it. As for Dr. Wells, Cisco, and Caitlyn, they just stared at Elon with disbelief, as if to say, really? Who would believe such a tale? With Joe's years of police experience, he could sense the absurdity. He didn't bother to pick apart the story's flaws. Instead, he pulled Barry aside for a private word. What gift did he give you that night? The wisdom of an old cop didn't need to challenge inconsistencies. If their stories about the gift didn't match, it would be clear. Barry, caught off guard, stammered. It was SDR Labs clothing. I'd wanted it for a long time, but the lightning strike that night destroyed it. Barry cleverly chose clothing as the gift, explaining why it was no longer present. The rest was up to fate and Elon's own resourcefulness to avoid being deported by Joe as a stowaway. Joe looked at Barry with a father's knowing gaze, the kind that says, "You've done something wrong, I know, but I won't call you out on it." Back in the control room, Joe pressed Elon, "What gift did you give Barry that night?" "Clothing from SDR Labs. I knew Barry liked it and wanted to give it to him." Elon's smile was confident, everything under control. Could it be true? Joe wondered, but the stranger was too suspicious. In the end, with no other choice, Joe played his trump card. "I've applied for a deportation notice. You'll be sent home soon." Joe spoke earnestly, sensing Elon was unfazed by threats. The others flinched inwardly, their faces unnatural. If an interdimensional traveler were deported right before their eyes, it would be a farce. They were about to speak, but Elon interrupted. "No need, Detective West. Barry has recommended me for a talent visa to stay in this country. Once it's approved, I can stay here longer." "What kind of talent do you possess?" "I speak 8 languages." "What? Weren't you a fisherman?" "That was a hobby. Why don't you have any identification?" "The place is too remote for government reach." "How did you learn 8 languages?" "I learned them here in a month." "I'm a genius." The rapid-fire exchange left Barry sensing things were getting out of hand. He quickly intervened. "Let me talk to Joe." "It's okay, Elon." With a nod, Elon stepped back, indifferent to the tension rising around him. "Joe, let's talk." Barry led Joe away, leaving the rest to contemplate the curious case of Elon, the visitor from another world. You're a metahuman who can emit electricity, and you're brought here by the particle accelerator explosion from another world? Joe asked with wide eyes, his voice booming. The concept was insane to him. He could accept metahumans, seeing as Barry was one, but the idea of another world, a parallel universe, was too much sci-fi for him to take in. It seems Barry has shared everything with you. I'm sorry for lying earlier, but it was all to find a way to stay here and find a way back home, Elon said, a rueful smile on his face as he shook his head, and once again arcs of electricity crackled between his hands. Joe's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. My God, this is insane, he exclaimed. In fact, it's all true. I've dubbed him Spark, and don't worry, Barry, you'll get one too. Once I think of something cooler, Cisco interjected with glee, ignoring Barry's helpless expression. What's important now is to test their safety, not deportation or nicknames, Dr. Wells stated. Barry, we need to run a thorough physical examination for your well-being, Dr. Wells said, looking at Barry in a way that made it impossible for him to refuse. Joe nodded in agreement. Yes, Barry, you need a thorough checkup. I need to digest all this. Strange people, strange powers, strange worlds. Elon, you stay put in SDR labs until everything's clear, okay? Joe instructed. Elon nodded, content for now to remain at SDR labs. That afternoon, while Joe and the team conducted tests on Barry, Elon quietly stayed aside, his tablet in hand, trying to learn about black holes and parallel universes. Most of the information was theoretical or conjecture, and eventually, Elon set it aside to learn about human anatomy instead. He might be in this world for years, so understanding his body and abilities was crucial, especially with potentially formidable enemies ahead. By 6 o'clock, Barry's physical examination was complete. Everyone turned to Caitlyn, who held 2 reports, the results of Elon and Barry's tests. Elon, it's unimaginable. The lightning has turned you into a superhuman. Your cells have undergone unprecedented mutations, with a primary nucleus and 2 smaller nuclei, like electrons, that move around the cell, strengthening it. When these electron nuclei orbit the main nucleus rapidly, we believe it generates an electric current that enhances your body, making your physical functions at least 7 times stronger than the human limits, Caitlyn explained. Cisco joked, Hey buddy, you shouldn't be called Spark. You're more like a Superman generator. Elon furrowed his brow and clenched his fist, but I only feel slightly stronger than an average person at their peak. Not as strong as you say. I can generate electricity, though. That's because you didn't eat enough yesterday, Dr. Wells hinted, referring to Elon's need to absorb electricity. Elon nodded in agreement. He had been feeling a persistent hunger, but hadn't paid it much mind. I don't need to absorb electricity. I just need a lot of calories to convert into electrical energy, he mused. Setting Elon's file aside, Caitlyn opened Barry's report and continued. Barry Allen, your body is at the peak of human strength, with hyperfast cell division and metabolism, and an extremely powerful immune system. When you move at high speeds, an unknown energy protects you, potentially allowing you to reach speeds 1,000, 1,000,000, or even 1,000,000,000 times beyond human capability. Currently, you're both in excellent health. However, it's worth noting that using your abilities consumes a significant amount of energy. We estimate that, on average, you'll need to consume about 10,000 calories per day, especially Elon, who will require even more to replenish the electrical energy he uses. Joe relaxed a bit, knowing they were healthy. After all, as a father, his hope was for their well-being, regardless of superpowers. You're going to be a real eating machine from now on, Joe said with a chuckle, happy that Barry was physically fine. Dr. Wells clapped his hands to summarize. For now, there are no health issues, but we'll continue to monitor. Tomorrow, we'll test your abilities. That's all for today. Everyone nodded and began to pack up. Guys, how about we grab a coffee? I know a great place, Barry suggested, looking at Cisco, who quickly declined, citing a need to work on a project that evening. Turning to Caitlyn, who simply said, I'm not interested, Barry didn't even have to look at Dr. Wells, who had already excused himself to prepare for the next day's tests. Finally, Barry turned to Elon, who, surprised by the invitation but seizing the chance to experience foreign culture, agreed with a smile. "Of course, I'd love to see more of this country's charm." "What do you think, Joe?" After a moment's consideration, Joe replied, "I've seen enough strange abilities today, but I still can't accept that you're from another world. However, I'll temporarily trust you." Barry, don't stay out too late, giving his tacit approval for the coffee outing. Barry and Elon shared a smile, feeling an unusual kinship due to the speed force swirling in Elon's mind. Stepping outside SDR Labs, Joe left for police business, while Barry and Elon walked under the setting sun. The sunset painted the sky with shades of crimson and gold. The clean streets stretched long shadows of the trees, creating a peaceful and expansive atmosphere that lifted their spirits. Noticing Barry's slight unease, Elon apologized for being so engrossed in the scenery. "I'm sorry for ignoring you, Barry. Just relax. We're going to be great friends who can talk about anything." Barry loosened up. Yes, I believe that too." Elon laughed heartily. "Just so you know, Barry, you're paying for the coffee. I didn't bring any money from my world, and I need to eat something substantial." Barry, now completely at ease, responded with glee, "Of course, Elon. Jitters is a few miles away. Let's get there quickly." With that, Barry wrapped his arm around Elon's waist, and in a flash of yellow, they both vanished from sight. Velocity embodied. The scenery regressed into blurs, and the surroundings became streaks of multicolored light zipping past Elon's vision. Speed force. Unparalleled velocity. A journey of several miles completed in the blink of an eye. The roaring wind greeted Elon as he stood outside Jitters' coffee shop. "This is just too cool, Barry. You're like a bolt of lightning, a beam of light." Watching it a million times on TV couldn't compare to experiencing this ultimate speed firsthand. The rush of surpassing everything, the feeling of being the only one in the world, was more intoxicating than the strongest drug. It was utterly exhilarating. "How does it feel, Elon?" Barry asked with cautious excitement, flashing a grin. Elon, with eyes wider than ever before, found words inadequate to describe the sensation. "Thrilling." Now Elon understood why so many people chase speed in car racing and high-velocity formula races. The feeling of surpassing oneself, leaving everything behind, was addictive like a drug, an addiction destined to ensnare. Following this, Barry led Elon into the coffee shop. Without his childhood friend Iris around, the two ordered a mountain of food and coffee, chatting eagerly about their respective worlds, the conversation flowing effortlessly. Back at SDR Labs, Dr. Wells, ensuring they were alone, maneuvered his wheelchair to a specific wall. A light scan revealed a hidden door that opened into a white space with a console resembling a book. Dr. Wells stood up, approached the console, and placed his hand upon it. "Gideon, show me the future." "Right away, doctor." The console projected news from the future, mainly about the U.S. Postal Service closing down parcel deliveries and returning items to senders. "Oh no." Wells covered his face with his hands, fear in his voice. "Gideon, search for all information related to the Flash." No records found pertaining to the Flash. With a furious punch to the wall, Wells' face twisted in rage. "Damn it, Barry has already exhibited super speed. It must be the time traveler using Barry's lightning moniker, preventing the Flash from emerging." Grinding his teeth in anger, Wells was livid. He had spent over a decade waiting for Barry to grow up, even hastening the particle accelerator explosion to give Barry the speed force early. Now, a traveler from another world had altered the future, potentially rendering his years of effort futile. He couldn't accept it. Overcome with rage, Wells glared at the yellow suit of the Reverse Flash. "Elon, I want you dead." Elon and Barry's conversation was thoroughly enjoyable. Barry had come to regard him as a confidant, sharing his deepest secrets. Of course, Elon was sympathetic, but his mind was mostly on the array of chicken nuggets, pizzas, and burgers necessary to replenish his energy. After consuming roughly $2,500 worth of food, Elon felt only half full, but was too embarrassed to admit it, considering he had just eaten the equivalent of nearly 20,000 yuan. This coffee outing was proving to be quite expensive. Exiting the cafe, the two parted ways. Elon didn't ask Barry for a ride back, instead borrowing $100 to explore on his own. The events of the past few days left him feeling melancholy. He could laugh and befriend Cisco, Caitlyn, Barry, and Dr. Wells, but the loneliness of being in this world, truly alone, was inescapable, no matter how close he became with the main characters. As he wandered the streets, the foreign glances from passers-by only amplified his solitude. Why did I travel through time? Why am I here? Damn it! Damn it! Curse the heavens for not transporting those who wish for it, and instead choosing me. Elon seethed internally, his frustration boiling over. Suddenly, a yellow blur streaked through the streets. Once more experiencing the surge of speed, a yellow hand pressed against his chest, contorting his body into a shrimp-like curve. The world regressed into points of light and lines once again before his eyes. In an instant, Elon was flung violently, tumbling across the muddy ground, dirted and disheveled. Coughing, he took several deep breaths to steady himself and stripped off his smoldering SDR Labs tracksuit. Protected by the Speed Force during the rapid transit, he was unharmed, but the clothes couldn't withstand the friction and had caught fire. Though he appeared disheveled, he was uninjured. The yellow blur stood before him, a magnetic voice filled with rage shouting. "Who are you? Who are you really? Why do you come to this world?" Already frustrated, Elon's fury erupted uncontrollably after being manhandled by the Reverse Flash. Rising to his feet, his anger soared. "Who am I? I'm Elon. Do you think I wanted to come to this world?" With a furious shout, a torrent of electric light burst forth from his body. His cells went into overdrive, the positive and negative nuclei spinning wildly, generating a terrifying current. Lightning surged from within him, shooting skyward like Thor's arrival, illuminating the night with a vivid column of electric light. Both were consumed with anger. One saw years of effort and the possibility of returning to the future crumble. The other, a visitor from another world, clung to the hope of finding a way back. Fists fueled by rage flew towards each other, no longer needing reason or excuse. The raw fury and savagery left no room for rational thought. Relying on instinct and the innate ability to wield the Speed Force, Dr. Wells materialized before Elon as a streak of yellow, pummeling Elon's chest with dozens of rapid punches, scattering the gathered lightning with one strike. Elon, reeling from the barrage to his chest, was sent flying, vomiting blood mixed with bits of his organs. His breastbone shattered, his insides ruptured by the concussive force, but his body's strength, 7 times that of a peak human, spared him from a fatal blow. Darkness threatened to overtake him, the pain unlike anything he'd experienced in over 2 decades. The agony in his chest brought him back to clarity. His super-speed thinking calmed him, and he mustered a faint electric glow, focusing it in his chest, using the electric energy to heal his wounds and numb the pain. "Why do you even dare to fight me?" taunted Reverse Flash, his voice a high-speed vibrato of contempt. "With that pitiful spark of electricity? You're not worthy. You're not even fit to touch me. Only a speedster can match a speedster. You're only fit to be killed by me." Elon gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully at Reverse Flash, paying the price for his rashness. If not for his anger-driven impulse to use all his strength to generate electricity in an attempt to defeat Reverse Flash in one blow, he could have held out much longer, carefully planning his moves. Even against the speedster, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat him. At least Elon knew that at this moment, Reverse Flash couldn't use the Speed Force indefinitely. If he could just hold out until it ran out, victory would be his. Reverse Flash's right hand vibrated at high speed, blurring as he prepared to strike. "It ends now. Let's set everything back on track." Struggling to his feet, the broken bones and organs in Elon's chest caused an unbearable itch as his cells worked frantically to repair the damage. In just a few seconds, his strength had returned enough for him to stand. Was he really going to die here? Elon couldn't accept it. He didn't want to destroy anything in this world. He just wanted to return home. He was even aware that Reverse Flash was Dr. Wells, Barry's mother's killer, and he didn't want to interfere because he knew the eventual outcome. But his arrival had changed everything, making Reverse Flash desperate to correct the future. Dragging his injured body, Elon retreated as Reverse Flash advanced with his vibrating handblade. "Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" Reverse Flash sneered, not expecting an answer. Elon's mind raced. Knowing he just had a stall, Reverse Flash's speed force was depleting. 14 years. I will not allow any accidents. You could have been valuable, but now, your death is the only value you can provide. As Reverse Flash lunged forward to strike at Elon's heart, his form stumbled, the red arcs of electricity flickering out. His hand blade stopped vibrating, and his body became visible again. The speed force was gone. Elon's mind was clear and calm, seizing the opportunity as Reverse Flash's speed force was nearly depleted. He stepped forward, ignoring the tearing pain in his chest, and threw a punch at Reverse Flash. His fist connected directly with Reverse Flash's chest, splitting the lightning emblem in two and sending him flying back several meters. Choking on blood, Reverse Flash glared at Elon with wild hatred. Elon's punch had broken several of his ribs and nearly crushed his heart. Reverse Flash considered retreating, aware of Elon's robust body, 7 times stronger than the average human at their peak. If not for the rapid punches that had knocked Elon down, a fully energized Elon could have easily burst his heart with a single punch. "Think you can kill a speedster?" Reverse Flash spat blood but still retained his arrogant sneer. Elon remained silent, the searing pain in his chest a reminder of Reverse Flash's ruthlessness. If not for his fortuitous transformation by lightning, those super-speed punches would have killed him long ago. "Die, Reverse Flash. You want to kill me, so die." Elon's arm crackled with electricity as he pursued Reverse Flash. The distance of several meters closed in an instant. But he was still too slow. Reverse Flash became a blur once more and vanished. Elon's punch hit the ground, scorching the earth with the heat of the electricity, leaving a smoldering crater. Reverse Flash had escaped. "I've told you. Only a speedster can match a speedster," his magnetic voice echoed from afar. "Elon, this isn't over. When I recover, it will be your end." Elon, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the muddy ground, his bare chest heaving with intense pain. After 15 minutes, the pain in his chest had subsided slightly. Elon pushed himself off the ground and stood up slowly, his body screaming for electrical energy to replenish itself. Spotting a tall wooden pole, Elon used it as a crutch and began to hobble forward. He was in a forest, on a dirt road, unsure where Reverse Flash had taken him. Following the footprints, he walked for 30 minutes before spotting a 30-meter-high power tower. "Fortune favors me," Elon thought, eagerly discarding the wooden pole and climbing the tower. Electricity was his sustenance. A full charge would mend his bones and heal his wounds, restoring him to peak condition. Without electricity, he could still recover, just slower. That night, the outskirts experienced a half-hour blackout. At SDR Labs, Cisco and Caitlyn were organizing boxes of equipment for Barry and Elon's power tests. The next morning, Elon appeared in the control room, full of vigor. He wore a women's red t-shirt that clung tightly to his body, revealing his six-pack abs, matched with summer beach shorts and bare, muddy feet, a total mishmash of styles. Seeing Elon's non-mainstream appearance, Cisco asked in surprise, "Are you performing street art in that getup?" Caitlyn's cold demeanor turned a few shades more vigilant. "Put on some normal clothes, you freak," she said icily. Elon spread his hands helplessly, indicating he hadn't intended to wear such an outfit. After climbing the power tower and feasting on electricity for half an hour, he had fallen asleep on the spot. Waking up bare, he'd stolen some clothes from a farmhouse, ran to the city, and with some difficulty found a taxi driver willing to bring him here. Considering the circumstances, he felt lucky not to be returning naked. Walking on his muddy feet, Elon approached Cisco and clapped him on the shoulder. "Brother, it's a long story. I had a harrowing night. I haven't paid the cab driver waiting outside. Could you please cover it for me? I need to go take a shower." In the shower, the steaming hot water cascaded down from the shower head, enveloping the room in a mist that clung to Elon's godlike form. With his eyes closed and arms wide open, his strong, lithe body was a blur within the steam, emitting sparks that danced and dissipated in an instant. For a radius of 3 kilometers around him, a chaotic dance of light and shadow, of ripples and lines, vibrated at frequencies both high and low. All of this was captured by Elon. Electromagnetic fields, where electricity generates magnetism and magnetism begets electricity, an endless causal loop. Just the previous night, after feasting on electricity, Elon had effortlessly devised a method to sense reverse flash. Within his electromagnetic field, he wouldn't be blinded by reverse flash's super speed. Electromagnetic frequencies travel at the speed of light. If reverse flash entered his field, Elon would see him, for reverse flash wasn't as fast as light. This meant any move by reverse flash would be foreseen by Elon, a crucial advantage, as speed was the essence for any speedster. Predicting his adversary's moves would at least allow Elon to brace for impact. He watched countless magnetic fields, sensing them all. In his mind, he constructed a colorless, three-dimensional model of the entire SDR labs. Within the model, Elon marked 3 red dots. Upon closer inspection, each dot bore a human silhouette. In the control room, 2 tiny red dots represented the magnetic fields of Cisco and Caitlyn. The third dot, far larger than the other 2 combined, pulsed with a strong biomagnetic field. Gorilla Grod. This was the gorilla that Dr. Wells and the military had experimented on 5 years prior. After the particle accelerator explosion, Grod mutated, gaining telepathic and mind control abilities. He had been lurking in the sewers of SDR labs, under Wells' care and taming. With a flash of lightning, Elon opened his eyes, turned off the shower, and activated the exhaust fan, which sucked the steam out like a vortex. He grabbed a white towel and dried off, his hyperspeed thinking giving him a chilling clarity. He pondered how Grod's existence could be of use to him and how to extract 25th century technology from Wells' mind, knowledge that might be his ticket home. He longed to return to his reality on Earth, to resume the marriage proposal he never got to finish. Coming to this world was not his wish, let alone engaging in a disastrous fight like the previous night. No more reckless actions. He learned his lesson. He didn't keep his electromagnetic field on continuously. It was too taxing mentally. Building a 3-dimensional model in his head and parsing every frequency was exhausting. Only when he could effortlessly recall what each frequency represented would this skill be truly effective. For now, he had a long way to go. Dressed in SDR Labs athletic wear, he halted his super speed thinking and left the room for the control room. There, Cisco and Caitlyn were ready with their gear, prepared to leave. Strange. Why is Dr. Wells so late today? Caitlyn glanced at her delicate watch, puzzled. Wells had never been late before. This was unusual. Who knows? Maybe he's having a rich breakfast before coming. Hey, Elon, I still think your street performance outfit looked better. If you run around the block in that getup, I might not ask for the $7 back for the cab fare, Cisco joked, seeing Elon emerge. Elon frowned. Please, let that be a dark chapter in my history. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, trailing yellow sparks, as Barry appeared in a backward-leaning stop pose in the control room. Sorry, I'm late. The traffic lights took forever. Barry offered a weak excuse. 15 minutes later, Dr. Wells arrived in his wheelchair. Apologies, everyone. Overslept a bit, he said, his expression usual, as if the punch from the previous day hadn't been directed at him. Elon remained impassive, not planning to expose Wells as an enemy. Instead, he plotted in his mind. For Elon, who knew the future progression, defeating Wells might not be as important as extracting as much knowledge as possible from him. Let's go, Elon, Barry. You both have quite the performance to give today. Cisco clapped, signaling the departure. Ferris Air testing grounds. A long runway in the suburbs, slightly damp from the morning dew. The morning mist was evaporating under the sun, giving off a warm and moist climate. A cool breeze brought a refreshing chill, perfect for the crisp autumn season. SDR Lab's research van was parked by the track, under a blue canopy where Dr. Wells, Cisco, and Caitlyn were adjusting 3 computers and several silver cases filled with scientific equipment, soon to test Elon and Barry's powers. Inside the van, Elon and Barry were changing into test suits provided by Cisco. Barry, halfway into his red suit, leaned in close to Elon, his excitement palpable. "Elon, guess what I did last night?" Elon quipped, "Did you lose your virginity?" "Congrats, Barry." Barry, more excited, corrected him, "Something even more exhilarating." Pondering a moment, Elon teased twice. Barry ignored Elon's jest, his eyes shining. "I stopped a gang crime last night." "Elon, do you realize how powerless ordinary people are against evil? Last night, I saw 2 girls nearly die under gunfire. If I hadn't been there, those young lives would have been lost. They didn't deserve to die. No one has the right to control the life of another. It's the evil in some people that causes them to harm others. When I rescued those girls, they were petrified. I'm grateful for my speed, for being faster than the average person. I have the power, and I should use it to save them. I made up my mind. I'm going to use this power to fight against crime, to protect the innocent citizens of Central City," Barry declared, his face radiant with the glow of righteousness. He felt blessed to have such abilities that could aid the innocent and take down the malevolent, filling him with a sense of profound satisfaction. "Elon, both of us are empowered. We can join forces to combat crime, protect the innocent, and make this world a better place." Barry, brimming with excitement, extended an olive branch to Elon. The birth of the Flash was unfolding before Elon. As he pondered, he thought this might set the future back on the right track. To ensure it, he decided to stoke the flames a bit later. Elon didn't immediately respond, pausing for a moment before speaking with a pained voice. "Barry, what I need more than anything is to return to my world." Hearing this, Barry's excitement settled into a somber realization. He felt ashamed for being so caught up in his own thrill of fighting crime that he hadn't considered Elon's anguish and desperation of being far from home. Barry's thoughts drifted to the night his mother was murdered, the pain of being unable to defend her, the despair of helplessness. He believed no one should have to bear such a burden, and it only strengthened his resolve to fight crime and uncover the truth about his mother's death. "Barry, I'm sorry I can't join you in your fight against crime, but when you need me, I'll be there to help," Elon said, managing a smile as he patted Barry's shoulder. "Elon, I'm sorry, and thank you. Don't give up. We'll work hard together." Barry hugged Elon, his eyes glistening with tears, moved by the sentiment. After chatting for a bit more and donning their test suits, both men were ready. Barry's suit remained unchanged, a red bodysuit that reached his thighs. Elon's was a black version, also thigh-length, but made of a thicker material which, according to Cisco, was manufactured from a high-temperature resistant fiberglass designed to withstand the heat from electrical currents. Stepping outside, Cisco approached them. "How do you guys feel?" "It's tight. This thing makes me feel a bit shy," Elon confessed. "I feel like my muscles are being constricted," Barry added. "Just relax, my friends," Cisco chuckled. "In a moment, just run as hard as you can, and soon you'll be able to shed these suits. Who wants to go first?" Elon raised his hand, eager to get the tight suit off due to its revealing nature. "Okay, Elon, when you're at the starting block, give it everything you've got. Dr. Wells will monitor your electrical output, and Caitlyn will keep an eye on your vital organs. And for you, Flash, I've created something special." Cisco produced a small device emblazoned with a yellow lightning bolt. "This is a two-way communicator I've made to enhance communication. As long as you don't intentionally fry it with electricity, we'll stay in touch without interference. Later on, I plan to add a camera, biometrics, and other gadgets, but that's for the future." Elon accepted the device, the symbol that in the original timeline, Cisco had given to the Flash. Now in his hands, it felt like a burden. Elon sensed that everything about the Flash seemed to be tilting towards him. The relationships, the moniker, the future. "Barry, let me give you a push to become the Flash," Elon thought as he crouched at the starting block, buttocks raised. 3, 2, 1, go, Cisco shouted, punching the air. Silver arcs of electricity erupted, scorching the ground in a circle around Elon, who kept the currents tightly controlled within himself. Transforming into a figure of silver lightning, Elon sprinted forward. His speed was like that of a train thundering along the tracks, the air seemingly ablaze with his passing, leaving a charred trail behind. His body's air was compressed to the max, the positive and negative nuclei spinning rapidly to generate electricity. Faster, Elon roared inwardly, his physical speed augmented by the electric acceleration, every cell operating at its limit. He didn't feel the exhilaration of wind rushing past. Instead, he faced a barrier like cling film, impossible to break through. His body emitted a sizzling sound as it moved at its peak, enveloped by an electromagnetic field extending 3 meters around him, shrouded in lightning. With a primal roar, Elon realized he couldn't push any further. After 15 minutes of all-out, frenzied exertion, the electric glow dissipated and Elon slowed to a jog, turning back towards the research van, now fully recovered and his sweat evaporated. "Flash, you're incredible, like a runaway locomotive," Cisco exclaimed. Compared to Barry and Reverse Flash's speed, Elon's was slow, unable to even break the sound barrier. But he understood his strengths weren't in speed, but in lightning, electromagnetic fields, and the intense heat generated by electronic friction. He didn't belittle himself nor overestimate his abilities, measuring himself with a mindful scale. Elon laughed. "I'm far too slow. Barry could outpace me by miles in an instant." Caitlyn, surprised, commented, "Mr. Elon, your body is excessively robust. You push yourself to the limit and recovered in mere seconds. It's incredible. Your average speed was 58.4 meters per second, and at the 12th minute, you reached a peak of 96.8 meters per second. Though you could only maintain it for 3 minutes, it's still quite remarkable. The maximum current you emitted could power SDR labs for months." Dr. Wells' concern eased as he witnessed Elon's maximum power output, the sheer force and majesty of it, as if he could shatter the heavens, was intimidating even to Wells, who was Reverse Flash and Elon's enemy. The formidable aura shook him to his core, yet as the data came in, his worry subsided. Elon's top speed was only 96.8 meters per second, a pace that couldn't even graze his coattails. "You can't even touch the hem of my garment," Wells sneered inwardly, though his face showed a sincere smile. "That was fantastic, Elon. Looks like we'll be counting on you for our power supply from now on," Wells said, giving Elon a thumbs up. Elon chuckled. "Well, you'll have to keep me well fed." The others shared a knowing laugh. Cisco quipped, "Your turn, Rocket Man." Both Wells and Elon inwardly cringed at the moniker. "Cisco, that name is just lame," Elon protested with a face that couldn't hide his disagreement. Cisco looked displeased. His naming skills had been rejected by Elon once again. He opened his mouth to object, but was cut off by Elon's waving hand. Elon, with a hint of longing in his voice, said, "I've experienced Barry's speed. The way things turn into mere points and lines, zipping by in a blur, the world coming to a standstill. It's indescribably beautiful. That kind of shock is beyond your wildest dreams. It's like lightning. My speed is nothing compared to Barry's." Cisco and Caitlyn, who had only seen Barry dash through the lab, didn't quite comprehend the extent of his speed. To them, it seemed akin to Elon's peak velocity, since they could only see afterimages that were impossible to catch up with. Elon's speed had already surpassed human limits, and without the visual cue of his lightning aura, the naked eye couldn't keep up with him. "You sure about that?" "I still reserve my right to the name Rocket Man," Cisco said skeptically. "Just wait until you see Barry's speed. You'll change your mind," Elon insisted with fervor, raising his fist. "Barry, show them what you've got." Barry, full of fighting spirit, flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and shouted, "All right." Caitlyn's face remained skeptical as she murmured to Dr. Wells, "Elon says he's nowhere near as fast as Barry, but is that possible?" In terms of physical strength, recovery, metabolism, Barry can't compare to Elon. How could he possibly surpass him? From a biological standpoint, Caitlyn couldn't fathom Barry outpacing Elon. She couldn't believe Barry's speed would be faster. Dr. Wells replied, his voice laden with significance. Let's just wait and see. Cisco adjusted the helmet on Barry and gave the final go-ahead. Okay, Rocket Man, get ready. 1, 2, 3, go. With a boom, Cisco was bowled over by the sudden gust of wind, staring wide-eyed in shock. The rush of air sent papers flying, nearly upended the blue sunshade, and shattered a pane of glass at the moment Barry took off. A red streak blazed across the road, swift as an arrow, bullet, rocket, lightning, vanishing from sight. Despite having witnessed it before, Elon, like Cisco and the others, was utterly astounded by this divine speed that transcended physical limits. Oh my God, he's going over 320 kilometers per hour. His average speed is almost surpassing Elon's peak velocity, Cisco exclaimed in disbelief. Caitlyn struggled to contain her shock, her eyes wide as she stared at the monitor. Barry's cells are producing an unknown energy, much like Elon's cells generate electricity. This energy propels him to run even faster like lightning. As Caitlyn finished, she looked back to the road where the red figure had vanished from their field of vision. This divine-like energy, so swift, passing by like a flash of lightning. Elon, you were right. Rocket Man doesn't suit Barry. He should be called Flash for his lightning-fast speed. Cisco agreed. Elon nodded. Indeed, the name Flash seems more fitting for Barry now. He deserves it. Dr. Wells raised an eyebrow in surprise, giving Elon a sidelong glance without making it obvious. Cisco laughed. No problem. The clever Cisco will come up with another name for you. Elon watched the distant road where the sky met the asphalt, the red silhouette flickering in and out of sight, and mused, the Flash, such enviable speed. The Flash, with a heart of justice and kindness. On the van, Barry told me he'd use his powers to fight crime and protect Central City. I could see his genuine joy and excitement, his pride in protecting the innocent and combating evil with his abilities. The Flash, with the speed of lightning, striking against crime. Elon knew Barry wasn't just talk. He would indeed become a hero of justice and kindness. Next to Barry, Elon's powers seemed less luminous, less glorious, whether in reality or in the world of the Flash. Despite his abilities, Elon would not actively take on the role of protecting the city and fighting crime. However, it didn't prevent him from assisting Barry. He was willing to help, or rather, support such radiant qualities of justice and kindness. Cisco, clearly intrigued, remarked, the Flash, fighting crime, it's going to make him even cooler. I like the name. But next time, the right to name is mine, Elon. Don't you dare steal it. Elon shrugged, showing he was indifferent. Caitlyn, however, strongly objected to Barry's crime-fighting plans, insisting, what? The Flash fighting crime? That can't happen. Just then, Barry returned to the starting point, his breath slightly quickened, a red streak trailing behind him. How was that, everyone? Wasn't I cool? Barry was all smiles, having thoroughly enjoyed his run, feeling better than ever, almost elated. Cisco gave him 2 thumbs up, too cool, Flash. Before Elon and Dr. Wells could respond, Caitlyn cut in sternly, Barry, you cannot go fighting crime. You can't afford any injuries. Barry looked at Caitlyn, puzzled, then turned to Elon. Elon gestured for Barry to speak up. Feeling Elon's support, Barry gathered his courage and addressed the group. I think with these abilities, it'd be a waste not to use them. I can save citizens from harm, stop crimes. I should be doing more. Caitlyn countered firmly. That's the job of the police. You're not an officer. You're a forensic scientist. So what? I have the power. I should do more, not hide it away and do nothing. Why else would I have these abilities? Just staying safe and alive is doing a lot, Caitlyn declared sternly. Dr. Wells sensed Caitlyn's intensity and decided to mediate. Barry, Dr. Wells spoke with a soothing tone. Caitlyn means that your body is a treasure trove of medical possibilities, with untold potential for vaccines, genetics, cellular research, and more. Further study could benefit all of humanity, perhaps even reducing diseases, genetic disorders, or even curing various forms of cancer. The future of human optimization or evolution may well be hidden within you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a loss for the world. Are you willing to risk all of that just to play the hero? Do you understand the gravity? Barry fell silent for a moment before continuing. Elon could help you with the research too. Both of us received our powers from a lightning strike. Caitlyn persisted. It's different with Elon. His cellular gene mutation has made him a unique organism, no longer exhibiting any typical human traits. The lightning has turned him into an anomaly. You, on the other hand, are special. Your cellular genetics might still be applicable to the average human. Barry's lips quivered, unable to form a counterargument. The appeal to his altruistic nature struck deep. To act on his own could mean harming himself and the world. His eyes dropped, glossed with unshed tears, as he shared, "When I was 11, my mother was murdered." A respectful hush fell over the group as they listened to Barry's story. It was late at night, and I was woken up by a noise. I went downstairs, and then I saw something like lightning swirling around my mother. There was a figure in it. He killed her. The police arrested my dad, thinking he had murdered my mom. They locked him up in Iron Heights prison. Nobody believed us. Not the police, not the psychiatrists. For 14 years, I've been studying every unexplained case, searching for miracles. Until yesterday, when I gained super speed, I believe there must be others who have experienced miracles too. Maybe others have gained super speed, and among them might be my mother's killer. I will fight crime, not let these people harm others. I need to find out who killed my mom and clear my dad's name. I won't give up. Barry's kind, and stubborn nature shone through. Once he set his mind on something, nobody present could sway him. The room fell silent. Elon gave Barry a firm pat on the shoulder, followed by a hug, then said, "I support you. I can see your heart is just and kind. Like I said before, if you need help, I'll be there for you." Barry nodded and returned Elon's embrace. Dr. Wells removed his glasses, looking intently at Barry. "You might be the only one with super speed. 14 years ago, there was no particle accelerator, no explosion, nothing like we have now." "Perhaps not," Elon interjected, hesitating before deciding not to reveal more. The others were left hanging on his every word, with Barry gripping Elon's arm, looking at him with a mix of hope and anxiety. Wells narrowed his eyes, his heart hanging in balance, watching Elon intently. Maybe not," Elon finally said vaguely. "After all, what happened to me and Barry is miraculous. Anything is possible." The group relaxed, though each felt like giving Elon a playful slap for the suspense. Barry looked disappointed. In the following days, nothing significant happened. Barry continued his checks and was studied by the team, secretly sharing with Elon his joy of dismantling crime syndicates and saving people. However, he also shared his frustration over burning through several pairs of shoes and dozens of outfits, expressing a need for durable, friction-resistant clothing. Elon wholeheartedly agreed. At SDR Labs, the biggest stir was caused by Elon, who had cleared out a training area in the basement. He spent 5 hours a day studying science on a tablet, 2 hours researching various martial arts online, then practiced close-quarters combat with sandbags and worked on controlling his electromagnetic field, memorizing and distinguishing magnetic fields, and training his physical strength. His daily regimen was paying dividends. Late one night, or rather, at 2 in the morning, after a shower, Elon sent someone in the lab through his electromagnetic field. It was Cisco. Elon could now accurately differentiate each person's magnetic field signature. Why was Cisco still in the lab at this hour? Although passionate about inventing, this level of dedication was intense. What could be worth such effort? Elon went straight to the door of the research room and shouted, "Cisco!" Cisco was frightened and looked a little pale. A gasp escaped Cisco as he jumped, his face draining of color. Upon seeing it was Elon, he exhaled in relief. Elon, you nearly gave me a heart attack, moving without a sound, Cisco chided. My folks used to say, if you've done nothing wrong, you've got nothing to fear at night. So what are you hiding here? Elon asked curiously. Cisco immediately moved to shield his work, stuttering, no, nothing, just some minor research. Elon, pointing at the item peeking out from behind Cisco, chuckled. No need to hide, Cisco. I saw it. Is that a red suit? Busted. Cisco stepped aside, whispering to Elon, don't tell Dr. Wells or Caitlyn about this, okay? Elon approached the workbench and discovered it was a red suit for the Flash. This suit is made from an enhanced tri-segmented polymer. It's heat-resistant and durable. Cool, huh? Cisco boasted proudly. Elon examined the suit, feeling its rubber-like texture. He rubbed it between his fingers, twisted it, and even tried tearing it with a bit of force. The suit was resilient and flexible, the quality undeniably excellent. So, you've been Barry's secret backup these past few days? Elon noted with a meaningful tone. Cisco's smug expression faltered, his eyes darting around. How could that be? Why would I help Barry? Faced with Elon's knowing grin, Cisco caved. All right, it's me. I couldn't resist. It's too cool not to get involved. Elon shook out the suit. It's a fine piece of work. Barry will love it. He's burned through several pairs of shoes and clothes from running too fast. You think so too? The Flash Alliance is gaining a new member. Elon, don't worry, once I'm done with Barry's suit, I'll whip up one for you, Cisco said excitedly, thrilled by the idea of being a superhero's behind-the-scenes ally. Elon quickly interjected, no, I need to focus on learning technology and training my electrokinetic abilities to find a way home sooner. I don't have the time to fight crime like Barry. Cisco sounded disappointed. That's too bad. You make a cool superhero. Elon rolled his eyes. Don't feel sorry. Finish up and get some sleep. I'll help. You haven't rested properly in days. Your lips are turning white. You can't keep this up. Just minor details left now. Internal sensors and noise-canceling earphones to withstand the sonic booms Barry creates while running, and the chest emblem, Cisco said confidently, enjoying the few sleepless nights he spent crafting. Elon gestured okay with his hand. I'll handle the sensors and emblem. You do the earphones. Cisco returned the gesture, and they teamed up to complete the Flash's suit. Elon had learned a wealth of scientific knowledge with his accelerated thinking and sometimes tinkered with small inventions alongside Cisco during the day, often consulting Dr. Wells on technical matters. The internal sensor was a straightforward task for him, a positive-negative electromagnetic feedback sensor, a bit of tech born from Elon's electrokinetic abilities. In layman's terms, it was a highly stable sensor capable of effectively monitoring physical conditions through biomagnetic field induction. This was perfect for Barry, whose movements and speed would generate clear and strong signals within the sensor for monitoring his condition. The emblem, enhanced by Elon with external magnetic detection and gravitational field design, was a practical addition for Barry. In less than half an hour, both tasks were complete. They attached the new components to the Flash's suit and fitted it onto a mannequin. Cisco already envisioned Barry sprinting through Central City in this suit, leaving a blazing red streak, the stuff of legends. Emotion tinged their gazes as Cisco and Elon looked upon the suit. They had created a superhero. Morning came early, before 7 a.m., to be precise, after just 3 hours of sleep following their all-nighter. Bleary-eyed but spirited, Cisco knocked on Elon's door. Since being struck by lightning, Elon had only needed an hour of sleep to feel fully rested, but he still lay in bed for 6 hours, a deep 1-hour sleep followed by 5 hours of sensory exercises to control every part of his body. Elon, get up. I've called Barry over. It's time to witness the birth of the Flash, Cisco announced, his face aglow with excitement. In the control room, Barry awaited in casual attire. Cisco beamed at Elon and Barry. Gentlemen, the Flash is officially born from this moment. I'll do the honors. Any objections? With a playful roll of their eyes, Elon and Barry clapped in agreement, signaling no objections. This is too exciting. "I've got to record this," Cisco murmured to himself, setting his phone to record the moment, ensuring it captured everyone. He then positioned himself by a steel mannequin dressed in the Flash's suit. "Ladies and gentlemen," Cisco began, "the Flash is born from this moment. Behold the Flash's suit." He turned the mannequin to face Elon and Barry. Barry's arms unfolded as he looked at Cisco and Elon, visibly moved by their endorsement of his values, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. "Try it on." "The Flash," Cisco urged with a smile. Elon clapped Barry on the shoulder. "Go ahead. This is what Cisco has been working on for nights on end." Cisco rubbed his nose modestly. "Elon helped last night too, or it wouldn't have been ready today." Barry embraced Elon and Cisco moved. "Thank you. Besides Joe and Iris, no one has done so much for me." After the hug, Barry donned the suit. A yellow arc of electricity surrounded the mannequin, and in an instant, a red figure stood before them. "Hey guys, this fits perfectly." "Cisco, thank you so much." "Elon, I appreciate it." Barry, now clad in the tight red suit with the iconic yellow lightning bolt on his chest and a mask covering the upper part of his face, looked every bit the superhero. Cisco's excitement bubbled over. Barry the Flash, run like the wind. Elon's smile was warm as he watched Barry. This was the Flash, a superhero embodying justice, kindness, and a fight against evil. In Central City, a red phantom trailed by arcs of yellow electricity darted through streets and alleys. Barry, respond if you hear me." "Loud and clear, Cisco." "Okay, the earphones are holding up at high speeds." "How's the suit performing?" "There's a bit of slack around the chest and abdomen. A tighter fit would be better for running. Other than that, no issues." "Minor adjustments, then." "Okay, sensors are functioning well. You can come back now. I'll run a bit more. Stretch my legs." Cisco and Elon exchanged a knowing look and high-fived. The suit was a success. As Elon was about to fetch some champagne to celebrate, a live news broadcast popped up on the screen in front of Cisco. The camera showed a teetering building, dangerously leaning to one side, surrounded by emergency vehicles, with firefighters extending ladders and debris scattered everywhere. People were fleeing from the vicinity. "Good morning. This is Yuri Branch with breaking news. A 7-story residential building on North Street at the intersection of 5th is on the verge of collapse, suspected to be due to subpar construction materials. The situation is perilous. The building could continue to collapse under its own weight any moment. Firefighters are unable to enter and are attempting to calm residents trapped inside. There are about a dozen people inside. Any movement could cause further collapse." This was a software alert set by Cisco to pop up with live news involving critical situations, designed to notify the Flash immediately. Seeing the urgent situation, Cisco called out, "Barry, head to North Street and 5th right now. There's a building collapse." "On my way, Cisco," Barry replied. "Cisco, the building's about to go down. I'm going in to rescue people." Barry arrived at the scene to see rubble piled around. There were several red fire trucks, extended ladders, firefighters comforting the trapped residents, and a crowd of onlookers filled with anxiety. "Barry, be careful. The building looks fragile." Before Cisco could finish, Barry dashed into the building. The Flash, with his trail of yellow lightning, charged in. The moment he entered, the building visibly tilted. Barry quickly ascended, rescuing a man whose leg was pinned by a rock, and carried him out. Then, a rumbling noise filled the air as if the building might collapse at any moment. "No!" Barry cried out in horror, not expecting the building to be so unstable that even a single step could be catastrophic. Screams of terror and cries echoed from within. "Oh, and oh, not like this. God, please save them. Please hold on, don't collapse." The crowd watched in terror, some praying fervently for divine intervention. The building, now on the brink of collapse, seemed to respond to the collective prayers, halting its descent, too fragile to withstand any further strain. Barry could rescue a dozen people in one go on flat ground, but he hadn't yet mastered running on walls or at an angle. A misstep could bring the whole structure down, endangering lives. Just rescuing one person had nearly caused a collapse. The thought alone terrified him. He was anxious and at a loss. Cisco, the building can't take any more strain, and it's tilting too much. I can't get back and save them. What do I do? Cisco and Elon, watching the live news, saw a blur of red moving in and out of the building, nearly causing another collapse. Hearing Barry's call, Cisco steadied him. Barry, don't go back in. It's too dangerous. Looking to Elon for a solution, Cisco was at a loss. After a moment's thought, Elon said, Barry, circle the building without causing vibrations. To Cisco, he added, open the signal detector and create a 3D model of the building. I installed an external magnetic field detector on the sensor. Cisco's fingers flew over the keyboard. The detector mapped the building in 3D, marking a dozen red dots representing human magnetic fields. Elon examined the 3D model and said, all right, Barry, follow my instructions. Take off your chest emblem. There's a switch on the side. Turn it on and shake it like crazy. It will generate a biomagnetic field strong enough to pull a person from 30 meters away right to you. Cisco gave Elon a big thumbs up for this ingenious feature. Elon returned the gesture, signaling Cisco to continue directing the operation. Cisco quickly said, okay, good. Barry, most survivors are by the windows or on balconies. Stand on the fire ladder and use the emblem to pull them towards you quickly. The building will tilt and collapse. And the kid inside, Barry asked. Silence fell. Cisco's lips moved, but he couldn't bring himself to suggest sacrificing a life. Elon grabbed the mic and shouted, Barry, go in and save that child. After you get the survivors from the balconies, you'll have about 3 or 4 seconds before the building fully collapses. The biggest danger isn't the collapse. You can run 90 meters in a second, more than enough to get inside. That child is only about 30 meters away. You have time. Just watch your footing on the tilted surface. Barry hesitated. Can I do it? Elon encouraged him. Barry, you've got this. Channel every ounce of energy in your body and run. Cisco added his encouragement. You've got this, Barry. Go, go, go. Barry took a deep breath, the yellow arcs in his eyes sparking, as he muttered, okay, I've got this. Both men watched the screen intently, their hearts in their throats as Barry prepared to run, surrounded by a halo of yellow lightning, his eyes ablaze with determination. The red blur shot up the fire ladder, and the vague red figure atop, it wielded a powerful biomagnetic force, pulling a person through the air and into Barry's waiting arms. The survivor, still frozen in the terror of the balcony, blinked, and in an instant was dozens of meters away from the perilous building. He was stunned. Then it felt like a gust of wind had passed, and suddenly he was surrounded by more than a dozen others. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the onlookers watched in awe as the people on the balcony were whisked away and reappeared far from danger. What was that? The red things saved them. It's a miracle, a sign from God, a red blur, a streak of lightning, and they were saved. The crowd erupted, proclaiming it a divine intervention, a miracle, a supernatural event. Get back, the building's collapsing. As the building began to lean further, a red streak darted back inside. Inside, Barry felt the tilt of the floor beneath him, his feet slipping as the incline of the hallway challenged his balance. He couldn't stop. To stop meant he wouldn't be able to start again, and he'd be buried alive. Barry raced along the slanted corridor, reaching the room where the child was in less than a second. But upon arrival, his mind froze. The room was chaos, debris everywhere. The ceiling burst open with protruding, oddly bent rebar. The bed tipped over in a corner, smashed by rocks. The wardrobe nearly buried. It was apocalyptic. For a moment, his mind blanked, for there seemed to be no child. But the sensors had detected a life signal. In his speed force mode, everything around him was almost at a standstill. His brain kicked into overdrive. Where? The only survivor not at a window or on a balcony was a child, curled up somewhere in this room. Curled up? Barry's eyes snapped to the stone-covered wardrobe. He rushed over, the tilt of the floor urging him on. With a punch, he shattered the wardrobe to reveal a small child, curled up inside. Pulling the child out, Barry dashed through the collapsing building at breakneck speed. The red phantom placed the child amidst the crowd and vanished as the building crumbled, raising a cloud of dust. Barry stopped in a deserted alley, panting, his heart pounding wildly. He had nearly been buried in the rubble. The slanted ground had made it difficult to gain traction, especially when he stopped to break the wardrobe and rescue the child. It was his first time running on such an unstable surface, and it had nearly defeated him. But he had succeeded and saved more than a dozen lives. When Cisco and Elon saw the red dots on the 3D model swiftly move to safety, their hearts finally settled back into place. They slapped hands with a forceful high five. "The Flash is amazing," Cisco exclaimed with joy. Before Barry or Elon could respond, Caitlyn's voice echoed from behind. "What are you doing?" Caitlyn had walked into the control room, her curiosity piqued by the commotion she had heard from afar. Cisco's heart skipped a beat as he hastily shut down all the screens, knowing Caitlyn opposed Barry's activities as the Flash. "What are you up to?" "Cisco, why did you shut the screens?" "Elon, why aren't you training in the basement?" "What was that about the Flash?" Caitlyn's suspicious tone fired off a series of questions. Cisco fumbled for an answer. "We were discussing Elon's control over electricity, not the Flash. Just lightning." Elon nodded earnestly, backing up Cisco's hasty lie. Just then, Barry's excited voice burst through the speakers. "Cisco, Elon, I did it. I saved the kid. It's incredible." The awkward silence was palpable. Caitlyn's glare intensified as she grabbed the microphone. "Barry, this is Caitlyn." Barry's enthusiasm halted abruptly, followed by a nervous chuckle. "Hey, Caitlyn, good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Elon could only imagine Barry's helpless expression, even his voice sounding strained. "Get back to SDR Labs immediately," Caitlyn commanded coldly. Then she turned her stern gaze on Elon, who casually shrugged off the tension. Cisco, feeling the heat of Caitlyn's stare, could only nod incessantly, humming a tune to deflect the awkwardness. Barry, trailing a yellow electrical aura, zipped back to SDR Labs. "Have you lost your minds? This suit is obviously your handiwork, Cisco," Caitlyn said coolly. Cisco, slightly embarrassed to be praised, admitted, "Elon helped too. It wasn't all me. Though the concept and most of the work, that was my doing." Elon wore an expression as if he'd been caught off guard. He had only contributed a couple of minor parts. "You think you're invincible? You could get yourself killed," Caitlyn scolded. Cisco finally understood Caitlyn's tone. "I'm monitoring everything. Barry's on the field saving lives. Elon's providing tech support. We got this under control, no problem." Elon looked like he'd been thrown to the wolves, thinking, "I was only casually involved. Don't make it sound like I'm part of the team." Barry joined in. "Caitlyn, you don't need to worry. I'm fast. Nothing can hurt me. I can save lives. Just now, Cisco, Elon, and I saved over a dozen. Without us, they would be dead. Do you want that on your conscience?" "You'll be killed by your own powers," Caitlyn countered sharply. Dr. Wells, forced to enter in his wheelchair, regretted greeting Caitlyn earlier in the hallway. He actually supported Barry as the Flash. The future depended on it, and any deviation could be disastrous. "I think what Caitlyn means is that we're only beginning to understand the extent of your abilities, Barry. We don't know the consequences of your frequent actions. It might be best to act with caution," he advised. "Dr. Wells, I'm not being reckless. There are just some things I have to do, things I'm capable of doing. Just now, over a dozen lives, including children, were at stake. If I hadn't acted, they would have perished. Should they have died instead?" Barry spoke with conviction, certain that his actions were both right and necessary. Dr. Wells smiled gently. "Barry, just be sure to measure your capabilities." Caitlyn slammed a folder down on the computer desk, pointing at Barry with a stern voice. "Next time you wreck your body, don't expect me to always be there to patch you up." With that, she turned and left the control room, her frustration evident. Caitlyn finally understood why Barry had been showing up with fractures and various injuries lately. He'd always excused them as a lack of control over his powers, but now she'd witnessed their covert operations firsthand. It wasn't Barry's heroism that infuriated her. It was his disregard for his safety and not involving her. If she had been there to monitor Barry's physical condition, she could have provided immediate and appropriate treatment for his injuries. But the men's insistence on acting independently had left her feeling excluded and angry. The men exchanged glances. Dr. Wells apologized to Barry and Elon. Since the particle accelerator explosion, Caitlyn has been deeply affected. Don't take it personally. Barry, puzzled, furrowed his brow. The particle accelerator explosion caused her psychological trauma. Cisco let out a bitter laugh. It's best if she tells you herself. We all hope she can move past it. Suddenly, Dr. Wells turned to Elon. Elon, please go check on Caitlyn. Elon, who had been comfortably observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Why was he being dragged into this? He didn't understand comforting girls. Even his girlfriend had pursued him first. Why me? Elon asked, genuinely perplexed. Cisco nudged Elon with a smile. Lately, you and Caitlyn have been getting along. She doesn't seem as cold around you. Despite Cisco's encouragement, Elon remained unmoved. Eventually, he rolled his eyes in resignation and left the control room to follow Caitlyn. All right, although Caitlyn and Elon had been conversing well, it was only about biology and Elon's physiology. The sudden shift to comforting a woman grieving her fiancé was daunting for him. Elon found Caitlyn in the surgery room, which had originally been used for studying biological particle reactions. After the particle accelerator explosion, it had become more of a makeshift operating room for Elon and Barry. Scratching his head, Elon was at a loss for words. Caitlyn, assuming Elon had more biological queries, admired his rapid learning and innovative ideas. Elon, what brings you here? She asked, her expression as unreadable as ever. Elon decided to be direct. Are you upset about what happened earlier, or that we kept our actions from you? No. What you guys do is none of my business, Caitlyn replied coolly, her tone hiding a simmering anger that any normal man would recognize as a cue to apologize profusely. But Elon was not a normal man. He responded with apparent relief. Oh, you're not angry. That's great. Caitlyn's incredulous gaze fell upon him. Any normal man could see I'm furious. I'm beginning to question your intelligence. Elon was silent, feeling utterly confused by the complexity of women. Back in the control room, after Elon's departure, Dr. Wells inquired about the earlier events. Barry and Cisco recounted the entire operation, with Barry praising their teamwork and the device that made the rescue possible. Barry held the lightning emblem, expressing his admiration for its effectiveness. Dr. Wells examined it closely, activating its biomagnetic pull and causing Cisco to stagger forward. Amazing, Cisco exclaimed. I felt drawn to it without control. Barry beamed, right? It's only effective within 30 meters, but it's incredibly powerful. Dr. Wells, satisfied with the device's potential, handed it back to Barry. Excellent work. Just remember, Barry, to act within your limits. Barry was elated by his idol's approval and the joy of saving lives. Once Dr. Wells was out of sight, his expression darkened. That biomagnetic device was undoubtedly designed to counter speedsters. The one Barry carried might be weak now, but it was only a prototype. Dr. Wells surmised that Elon had more powerful electromagnetic applications in the works, far beyond this initial biomagnetic tool. In that device, Wells saw Elon's intricate mastery over magnetic fields, a brilliant application of divided and isolated magnetism. Wells couldn't help but suspect that Elon himself wielded control over magnetism. How else could he separate biomagnetic fields with such precision? Damn it, Elon, was that night's provocation enough to make you turn against me so quickly? Wells brooded, his irritation growing. If he allowed Elon to continue his targeted research unchecked, Elon might become a significant obstacle. With his intelligence, who knew what other devices he could concoct? And with Barry Allen, the Flash, as his ally, the secrets and vulnerabilities of a speedster could easily be exploited by Elon. Glasses perched on his nose. Wells's face was a study in shadows as he contemplated his next move. He couldn't afford to let Elon carry on his research or advance his abilities unchecked. The progress Elon had made in just a few days was terrifying. The biomagnetic device, although minimally effective against Wells, was still a hindrance to his speed. Wells had to find a way to occupy Elon with a challenging, all-consuming task, something he longed for. Elon, you want to go home, don't you? I wonder how long you'll spend researching space-time wormhole technology. With a sly grin, Wells thought of the perfect lure. Elon's girlfriend was waiting for him to propose, after all. Once Elon delved into the research of space-time wormhole technology, he would find himself buried in the complexities of astrophysics, spatial physics, the principles of wormholes, gravity, and more. Even if he managed to learn it all, he'd discover it was impossible to implement without a stable device, which would necessitate the creation of new materials through endless experiments. When the time came to establish a wormhole with particles, Elon would realize he couldn't pinpoint a destination, ending with nothing but empty triumph. Wells had no intention of sharing the knowledge of localization with Elon, which would require artificial intelligence calculations. How could he bear to see Elon struggle so? Elon, may you spend your life chasing a way home, Dr. Wells mused, a faint trace of emotion in his voice. As long as a person had attachments, they had exploitable weaknesses. It was midnight, and as usual, Elon returned to his room in SDR Labs after his training session in the basement. He had become a permanent resident, living off the grid. Of course, the food wasn't great, just energy bars concocted by Cisco that filled you up after a few bites, with a taste best left unmentioned. Elon was already planning to set up a small kitchen in the lab. As he lay in bed, he spread out his magnetic field sensing as a nightly routine. But tonight, he suddenly sat bolt upright. Wells, have you noticed? Elon muttered to himself. Moments ago, his magnetic field sense had detected that Grod, the giant ape from the sewers, had vanished. And the time vault, where Dr. Wells hid Gideon and the reverse flash suit, now appeared as nothing more than an ordinary room with ordinary walls. Just yesterday, it had emitted a dense frequency of waves indicating high-energy objects within. Now it felt like a regular room, which alarmed Elon. Wells must be using something to shield the magnetic field and mimic the signature of a normal wall. This was a terrifying thought, as magnetic fields are theoretically unshieldable, a fundamental aspect of all matter, invisible and intangible except through instrumentation. Elon's proficiency in sensing magnetic fields was so advanced he could create devices like the biomagnetic gadget for the Flash. The idea that the time vault could be masked as an ordinary room shattered all scientific understanding and Elon's confidence. If he couldn't detect Reverse Flash's movements, he'd be at a severe disadvantage. Elon's mind raced. Wells must suspect his mastery of magnetic field sensing, hence Grod's relocation and the time vault shielding. It was likely future technology at play, all to counter Elon's efforts. He remembered being sent to comfort Caitlyn earlier that day. He remembered crafting the lightning emblem for Barry. Elon pondered deeply. Originally, the biomagnetic device was just an experiment to potentially enhance magnetism to combat Reverse Flash and limit his speed. Wells must have realized Elon's potential from this invention, causing panic and leading to Grod's removal and the time vault protection. But wouldn't this make Wells fear his own identity being discovered? No, that didn't make sense. Elon shook his head, an epiphany dawning on him. He already knew Wells's identity. If he approached the situation from the perspective of not knowing, what would he do? What would he suspect? If he were unaware of Wells's true nature, would he pay any attention to the time vault? Would he care about Grod? Certainly not. With all the high-energy items in SDR Labs emitting complex magnetic signatures, detecting the time vault's mystery would be impossible. And as a new possessor of powers for only half a month, Elon would never suspect what the time vault was or even consider Grod's significance. His focus should be solely on finding a way home, perhaps through a wormhole or a black hole. Only because Reverse Flash posed a threat did he need to devise ways to protect himself and possibly defeat his adversary. Elon's mind whirred at breakneck speed, silver arcs flickering in his eyes. He should focus on devising ways to counter speedsters, using Barry as a test subject for more devices. Dr. Wells would then surely find ways to stop him, either by force or wit. Wells's own speed force was likely limited and not freely expendable. Even if Grod were to attack Elon, Elon was confident in his ability to fend off the ape, including any psychic control. Wells had only one viable path: to feed Elon knowledge that would send him on a quest for home, biding time until Barry grew strong enough to render Wells fearless. Elon pondered deeply, feeling a pressing urgency. According to the timeline of the TV series, the first season spanned less than a year, a very short window of time. He feared he wouldn't be able to create a way home within that period. He decided he must confront Wells the next day. He couldn't wait any longer. Clutching his fist, Elon closed his eyes and drifted into a light sleep. Deep sleep was no longer an option. It dulled his senses to the outside world too much, leaving him vulnerable to Wells' potential schemes. He'd rather spend extra hours in a state of semi-consciousness to ensure his safety. His silent battle with Wells was about to commence. At 10 in the morning, Elon sat cross-legged in the basement, waiting. Just moments ago, he had asked Cisco to summon Dr. Wells to the basement. He had something to show him. "Dr. Wells, Elon says he has something to show you in the basement." "What is it?" "I don't know, he didn't say." Wells was suspicious. He had just moved Grod and installed a magnetic field balancer in the time vault the day before. And now Elon had something for him? It was all highly suspect. Dr. Wells approached cautiously, not convinced that Elon had discovered his identity as Reverse Flash, but sensing something odd. Today he had planned to give Elon some materials for self-study, to bide time. "Dr. Wells, you're here. I have something I want to show you." Elon greeted Wells with a smile as he approached in his wheelchair. Dr. Wells returned the smile, offering praise. "What have you created now?" That device from yesterday was quite clever. Elon, shaking his head with a grin, pointed to 3 sandbags lined up in a row. From straight-on view, they looked like a single bag. Wells, eyeing the bags curiously, asked, "What's this?" At that moment, Elon lifted his hand, extending his index finger with a faint glow of white light. A silver beam shot out with a swoosh towards the sandbags. Puff, puff, puff. The silver beam pierced through all 3 sandbags, leaving tiny holes from which fine grains of iron sand trickled. A burnt odor filled the air as the iron sand spilled onto the floor, a testament to the incredible penetrating power and extreme temperature. Wells's pupils contracted. If that beam hit a person, it would unquestionably pierce right through. Elon explained, "Dr. Wells, I've measured it. The electric current beam, once compressed by me, has a range of 120 meters, and its speed reaches 1,500 meters per second, 4 times the speed of sound. Doctor, within my 120-meter range, do you think an electric current beam could hit a speedster like Barry?" Wells removed his glasses, pondering before nodding. "Theoretically, yes. Barry's speed is 320 meters per second. 4 times the speed of sound would indeed catch him off guard. However, the range is too small, and without aiming, a speedster will be gone before you know it. So, it's only theoretical." Wells sneered inwardly. Despite the beam's speed, it was meaningless without the ability to aim, only firing wildly. Hit a speedster? That was a joke. Did he think speedsters were sitting ducks? The moment you raise your hand, if seen, there was no chance of hitting the target. Elon continued, "I can use the biomagnetic device to momentarily stop a speedster's speed. Just 0.1 seconds is enough for a guaranteed hit." Wells remained silent. "Not only can my fingers emit electric current beams, but I can also release them from my entire body at any time. In the future, I could study magnetic fields, capture the opponent's field, and give the electric current beams the ability to track. At worst, I'll develop an electromagnetic cannon. The moment a speedster stops, they'll be obliterated by my blast." When Wells heard that Elon's whole body could emit electric current beams, he realized the challenge he faced. Close combat at high speed was no longer an option. Hearing about Elon's plans to capture magnetic fields, Wells grew concerned. Although a speedster's field was highly variable and fast, It didn't mean it was impossible to capture, especially with Barry, the Flash, who was willing to cooperate. And then came the mention of an electromagnetic cannon, which genuinely alarmed Dr. Wells. He wasn't afraid of Elon. Rather, being targeted by him would severely hinder his plans. Wells knew that with Elon's control over electricity, given time, he could indeed develop the magnetic field applications and electromagnetic cannon he described. What worried Wells most was that Elon's ideas seemed entirely feasible. Wells touched his face, then put his glasses back on and asked, "Why are you so focused on targeting Barry?" Here came the real play. Elon feigned a sorrowful ignorance, slowly saying, "I'm not targeting Barry. In fact, after I went out with Barry one day, a man in yellow took me to the outskirts. He, too, was a speedster with a velocity surpassing Barry's, maybe even faster than my electric current beam. He almost killed me. If he hadn't suddenly stopped, I might be dead. I can't die. I need to get back to my world. At the very least, I need to ensure my safety so I can return home. That's why I'm researching ways to counter speedsters." Dr. Wells pondered for a moment before speaking. "Are you saying there's another speedster like Barry? One who wants to kill you?" "What?" "Yes. He seemed very angry about my crossing into this world. I want to go back too, but I can't." Dr. Wells nodded, analyzing. "Your crossing may have disrupted some unknown event, causing his anger. It's like a guardian protecting his world. An unexpected invasion has enraged him. To quell his anger, you must return to your world." Elon was almost amused. Dr. Wells's whitewashing of his own role was a bit much. A guardian? He had seen the Flash. Wells's claims were a stretch, given his usual scientific demeanor. Elon expressed his frustration. "How do I go back? I want to return." Dr. Wells smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Everything has a beginning and an end. Your arrival here might have been through a passage that could also take you home." Elon's eyes lit up. Not an act, but genuine excitement. He suddenly remembered the vortex from that day. Wasn't that a passage? Like in the second season of The Flash, with a breach that could take him back to his reality. Elon began to feel a glimmer of hope. 2 days later, Cisco held a gadget resembling a tennis racket radiating a soft blue glow, the handle twice as thick as a normal racket's. "Folks, this is going to revolutionize our understanding of the world, breaking old perceptions and leading us toward human, cosmic, and worldly advancement. This tennis racket shall be named." Before Cisco could christen the device, Elon interjected, "Radiation detector." Cisco, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Hey, I worked with you for 2 days to design this racket, and you just snatched my right to name it? That's unethical, man." Elon, with a shrug, replied, "I just think any name you'd come up with wouldn't be as good as mine." "What? How can you be sure your interdimensional energy detector is better than my radiation detector?" Cisco protested, continuing the debate. "That's it. We need an impartial opinion to decide the name," Cisco declared. Just then, Barry appeared in the lab, his arrival marked by a burst of yellow lightning that ruffled Cisco's hair. "Good morning, guys. Hope I'm not late," Barry said with a casual smile. "Nope, you're just in time. We're about to settle the final issue before we head out," Cisco informed him. Elon, impatient, gestured towards the door. "Let's go. We can discuss it on the way." "I can't wait any longer." Barry, puzzled by the exchange between Elon and Cisco, followed them out of SDR labs. Cisco kept grumbling, "Just so you know, I put 50% of the effort into that racket, and if we're not using my name, we're not using yours either. I don't think yours is that great." Barry, still clueless, asked, "What are you guys talking about? What name?" Holding the racket, Cisco consulted Barry. "What do you think sounds better? Interdimensional energy detector or radiation detector?" Barry examined the device and said, "So this is for detecting energy reactions in my lab? Looks like a tennis racket. Why not call it the tennis racket detector?" Cisco sighed. "Okay, it seems we can't decide on a name, so we'll have to combine them. From now on, this is the interdimensional energy radiation detector. Why not interdimensional energy radiation tennis racket detector?" Barry protested, feeling his contribution to the name had been overlooked. And Elon and Cisco simultaneously dismissed the suggestion. Cisco teased, "Ouch, Elon seems to have a strong aversion to your name. Elon, rubbing his forehead, explained to Barry, your name is awful. People will think it's a detector for inspecting tennis rackets. Cisco shook his head. I can already hear the ridicule. Who's the idiot who designed this thing? Elon, and I don't want to be those idiots, so your suggestion is vetoed. Elon won't let the handsome Cisco be spoken of that way. The trio bickered all the way to the garage, where they boarded a SDR Labs research vehicle. Cisco drove, Elon took shotgun, and Barry sat in the back. Elon, curious, asked Barry, don't you usually find cars too slow? Barry awkwardly replied, sometimes I like to slow down and enjoy the world. Elon nodded, deep in thought. Cisco glanced at Elon and defended his charm. You know, I've had a 100% success rate with getting phone numbers when I hit on someone. Elon observed the world rushing by outside the window, the houses, trees, and the bustling crowd of diverse people. It had been days since he'd left SDR Labs, and the outside world felt foreign, as if from another lifetime. Leaning against the car window, Elon softly thanked his companions. Cisco, Barry, thank you. Are you trying to distract me from my anxiety and disappointment with your endless chatter? The car fell silent for a moment. This tactic was something Cisco and Barry had concocted, unable to bear seeing Elon swing between hope and despair. They hoped their constant conversation might lessen Elon's negative emotions. Cisco confessed, actually, we've been detecting unknown energies since a month after the particle accelerator explosion. X-rays, dark energy, antimatter. We were searching for these theoretical energies. Unfortunately, we found nothing. It seemed theoretical until you and Barry woke up, proving it existed at least on the night of the explosion before disappearing, vanishing. Maybe our technology isn't advanced enough to detect them. Patting Elon's shoulder from behind, Barry offered some comfort. Elon, I'm sorry we didn't tell you. I know the pain of disappointment. It was my idea to keep this from you. I didn't know how to bring it up. Barry's voice faded, empathizing with Elon's roller coaster of hope and despair in his quest for home. Barry felt his own plight was less tragic. At least he could occasionally visit his father and continue seeking the truth about his mother's murder. Elon, on the other hand, was separated from his loved ones by an entire universe, with no means of communication. Most believed Elon's chances of returning were slim, the likelihood of such an event recurring unpredictable. Even another particle accelerator explosion offered no guarantee. I've always been prepared for disappointment. My determination to return home is unchangeable, fueling my will to survive. Just like you can't give up seeking the truth about your mother's murder, Barry. Even at the cost of life, it's a must, Elon said with a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. My obsession to return only makes me stronger, more resilient. Whether it's hope or disappointment, my research to find a way back won't waver. And Cisco, your 100% success rate with getting phone numbers is definitely because you've never actually tried, Elon teased. Cisco was startled, jerking the steering wheel. How did you know? Laughter filled the car as Barry and Elon reveled in the moment. Chapter 21, Beyond the Veil. If a breach truly existed, then all it would take to return home was to open it. A simple and convenient solution. Why hadn't Elon thought of this before? He had been caught in the belief that only Wells' 25th century scientific knowledge could send him back, struggling within that confining circle. The truth was straightforward. Find a breach where he arrived and step through it, just like opening and walking through a door. Everything was that simple. Elon, invigorated as if injected with adrenaline, was brimming with excitement. He grasped Wells' arm, his voice filled with fervor. It must have been the lightning striking that black energy sphere, activating some unknown, extraordinary interdimensional power source. Perhaps that black energy sphere itself was the interdimensional energy activated to create a passage to this world. In theory, interdimensional energy could leak from one universe to another. With enough leakage, it might form an interdimensional black hole leading to another world. Elon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he unintentionally gripped Wells' arm a bit too tightly. Wells winced in pain, feeling as if his arm were trapped in a vice. Realizing his excessive excitement, Elon quickly released Wells' arm. His strength, especially when agitated, was not something ordinary people could withstand. He had felt Wells' bones give under his grip, leaving a deep red imprint on Wells' arm. Watching Wells sweat and gasp in pain, Elon felt a mix of guilt and secret elation, although the grip had been an unintentional result of his excitement. "Dr. Wells, I'm so sorry. I got carried away," Elon apologized genuinely. Wells, trembling, replied weakly, "Elon, your priority now is to create a detector to find interdimensional energy, while I need to find Caitlyn for some treatment." Wells looked almost comical, shaking in his wheelchair like a person with epilepsy, a stark contrast to his usual composed and erudite demeanor. Elon nearly laughed, but managed to restrain himself and hurriedly wheeled Wells to Caitlyn for medical attention. "My God, it's almost a fracture," Caitlyn exclaimed upon seeing the deep purple bruise forming on Wells' arm. "It was an accident, pure and simple. I'll get the blood activators, painkillers, and anticoagulants. Caitlyn, please start massaging around Dr. Wells' wound to promote circulation and apply a cold compress." Elon rushed to the medicine cabinet, well acquainted with the lab from his frequent examinations alongside Barry. Caitlyn massaged Wells' arm, easing the pain as Elon returned with the medicines. After their care, Wells was out of danger, though he needed to avoid straining his arm for a few days. The combination of medication and exhaustion lulled him into a restful sleep on the hospital bed. Caitlyn pulled Elon aside in the hallway, her eyes wide with a ferocity akin to a tigress. "Elon, if you dare hurt Dr. Wells again, I'll slap you silly." She raised a file above her head, threatening to bring it down. The sight of Wells in such agony had frightened her. She had never seen him like this, sweating and gritting his teeth in pain. During her darkest days, when she had lost her reputation, her fiancé, and everything that mattered, Wells had been there for her, consoling and guiding her, assuring her that things would get better. To her, Wells was more than a boss. He was a respected, trustworthy, kind, and grateful mentor. She wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Elon, apologetic, assured her, "No, Caitlyn, I didn't mean to hurt Dr. Wells. Why would I harm him? We were discussing a potential way for me to return home, and I got too excited. That's all." Caitlyn relaxed, accepting Elon's explanation. She asked, eagerly intrigued by the sci-fi reality, "So, you and Dr. Wells found a way home?" Elon's excitement reignited. "Yes, possibly no. I'm certain I can return home. There's no reason it wouldn't be possible. Come on, let's find Cisco. I'll explain everything to you, and we need to build a device to detect interdimensional energy." On the hospital bed, Wells opened his eyes, a cold light glinting within. Elon's strength had both shocked and pained him. For a moment in the basement, he'd thought Elon had discovered his identity as Reverse Flash and was about to kill him. At such close range, Wells would have had to sever his arm and flee using his speed force to survive. With his eyes narrowed and his arm throbbing, Wells made a firm decision. Elon must leave soon. This variable was becoming too uncontrollable, especially since Elon was such an intelligent individual. Wells couldn't be certain how long he could keep his Reverse Flash identity hidden from him. The information leaked that night had been too much, and there were few people Wells could suspect. An investigation could easily trace back to him, a worrisome prospect indeed. If a breach truly existed, then all it would take to return home was to open it, a simple and convenient solution. Why hadn't Elon thought of this before? He had been caught in the belief that only Wells' 25th century scientific knowledge could send him back, struggling within that confining circle. The truth was straightforward. Find a breach where he arrived and step through it, just like opening and walking through a door. Everything was that simple. Elon, invigorated as if injected with adrenaline, was brimming with excitement. He grasped Wells' arm, his voice filled with fervor. It must have been the lightning striking that black energy sphere, activating some unknown, extraordinary interdimensional power source. Perhaps that black energy sphere itself was the interdimensional energy activated to create a passage to this world. In theory, interdimensional energy could leak from one universe to another. With enough leakage, it might form an interdimensional black hole leading to another world. Elon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he unintentionally gripped Wells' arm a bit too tightly. Wells winced in pain, feeling as if his arm were trapped in a vice. Realizing his excessive excitement, Elon quickly released Wells' arm. His strength, especially when agitated, was not something ordinary people could withstand. He had felt Wells' bones give under his grip, leaving a deep red imprint on Wells' arm. Watching Wells sweat and gasp in pain, Elon felt a mix of guilt and secret elation, although the grip had been an unintentional result of his excitement. "Dr. Wells, I'm so sorry. I got carried away." Elon apologized genuinely. Wells, trembling, replied weakly, "Elon, your priority now is to create a detector to find interdimensional energy, while I need to find Caitlyn for some treatment." Wells looked almost comical, shaking in his wheelchair like a person with epilepsy, a stark contrast to his usual composed and erudite demeanor. Elon nearly laughed, but managed to restrain himself and hurriedly wheeled Wells to Caitlyn for medical attention. "My God, it's almost a fracture," Caitlyn exclaimed upon seeing the deep purple bruise forming on Wells' arm. "It was an accident, pure and simple. I'll get the blood activators, painkillers, and anticoagulants. Caitlyn, please start massaging around Dr. Wells' wound to promote circulation and apply a cold compress." Elon rushed to the medicine cabinet, well acquainted with the lab from his frequent examinations alongside Barry. Caitlyn massaged Wells' arm, easing the pain as Elon returned with the medicines. After their care, Wells was out of danger, though he needed to avoid straining his arm for a few days. The combination of medication and exhaustion lulled him into a restful sleep on the hospital bed. Caitlyn pulled Elon aside in the hallway, her eyes wide with a ferocity akin to a tigress. "Elon, if you dare hurt Dr. Wells again, I'll slap you silly." She raised a file above her head, threatening to bring it down. The sight of Wells in such agony had frightened her. She had never seen him like this, sweating and gritting his teeth in pain. During her darkest days, when she had lost her reputation, her fiancé, and everything that mattered, Wells had been there for her, consoling and guiding her, assuring her that things would get better. To her, Wells was more than a boss. He was a respected, trustworthy, kind, and grateful mentor. She wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Elon, apologetic, assured her, "No, Caitlyn, I didn't mean to hurt Dr. Wells. Why would I harm him? We were discussing a potential way for me to return home, and I got too excited, that's all." Caitlyn relaxed, accepting Elon's explanation. She asked, eagerly intrigued by the sci-fi reality, "So, you and Dr. Wells found a way home?" Elon's excitement reignited. "Yes, possibly no. I'm certain I can return home. There's no reason it wouldn't be possible. Come on, let's find Cisco. I'll explain everything to you, and we need to build a device to detect interdimensional energy." On the hospital bed, Wells opened his eyes, a cold light glinting within. Elon's strength had both shocked and pained him. For a moment in the basement, he'd thought Elon had discovered his identity as Reverse Flash and was about to kill him. At such close range, Wells would have had to sever his arm and flee using his speed force to survive. With his eyes narrowed and his arm throbbing, Wells made a firm decision. Elon must leave soon. This variable was becoming too uncontrollable, especially since Elon was such an intelligent individual. Wells couldn't be certain how long he could keep his Reverse Flash identity hidden from him. The information leaked that night had been too much, and there were few people Wells could suspect. An investigation could easily trace back to him, a worrisome prospect indeed. The Central City Police Department exuded an air of solemnity and ancient Western knightly spirit, a reverence to the old-world values of truth, liberty, and justice. The entrance was adorned with a mural embodying these timeless virtues. Eddie Thawne, Iris's current boyfriend, Joe's partner, and ancestor to Eobard Thawne, was among the key players in the final battle against the Reverse Flash in the first season, a battle tactic, however, that could only be deployed once. Joe and Eddie were just stepping out of the office, ready to tackle a new case involving a peculiar bank heist shrouded in thick fog from which tens of thousands in cash had vanished. They needed to follow up on leads from the previous day's investigation. As they exited, they encountered Barry leading Cisco and Elon into the precinct. Joe, with a furrowed brow, asked Barry, "What are you guys up to?" Aware of Eddie's presence, Barry kept it brief. "I've asked Cisco and Elon to assist me with a new experiment." Barry introduced the others. "Eddie, meet Cisco and Elon." Eddie, full of curiosity, shook Elon's hand, saying, "Cool, Barry, you've got some amazing friends from the East." "I'm Eddie Thawne." Elon nodded with a smile. "Elon, nice to meet you." In his mind, Elon respected Eddie for his noble sacrifice to defeat the Reverse Flash, a grandeur of spirit that he admired. Joe glanced at the group, then beckoned Elon aside. "Elon, can you come with me for a sec?" Curious, Elon followed Joe around the corner. Joe peered outside to ensure Barry was out of earshot before speaking. "Elon, I know Barry's been close with you guys lately, but I hope you can persuade him to stop running around in that red suit, playing vigilante." Elon glanced over to see Cisco taking selfies with the mural. Joe's initial resistance to Barry's vigilantism in the series was no surprise to him, only relenting when metahuman crimes escalated beyond the police's capabilities. "Why don't you talk to him directly, Joe? After all, you've been like a father to Barry for over a decade." "Okay, I'll be honest. I've talked to Barry about it. I knew it was him fighting crime with super speed right from the start. I've tried to dissuade him indirectly." Elon bristled at the paternal approach. "You know Barry, but do you understand why he does it? You don't really know his heart. Barry's an adult. He can make his own decisions. Joe, you're trying to steer him in the direction you want, not what he wants. You need to understand Barry better." With that, Elon patted Joe's arm and returned to the others. Cisco grabbed Elon for a selfie. Elon smiled. When Barry noticed Joe hadn't returned, he approached. "Joe, what's up?" Joe was still processing Elon's words. "Nothing much. How about we have a father-son talk tonight?" "Sure, I'd like that." With the conversation over, Joe and Eddie left for their case, and Barry led Elon and Cisco up to the lab. Standing at the lab's threshold, Elon felt a twinge of apprehension. He hoped to find a clue to interdimensional energy, despite knowing the odds were against him. After 8 months, any residual energy would likely have dissipated, especially something as theoretical as this. Cisco and Barry patted Elon's back in a comforting gesture as he took a deep breath and accepted the interdimensional energy radiation detector from Cisco. Once inside the lab, Elon diligently scanned walls, floors, tables, and even climbed a ladder to check every possible angle. Despite the thorough search, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Elon's face was blank as he switched to infrared, gamma ray, and magnetic field scans, but the results were the same, nothing beyond the realm of known science. Cisco tried to lift Elon's spirits. "Don't worry, Elon. Our technology is advancing every day. We might crack the secrets of black holes and dimensions anytime. There's still hope." Barry chimed in. "Yeah, who knows? We might even come across someone who can manipulate black holes. Don't lose heart. Anything's possible." Elon knew their words were empty. Scientific breakthroughs in such complex fields wouldn't happen overnight. Yet, he also knew that Barry, in the future, could traverse timelines. Upon hearing Barry's words, a light sparked in Elon's eyes. An idea surged within him. In the future, if Barry could travel through time, perhaps he could take Elon back to the night of the particle accelerator explosion, to the moment before the vortex in the lab vanished. Maybe that was his ticket home. Elon's despondent face transformed into one of ecstatic joy as he hugged Barry tightly. "Barry, I'll need your help in the future, please." Without hesitation, Barry assured, "Absolutely, I'd be glad to help." Elon vowed silently to protect Barry's present and future, his father, his wife, everything. They were bros for life now. Just then, Barry's phone rang. "Caitlyn, what's up? A strange fog on Udem Street?" "Okay, I'm on my way." "A strange fog?" Elon's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Caitlyn was in the command center of the hall, monitoring Barry's cellular data. She had gathered an array of unusual readings from her recent examinations of Barry and now needed to organize them to pinpoint the differences between him and an ordinary person. Her gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen when suddenly an alarm blared from the speakers. It was the adjacent computer, its screen displaying a street engulfed in a blanket of white fog, encircled by red symbols marking danger. This was Cisco's surveillance system, connected to satellites watching over Central City, programmed to sound an alert at any sign of trouble. Typically, Cisco would be stationed here, coordinating with Barry on his heroic endeavors. But today, the team had ventured out, and Dr. Wells was on leave, leaving Caitlyn alone in the control room. Upon seeing the alert, Caitlyn hesitated only for a moment before dialing Barry's number. "Barry, there's a strange fog on Udem Street. The people there might need you." Though Caitlyn wasn't fond of Barry's superhero antics, the sudden and eerie fog raised fears for the safety of the civilians. She notified Barry and Cisco, albeit with a tone less than pleased. "Cisco, you and Elon need to get back here and run your behind-the-scenes magic," she ordered before hanging up. "Cisco, Elon, I'm heading out first," said Barry, vanishing in a blur of yellow lightning. The detector had yielded nothing, and there was no reason for Cisco and Elon to linger. "Come on, Elon, we need to get back to SDR Labs to support Barry," Cisco urged, a sense of urgency in his voice. "No, Cisco, we're going to Udem Street," Elon insisted as they headed out. If his hunch was right, this was the work of the first metahuman from the series, Clyde Martin, the weather wizard, with the power to manipulate the elements and control the weather. Clyde Martin's abilities were much more formidable than the series depicted. While they required some time to initiate, even at their weakest, they could cause severe injury or death to ordinary people. Once he successfully directed the weather, nature itself would fuel his control, driving the elements toward the chaos he shaped. For instance, the storm from Season 1 would have intensified rapidly if not for Barry's intervention. Such a storm's strength was irreversible. Even Martin might have lost control as it became a force of nature, with him merely the catalyst. A fully formed tornado was especially devastating. While not particularly fast, traveling at speeds comparable to Barry's, around 350 kilometers per hour, it could cover a path over 2 kilometers wide and unleash energy equivalent to 8 atomic bombs in an hour, enough to obliterate Central City. Not to mention Martin's potential to cause downpours, hailstorms, thunderstorms, blizzards, and dense fogs, any of which could easily destroy the city if given enough time to build. Elon knew better than to underestimate the weather wizard, despite how weak Martin seemed on the show, where he was shot dead by Joe. Ensuring Barry's safety was paramount. Elon couldn't predict how his presence might alter this world's course. Even minor timeline alterations had led to dire consequences in the series. The impact of a traveler like Elon could be even more unpredictable. Cisco followed Elon out of the precinct, arguing, "We should be at SDR Labs, monitoring the environment for Barry, giving him advice so he can handle the situation faster." Elon stood firm. "No, Cisco, trust me. The fog will blind the satellite cameras. Besides, I suspect there's something off about this sudden fog." Cisco agreed, realizing the truth in Elon's words. The fog must be unusual to trigger their software's alarm, and Caitlyn had described it as eerie. They jumped into the car, with Cisco driving towards Udem Street. Why would fog appear out of nowhere? I checked the weather report this morning. 19% temperature, around 40% humidity, few clouds, light breeze. It's autumn, the air is dry, and there's not enough moisture for fog, Cisco mused, puzzled by the anomaly. Elon, seated in the passenger's seat, his eyes sparking with an internal storm, allowed a flash of silver lightning to dance across his hands as he prepped his cells. "I can generate lightning without electronics or a magnetic field," Elon stated calmly. Realization dawned on Cisco, You mean the fog was created artificially? Is there a metahuman who can generate fog? Elon nodded. Or technology could do it, storing and releasing massive amounts of water vapor. If the atmosphere is stable and relative humidity hits 100%, fog forms. Cisco nodded in agreement, understanding that either scenario was plausible. Cameras would be useless in the fog, offering no assistance to Barry. Only by heading to the scene could they help. They reached the fog-enshrouded street quickly. Cisco parked the car at the edge. They couldn't drive any further. A dense fog obscured all but a few meters ahead. Elon's keen vision could penetrate only about 30 meters into the rolling mist. Then, a pained cry echoed through the air, Barry's voice. Elon bolted from the car as a red blur tore through the fog, crashing into the hood of their vehicle, pushing it several meters back. Inside, Cisco clung to the steering wheel, steadying himself. It was Barry, his body imprinting into the crumpled hood. Elon gasped at the sight of Barry's tattered suit, his chest looking as if it had been slashed by a blade and blasted open. A jagged wound crossed his torso, ribs shattered, exposing his organs, while blood and torn flesh marred his right chest. Do you realize you're opposing a god? From the churning fog, a figure emerged. The man emerging from the fog sported flaxen hair and a trace of a beard, adding a touch of rugged charm to his disheveled appearance. His eyes gleamed with defiance, his demeanor exuded arrogance, and he looked upon everything with utter disdain. Clyde Martin was his name, and his presence sent a surge of fury through Elon's veins, igniting an inner inferno that threatened to consume him. Barry lay grievously wounded upon the hood of the car, his condition teetering between life and death. To Elon, Barry represented more than just a friend. He was the embodiment of hope, the key to returning home, a symbol of the future. Barry's safety was paramount, surpassing the lives of everyone else in this world. Elon had just sworn to protect him, and within moments, Barry had been struck down, fueling Elon's rage. Barry's life hung in the balance, and with it, Elon's vow remained unfulfilled. The possibility that he might never find another path home, the thought of enduring an eternity in this world without Barry, was unbearable. The anger within Elon boiled like a tempest, his face contorted with bulging veins that shimmered with a silver glow. His body shook with unbridled fury as Martin stepped forward, looking upon them with contempt. Quake in fear at the power of God. Martin sneered, delighting in the terror he inspired. His cruelty was evident as he gestured downward with his hand, condensing the fog into a blade of pressurized air, a deadly weapon that he wielded with divine arrogance. No! Cisco's scream pierced the air, a mixture of fear and disbelief as he witnessed Martin's attack. The Weather Wizard's air blade was swift and unforgiving, aimed to finish Barry once and for all, to eliminate any rival to his perceived divinity. But before the blade could reach its target, Elon stepped forward, intercepting the deadly strike with his chest. His body radiated an intense heat, a biofield formed by the vigorous activity of his cells, creating a protective barrier driven by his sheer will. The air blade met Elon's biofield, tearing through his clothes and leaving a crimson gash across his chest. Despite the severity of the attack, his bones remained unbroken, a testament to his extraordinary resilience. Elon's grimace of pain was overshadowed by determination. He had to withstand the assault, to shield Cisco and Barry from any further harm. Martin's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Elon to intervene, to take a hit meant for another. He believed himself the only god among mortals, and the thought of another possessing such strength was unbearable. Martin prepared to strike again, gathering the air around him into another blade. But Elon was ready. With a swift punch, he split the incoming blade, using his body to absorb the blow. His biofield, still recovering from the first attack, was not as strong, yet it held, sparing Barry and Cisco from certain death. The impact left a cross-shaped wound on Elon's chest, a grisly sight that only fueled his fury. His blood, tinged with silver, flowed backward, defying gravity as he controlled it with his mind. The pain drove him to the brink of madness. "What are you?" Martin gasped, his voice tinged with fear. He couldn't fathom how Elon survived 2 strikes from his airblade. Elon's physical prowess was beyond comprehension, his blood unlike any he had seen before. Elon didn't answer. Instead, he seized a brief lull following Martin's attack to launch a counterstrike, his fist crackling with electricity. Martin's eyes narrowed as he realized the threat, but it was too late. A thunderous explosion erupted from Elon's fist, the shockwave tearing through the dense fog. Martin was cast into the mist, his silhouette disappearing from view. Elon was thrown back, landing in front of Barry, his eyes fixed on the aftermath of the blast. Everything had happened so fast. Martin's retreat into the fog, Elon's forceful return to his starting point. "I am a god of my domain. I am the god." Martin's voice echoed from within the fog, his self-proclaimed divinity unchallenged since he gained his powers. The explosion hadn't harmed him significantly, his control over the air cushioning the blow and bolstering his confidence. Elon stood, the silver veins on his face making him look more demon than human, his eyes ablaze with a fury that no longer showed any pupil, a visage of a creature born from the heart of a thunderstorm. His voice, now a magnetic growl from the depths of his throat, reached Cisco. "Watch Barry, call Caitlyn, tell her to come here, but be careful. Stay behind me." With his super speed thought processing activated, Elon's judgment remained unclouded by the intense emotions of anger and grief that raged within him. The madness that had gripped him in response to the pain and fury abetted, leaving behind a being of supreme rationality. His priority was clear. Barry needed medical attention, and Caitlyn was the key. Ensuring Barry's survival was paramount. He was Elon's beacon of hope. In the blink of an eye, Cisco's brush with death had come and gone. Snapping out of his daze at the sound of Elon's voice, Cisco's face and back were soaked in sweat, his heart pounding wildly as he fumbled with the car door. Finally stepping out, he collapsed to the ground, his legs too weak to support him. Looking up at Elon's silhouette, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion for the figure who stood resolutely between him and peril, a memory etched into his soul forever. Elon's figure seemed immovable, a mountainous presence that instilled a profound sense of safety in Cisco. With a deep breath, he calmed his nerves and dialed Caitlyn's number. "Caitlyn, bring the first aid kit to Yedem Street. Barry's hurt bad." Martin's laughter, tinged with madness, filled the air as he reveled in the power he wielded. In this domain of pressurized fog, he felt invincible like a god. But he was oblivious to the fact that his nemesis, Elon, was already one step ahead. Amidst the electrostatic frenzy, Elon's eyes blazed with an intense resolve. His expression was stoic, save for the silver veins that webbed across his face, reflecting a ruthlessness that was almost inhuman. He unleashed his magnetic field, instantly enveloping Martin in a dense lattice of magnetic lines. Elon, in his heightened state of cognition, considered every variable. The environment, himself, the advantages of time and place, all were factored into his strategy. He chose the most secure and effective approach, standing his ground in front of Barry and Cisco. The bleeding from his chest was arrested by his formidable control, and the X-shaped wound sealed by the frantic dance of silver light. His eyes, charged with arcs of electricity, were like the gates of a steel fortress, impassable, cold, detached. With his left hand outstretched, Elon's fingertip became the epicenter of a gathering storm of electricity. The current hissed as it was released, spreading hungrily through the dense air pressure, transforming the area into a high-voltage cloud. The electrons transferred and flowed, the electrical arcs churning within the fog. Martin felt the air pressure shift around him, losing control over parts of it. He was unaware of the cause until a tingling sensation crept over his skin, a harbinger of the impending storm. As pain shot through him, panic set in. The fog in front of him crackled with Elon's electrical invasion, a dire omen he couldn't comprehend. In a desperate move, Martin retreated, dissipating the fog and air pressure around him. Had he been more knowledgeable of his powers, he would have realized that he had inadvertently created a near vacuum, a layer that could be penetrated by electricity under sufficient voltage. Elon didn't know if the electrical charge he had unleashed was enough to breach the vacuum layer. If given the chance to continue, all the fog would succumb to his influence, turning into a deadly electric cloud that would ensure Martin's demise. But now, Martin's fear had driven him to create a barrier, and he was on the verge of escape. It was time to strike. Electric arcs crackled fiercely, converging in front of Martin before hurtling towards his chest with a thunderous roar. The vacuum layer buckled under the pressure and exploded, sending Martin flying. The shock wave rippled outwards, clearing the fog for dozens of meters around. Windows shattered, leaves and debris whirled through the air, and Cisco watched in horror, grateful that the blast was not strong enough to cause serious damage. Martin's laughter had been silenced. In a world where he once felt like a god, he was now merely a man, fleeing from the wrath of Elon's storm. As the dust settled and the remnants of the shattered windows clattered to the ground, the silence was deafening. The once chaotic street was now eerily calm, with the dissipating fog revealing the devastation wrought by the battle. Cisco, still reeling from the shockwave, crawled to Barry's side, his hands trembling as he checked for a pulse. Elon stood, a towering figure amidst the wreckage, his silhouette stark against the clearing mist. His chest heaved with each labored breath, the silver veins on his skin pulsating with the remnants of the electrical storm he had summoned. The X-shaped wound on his chest was a raw testament to the ferocity of the fight. Martin was nowhere to be seen, presumably blown back by the force of Elon's attack. But there was no time to pursue him. Barry's life hung by a thread, and every second counted. "Caitlyn, where are you?" Cisco's voice cracked as he spoke into the phone, his gaze fixed on Barry's pale face. "We need you now." In the distance, sirens wailed, a welcome sound signaling help was on the way. Caitlyn would arrive soon, but in the meantime, they were alone with the aftermath of the storm. Elon knelt beside Barry, his hands glowing faintly as he tried to stabilize his friend. He could feel the life force ebbing from Barry, the steady beat of his heart growing weaker. "Hold on, Barry," he whispered. "You're not alone." Barry's eyelids fluttered, a sign of life amidst the ruin. Cisco watched as Elon's hands moved with precision, the silver light tracing patterns over the wounds in an attempt to mend the broken body. Then, in the distance, a figure approached, a beacon of hope in the form of Caitlyn, her medical kit in hand, sprinting towards them. Her face was set in determination, and as she reached the trio, she dropped to her knees, immediately assessing Barry's condition. "We need to get him back to SDR labs," she said, her voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. "We have the equipment there. We can save him." Together, they lifted Barry, his body limp and lifeless, and carried him towards the waiting ambulance. The streets were now flooded with the lights of emergency vehicles, the night air filled with the sound of urgent voices and the hustle of paramedics. As they loaded Barry into the ambulance, Elon's gaze met Caitlyn's, a silent exchange of determination passing between them. They would not let Barry die. Not tonight. Not ever. The ambulance doors closed, and as it sped away, Elon's thoughts were already racing ahead to the challenges they would face at SDR Labs. Martin's defeat was only temporary. They had won the battle, but the war was far from over. And in the heart of the storm, the true test of their resolve awaited. A whirlwind erupted from the chaos, its ferocious spin gathering the streets, mist into a tornado's wrath. "You're going to die," Clyde Martin screamed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The recent blast had flung him hundreds of meters away, and the fall had severely damaged his internals. Fear had seized him. The brief touch of Elon's lightning had nearly ended his life, and while he didn't understand the science behind it, he knew Elon towered over him like a merciless deity, capable of snuffing out his existence with ease. The terror Elon had instilled in Martin was profound, leaving an indelible mark of fear in his psyche. To Martin, Elon was a god, a cold and merciless thunder god, standing between heaven and earth, his finger pointed in judgment, ready to obliterate. Martin's confidence had been shattered by the intellectual superiority displayed by Elon's powers. Now, all he wanted was to escape. So he summoned all the air and mist he could command into a tornado, aiming straight for Elon as he turned to flee. The street was clear yet chaotic as the tornadoes I swept towards Elon, pulling in shards of glass, dim leaves, dirt, and debris in its wrathful dance. In response, Elon's right hand crackled with electricity, his left hand drawing power from his shoulder down to his palm, forming a sharp electrical spear as large as his arm. The spear, shimmering with silver light, seemed to warp the very air around it. With a forceful push, Elon launched the spear, its rotation countering the tornado's spin as it pierced straight through the eye. The tornado's force was nullified as the electrical spear collided with it, its path unobstructed and mighty, sweeping up glass, leaves, dirt, and even bending nearby trees. As the spear reached the eye of the storm, the 20-meter-tall tornado was breached and dissipated in an instant, leaving only debris falling from the sky. The spear didn't vanish after piercing the tornado, but continued its relentless trajectory towards the fleeing Martin. It wasn't until the spear severed Martin's left arm that it finally buried itself into the ground and disappeared. A burnt stench filled the air as the high-frequency vibrations of the spear cauterized the wound instantly, leaving no blood to spill. Martin collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading as the intense pain from his severed limb jolted his brain. "No," he wailed in terror, pleading for mercy. "Please, don't do this, spare me." His cries were those of a man who had come face to face with a demon, a terrifying figure wreathed in lightning, with silver eyes and a monstrous visage. But Elon was unmoved. His silver veins pulsed as he looked down at Martin with merciless eyes. Anyone who harmed Barry, anyone who threatened his hope of returning home, deserved annihilation. For his home, for his love, they must all perish. Elon extended his right hand again, ready to conjure another lightning spear to finish Martin. The distance was 160 meters, too far for a simple electric arc, but the spear would take only a second to form. Suddenly, Elon's speed force stirred within him, a sensation he had only felt on the day he awoke, when Barry was in mortal peril. It was a bad omen, and as it pulsed rapidly, Cisco's alarmed voice cut through the air. "Elon, Barry's losing too much blood." Elon disbanded the forming spear. Barry's safety was the priority. There was no time to waste. He reverted from his fearsome battle mode to his super-speed thought process and rushed back to Barry's side. Barry was in shock, convulsing unconsciously, his broken ribs threatening to puncture his organs. Elon felt the speed force within him thrashing urgently, signaling imminent danger. Barry couldn't die. Elon controlled a small current of electricity, ready to stimulate Barry's cells to regenerate and produce more blood. As his hands neared Barry's ribs, the speed force surged eagerly through his fingers. He entered a state of accelerated speed, where the world seemed to come to a halt. This was the power of the speed force, a state so potent it made everything else appear frozen in time. Without a moment to lose, Elon set Barry's broken ribs back in place. The speed force, as if sentient, infused into the bones, accelerating the calcification of new bone matrix. After setting the ribs, Elon covered Barry's chest with his hands, allowing the speed force to activate the hematopoietic stem cells, urging cellular division to replenish the blood supply and sustain Barry's life. This method was a desperate measure that could potentially reduce Barry's lifespan, but it was better than dying right now. In just a few seconds, which felt like minutes, the speed force within Elon began to wane, flickering like the last embers of a dying fire, its final sparks threatening to extinguish. Damn it, the speed force in my mind is definitely linked to Barry's life. I'm certain now that the night the lightning struck both me and Barry, it forged a bond between us. If the speed force in my brain were to dissipate completely, Barry's life would likely be in jeopardy. The Speed Force had momentarily sustained Barry's vital functions by activating and dividing the cells responsible for his rib repair and blood supply. But now it was fading. Barry's chest and abdomen, still turned inside out and bleeding profusely from the pressure blade and explosive injuries, began to convulse again as the speed mode dissipated. I stepped out of the nearly frozen world, the last glimmers of speed force in my brain dimming, about to extinguish. I smiled faintly, my heart buoyed by the extraordinary experience of the speed force mode, knowing now how to maintain Barry's life. He was safe, at least for now, in my hands. I placed my hand on Barry's chest, a gory sight with flesh torn open and bloodied by the pressure blade's lash and the pressure ball's explosion. A faint silver arc sparked in my hand, and I tapped into an inexplicable frequency. Barry's convulsions ceased under my touch, his body finally stabilizing. Cisco, with a voice tinged with awe, asked, "Are you controlling Barry's biomagnetic field to keep his physiological functions stable?" I smiled and replied, "I know all of Barry's molecular scanning data. I understand the frequency of his body and can activate the weak current of his cells to form a biomagnetic field that maintains his physiological functions." Cisco was dumbfounded. "You could do that? That's insane." "All right, Cisco, save your praise for later. There's something you need to do now. Go to the passenger seat and get the electric gun," I ordered coldly. The electric gun was designed by Cisco to recharge me, originally intended to be a charger. But I felt that just charging and storing electricity was too simplistic, so I worked with Cisco to modify it into a gun smaller than a pistol. Cisco didn't catch the change in my tone and hurried to the passenger seat to retrieve the electric gun. He ran back, panting, "What now, Elon? Do you want me to shoot you with it to recharge?" For a while, whenever I drained my electrical charge during training, Cisco would use the electric gun to shoot me, recharging me from millivolts to microvolts to kilovolts. The gun had been modified several times, finally settling on a 3.5 kilovolt charge. That voltage could kill a person. The human body can only withstand up to 36 volts. "Cisco, aim at that guy and shoot," I said icily. If it weren't for the sudden speed force agitation earlier, I would have killed Clyde Martin already. Anyone who could endanger Barry's life had to be eliminated. Keeping him in custody, as they do in the TV shows, was too risky. I wouldn't take that chance. If it weren't for the fact that I needed to maintain Barry's life right now, Martin would already be dead. I'm no saint. Martin, seeing that I was occupied and unable to kill him, scrambled up, gasping for breath, ready to run away. Cisco, hearing my command, nervously raised the electric gun. By then, Martin had already gotten up. Cisco, his voice trembling, said, "Are you sure about this? That voltage will fry a person." I shouted, "Shoot." Cisco's palms were sweaty with tension, and he hesitated. "Elon, this is murder. It's murder." Martin had already turned his back on Cisco and started running. I roared, "Look at my wounds and Barry's condition. If we hadn't arrived in time, Barry would have been killed by this beast. What are you hesitating for?" He wanted to kill Barry. Cisco struggled internally, his mind a battleground of conflicting voices. "Shoot him, kill him. He's a bad guy. He wanted to kill Barry. Barry is fine. Nobody dies. It's wrong to kill. What makes you different from him if you kill? You don't want to be a murderer. He should be in jail. The police will catch him." The education he had received since childhood had not prepared him for this moment, and he was torn. By the time Martin had run out of sight, Cisco still hadn't fired. His innate kindness and the values instilled in him from a young age prevented him from breaking through the fear of committing murder. "I'm sorry, Elon. I can't shoot," he said, lowering the electric gun. "Cisco, you're a kind person, but today you let him go. He won't be grateful. He'll only hurt and kill more people. Next time, he might come back for revenge. It could be me, Caitlyn, Dr. Wells, or even your family who dies. Can you live with the pain of losing friends and relatives?" I said angrily. Martin's survival might mean a future threat, a risk I couldn't understand. Cisco's lips moved, but he said nothing. He was uncertain of right and wrong, and the thought of the enemy's revenge, as I had said, losing friends or relatives, was unbearable. He was lost. I frowned, angered by Cisco's actions. It's foolish, idiotic behavior to wait until your loved ones are gone to understand the dangers of releasing the tiger back into the wild. We fell silent. Gradually, people began to return to street, having been evacuated by the flash when the fog had rolled in. It was unclear what had caused the fog, but to avoid accidental loss of life, the flash had moved everyone out. It had been the right decision, as proven by the fact that despite Barry's near-fatal injury, no lives were lost. The crowd made their way back to Udem Street, which looked like it had been hit by a typhoon, eliciting gasps of surprise. What happened to this street? Was it hit by a typhoon? Oh no, it looks like a garbage war was fought here. An alien invasion? Why are all the windows shattered? Before the crowd could gather around, Caitlyn arrived in her car. We hurriedly moved Barry into the vehicle and drove back to SDR Labs. Have you guys gone mad playing superheroes? Do you have a death wish? Caitlyn scolded us upon seeing the extent of the injuries to Elon and Barry. It was as if we had no regard for our own lives. Back at SDR Labs in the surgical bay, Barry's condition had stabilized considerably. What remained was the meticulous process of cleaning his wounds, disinfecting them to prevent infection, and suturing them closed. It was half an hour of frantic activity. Thanks to my control, Barry's injuries were no longer life-threatening. Was it a terrorist attack that got you guys? Caitlyn demanded. How did Barry end up with these kinds of injuries? Elon, are you sure you don't need to lie down and get that X of yours looked at? She continued, worry etching her features. And what exactly happened with that fog? Okay, now that Barry's situation is under control, we're faced with a significant problem, Caitlyn announced, her voice carrying an edge of urgency. Who's going to stitch Barry up? Seeing both men playing dumb, Caitlyn lost her cool and yelled, What? What? Elon and Cisco responded in unison, their simultaneous cluelessness only exacerbating Caitlyn's frustration. I'm a bioengineering expert, not a doctor. Caitlyn raged, her anger palpable. I studied genetic engineering, cellular engineering, protein engineering, microbiology, cell biology, and about 20 other subjects. Not one of them taught me how to stitch a wound. Cisco stood with his mouth agape, bewildered. Then what do we do? Leave Barry to heal on his own? Can he even heal from these wounds without stitches? Won't he bleed out if we don't close them up? I suggested. What if we just press Barry's wound edges together? Cell division should fuse the wound shut. That should work. My own wounds had healed that way in half an hour, leaving a large X-shaped scar. I figure Barry could do the same if he could control the speed force. Get out. You're a freak whose wounds heal on their own. Barry's wounds won't heal like that. Caitlyn snapped back, her patience wearing thin. In the end, Caitlyn had no choice but to stitch Barry up herself, having read about the procedure in a book, though she'd never actually practiced it. Of course, the reality of stitching up a human chest, not a piece of pork, made her incredibly nervous, despite being accustomed to seeing gore in her line of work. Maybe we should just take Barry to a hospital, Caitlyn suggested uneasily. I patted Caitlyn on the shoulder, giving her a nod of encouragement. Caitlyn, you can do this. Barry and Cisco will be thrilled to have you join the Flash team after this. Right, Caitlyn, we need you, Cisco chimed in, just in time to bolster her confidence. With a roll of her eyes, Caitlyn's nervousness dissolved, and she got to work. Clean the wound. Administer the anesthetic. Is the needle sterilized? The two men prepared everything, and Caitlyn proceeded to sew Barry's chest up. The procedure was far from pretty. Barry would definitely regret getting hurt this time. After more than an hour of busyness and seeing Barry's vitals stabilize, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I've inevitably ended up treating injuries here. Now, please explain in detail what exactly happened. Why do you and Barry look like you've been slashed and blown apart? Caitlyn demanded, exasperated. Cisco spilled the entire story. It was the weather wizard. That's the name I've given him. You can't imagine what it's like. A metahuman with the power to control the weather. Caitlyn was dumbfounded by Cisco's description, which made the showdown sound like an epic battle between the weather wizard and the thunder god, a clash so fierce it could destroy worlds, ending with the villain's defeat. Caitlyn was shocked beyond words. Wasn't the fog just covering a single district of Mayfield? When Cisco's exaggeration was called out, he didn't show an ounce of embarrassment, insisting, "Caitlyn, that's not the point. The point is the weather wizard, a metahuman with the power to control the weather, an evil metahuman. Oh my God, it must be the particle accelerator explosion. That unknown energy gave him those powers. It's our fault. We created him, an evil metahuman," Caitlyn mused, her hands covering her face in distress. "Anyone who might be hurt by them, they're indirectly complicit. This is terrible. No, I have to inform Dr. Wells. We've caused enough trouble for Central City," Caitlyn muttered to herself as she left the surgical bay to notify Dr. Wells. With Caitlyn gone, Elon and Cisco were left in silence, along with Barry lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by the beeping of machines. "Cisco, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, that metahuman wouldn't have escaped," Cisco said, after a moment of hesitation. His failure to shoot had allowed the villain to flee, and Caitlyn's reaction had underscored the gravity of the situation. The possibility that he had become an accomplice weighed heavily on him. I shook my head at Cisco, who was clearly wallowing in self-blame. "Cisco, don't be too hard on yourself. I was the one being extreme, selfish, asking you to kill. Killing isn't easy. It requires you to abandon your humanity and live with guilt. Fortunately, we didn't shoot. Otherwise, the humanity you would have lost would have dragged you down into darkness. Now's not the time for self-pity. We need to find the weather wizard before he hurts more people. That's the priority," I urged firmly. "If it were up to me, I would have chosen to kill Martin, not out of bloodlust, but to protect Barry and ensure my path home remained clear." Barry's portrayal in the series had always struck me as foolishly kind and merciful, a common flaw in the Flash TV series. Yet it was this flaw that made me willing to trust them. The kind of heroism portrayed on TV didn't suit me, but I had no right to force Cisco to be like me. If they were to be merciful, then let me be the demon. With a nod, Cisco looked at me, determination in his eyes. "I'll find that guy, I promise." Just then, Caitlyn returned, a ringing phone in her hand. "Who has the guts to answer Barry's phone?" she asked, lifting the phone. "I noticed he's missed over 10 calls already. I don't think Joe's going to let this slide." It was Barry's phone, always left at SDR Labs whenever he changed into his Flash suit. Joe West's photo flashed on the screen. We exchanged glances, each sensing trouble. I took the phone, sliding my finger across the screen. Joe's voice, filled with urgency and worry, burst forth. "Barry, where are you? Get back here right now." "Joe, this is Elon. Barry's at SDR Labs." 15 minutes later, Joe, looking frantic, arrived in the surgical bay. His heart ached as he saw Barry, who had awakened from a coma less than a month ago, now lying helpless on the hospital bed once more. Joe and Eddie had been following a lead on a bank robbery suspect that led them to a farm on the outskirts of town. On their way to the farm, they encountered Clyde Martin in the midst of a crime. Joe couldn't fathom how Martin, supposedly killed in a plane explosion, could have returned from the dead. Joe had chosen to track Martin instead of apprehending him immediately, needing to understand the mystery of his resurrection. But as they followed Martin to Yedem Street, they were spotted. Joe watched in horror as Martin summoned a thick fog and blasted Eddie unconscious with an airburst, then had a rather unfriendly chat with Joe. It was this conversation that Barry overheard, leading him to Yedem Street to rescue Joe and Eddie. Joe loosened his tie and wiped the tears from his eyes before gritting his teeth in anger. "Damn Martin," he cursed, blaming himself for Barry's current state. The thought of Barry getting hurt while saving him was torturous. "Joe, Barry's not in any life-threatening danger. The most important thing now is to find the person who hurt him," Elon said, patting Joe's shoulder to follow him. Joe and Elon headed to the control room to discuss the weather wizard matter with Dr. Wells, Cisco, and Caitlyn. "How's Barry?" Dr. Wells asked, his concern for Barry evident. Elon nodded and looked toward Dr. Wells. "Barry's fine, with his recovery speed. He should wake up in a couple of days." I've heard from Cisco about the situation. An evil metahuman with the ability to control the weather, no doubt a result of the accelerator explosion, Dr. Wells said, removing his glasses to address everyone. We created him, an evil weather wizard, an unfriendly one, Caitlyn added. Dr. Wells, with his chin resting on his hand, considered their options. We need to neutralize his powers and capture him, he concluded, sliding his glasses back on, masking a fleeting look of conspiracy. Catching him is the police's responsibility. I will bring him to justice, Joe stated firmly, turning to leave. Dr. Wells stopped Joe. Detective, wait. I have no doubt in Central City Police Department's capabilities, but a metahuman who can control the weather is beyond the scope of ordinary law enforcement. Engaging him would only lead to more casualties. Joe had seen Martin's powers firsthand and knew they were beyond what any ordinary person could handle. Still, his mission as a police officer was clear: protect the citizens of Central City at all costs. I don't need your help. Catching criminals is police business. You shouldn't get involved. Joe snapped, his anger fueled by grief. If it wasn't for the particle accelerator explosion, Barry wouldn't have been in a coma for 9 months. You wouldn't have crossed over from another world, and there would be no metahumans. I believe this is all you're doing, Dr. Wells. Joe seethed, his disdain for Wells evident. Without Wells, Joe believed, Central City might have been spared much of its recent turmoil. The accelerator explosion was your doing, Dr. Wells. You need to take responsibility. The best way you can do that is to stay quiet in SDR labs and not cause any more trouble, Joe said bluntly, his paternal instincts and his duty as a police officer adding to his distress over Barry's injuries. Bypassing Dr. Wells, he left the control room. Elon cursed under his breath, wishing for better cooperation to find Martin. He signaled to the others and chased after Joe. It was crucial to use both the police's resources and SDR Labs technology to locate Martin. Cooperation was ideal, but even without it, Elon needed to be informed of Martin's whereabouts. He harbored a lethal intent toward Martin for harming Barry. Dr. Wells watched the two leave the control room with a sense of resignation. What are we supposed to do now? Weren't we planning to collaborate with the police? Cisco asked, confused. Dr. Wells's expression conveyed his frustration with Joe before he spoke gravely. Joe is right. I need to take responsibility for the particle accelerator explosion. I caused this, and we must capture that metahuman. Caitlyn voiced her concern. Joe is unwilling to work with us. If the weather wizard appears again, he could cause significant destruction. Dr. Wells smiled slightly. I have an idea. If Joe had been willing to cooperate with SDR Labs, it would have made things much easier. Joe represented the Central City Police Department's authority, and his involvement could make a significant difference. Acting without police authority could be illegal. Since the particle accelerator explosion, which had resulted in the area being declared a Level 4 hazard zone by FEMA, SDR Labs had been a problematic entity. With a police officer involved, they could justify their actions as assisting the police, which would be both reasonable and lawful. That's why Dr. Wells actually wanted to work with Joe. But even without Joe's cooperation, Barry was his focus, along with Elon, who was an obstacle. The emergence of the metahuman provided a perfect distraction for Elon, allowing Barry to grow. Around the corner, Elon caught up with Joe and stopped him. Joe, cool down, okay? Just listen to me for a second. Okay. If you're speaking on behalf of Wells, save it, Joe said sternly. I don't represent anyone but myself, Elon replied. You've seen the weather wizard's power. Do you think ordinary people can handle a superpowered being like that? Even with Barry's super speed, he couldn't subdue him. Do you think civilians will be safe? Barry is my good friend. Whoever hurt him must pay. My lightning can counter his powers. Just give me his location, and he won't be able to hide. Joe, don't be naive. Don't risk civilian lives just to capture Martin. Joe knew Elon was right. Ordinary people truly stood no chance against metahumans. Can you really take on Martin? I don't want to see Barry's new otherworldly friend die in front of me, he asked. Elon replied with a smile. Maybe you should ask Cisco how I rescued Barry from Martin's clutches and turned Martin into a one-armed man. Joe was taken aback. You were the one who severed Martin's arm? Yes, it was me. It's just unfortunate that Barry's life was in danger at the time. I had to maintain his vital functions, which allowed Martin to escape. Elon revealed the truth. I'll look into it, and if it's true, I'll let you know when we find Martin. Be ready, Joe said, still slightly skeptical, but realizing the gravity of Elon's capabilities. A quick investigation would confirm whether Elon's account was factual, and if so, Elon would become a key asset in their fight. Elon's urgency in convincing Joe stemmed from the TV series where Joe was the first to find Martin. He needed Joe's police experience to locate Martin's hideout. Check Martin's previous hideouts, and if you find something, don't act rashly. Call me, and I'll come with you, Elon suggested. Okay, wait for my call, Joe said before departing. Elon also knew that they couldn't overlook the technological prowess of SDR Labs. By reconfiguring the lab's satellites to track weather anomalies, they could pinpoint Martin's location whenever he used his abilities. Upon returning to the control room, Cisco and Caitlyn looked at Elon with intense curiosity. What's up? Elon asked, furrowing his brow. Dr. Wells wheeled himself over and said, Mr. Elon, we need you to become a hero, like Barry. Elon was unsure of Wells' motives, but had a clear goal and had no intention of becoming a superhero in Central City. He refused without hesitation. I decline. What? Cisco asked, surprised. To him, Elon had all the makings of a hero, crafting the Flash's suit, directing Barry from the shadows, and today, confronting the weather wizard and saving lives. Cisco couldn't understand why Elon would refuse. Elon explained, I came to this world by accident, not to be a superhero. My goal is to return to where I belong, not to maintain justice and save civilians in a world that's foreign to me. Dr. Wells pondered Elon's resistance. As long as they didn't get in each other's way, there was no enmity between them. Caitlyn interjected, but you stepped up today. We really need someone like you to help us manage metahumans and prevent worse outcomes. Elon was noncommittal. I'll assist Barry with troublesome metahumans when needed, like today, but I won't do it full-time. Wells had hoped to thrust Elon into the role of a hero, constantly busy saving others. But Elon's firm resolve forced Wells to reconsider. How about this, Elon? SDR Labs could hire you as a consultant. You'd help control metahumans when they appear, and you'd have free access to our equipment when they don't. We'd also help you find a way home. What do you think? The offer was tempting. Elon's access within SDR Labs had been limited, but with full access to the lab's equipment, he could delve deeper into research on particles, quarks, atoms, protons, energy, wormholes, and other physics phenomena that might help him find his way home. After some thought, Elon accepted. I could really use your help. Welcome to SDR Labs, Consultant Elon, Wells greeted with a smile. An honor, Dr. Wells, Elon replied, both men understanding their mutual needs. If Wells hadn't been so unpredictable, Elon thought they might have worked well together. But like polarized magnets, two similar characters repel each other, trust being their casualty. Cisco and Caitlyn welcomed Elon to SDR Labs, their respect for him rising a notch. Elon joked, okay, now that I'm part of SDR Labs and finally have a salary, I can repay Cisco's $7 and Barry's $100. And I can finally buy something other than those disgusting energy bars Cisco makes. Hey, I worked hard on those, Cisco protested with a mock pout. Of course, Dr. Wells laughed. The salary will certainly feed your appetite. But first, let's tackle your initial objective. Caitlyn announced, I've reconfigured SDR Lab's satellite to alert us of any abnormal weather patterns. Good. Elon praised the clever strategy, just as sharp as the original plan. A silence ensued for several minutes. Elon broke the silence. What's our next move? Wait, Caitlyn said earnestly. For what? Cisco asked, puzzled. Caitlyn replied with a hint of resignation. We can only wait for the metahuman to use his powers. That's the only way we'll detect his location. Oh no, I'm not keen on just waiting for the weather wizard to show up. I'd rather go fix the Flash suit. That darn weather wizard really did a number on it, Sisko complained before leaving the control room to repair the damaged suit. Although I'd like to get back to my work, we're stuck without a target. Give me a call if there's any news. I'm heading to the training room to munch on some energy bars, Elon said, also exiting the control room. This left Caitlyn and Dr. Wells alone, exchanging looks. Dr. Wells smiled and said, "Go ahead with your tasks, Caitlyn. I'll keep watch here." Caitlyn then went to the infirmary to check on Barry. The energy bars, crafted by Sisko, were 20-centimeter-long liquid-filled tubes the size of a finger, packed with highly concentrated electric charges. The taste, however, was another story. Sucking on them felt like slurping mucus to Elon, a rather disgusting experience. Having expended more energy fending off injuries to protect Sisko and Barry than in actual combat, Elon had only used a handful of electric blasts and a single lightning spear. A couple of energy bars were enough to replenish his strength. In the training room, Elon swept away the iron sand that had leaked from the punching bags, the remnants of his demonstration of electric current rays to Dr. Wells. The room was relatively clean, as he hadn't used it in a couple of days. After tidying up, he sat down cross-legged in the vast space. Closing his eyes, he tuned into the faint presence of the speed force that had stabilized since Barry's condition had. The times he had accessed the speed force mode had left him yearning for more. The world seemed to freeze, creating an illusion that he was the only real entity in a world of NPCs. The surreal reality was intoxicating. It was an addictive power, one that the characters from the TV show, Zoom and Savitar, couldn't renounce. Even a masquerading Dr. Wells would find it impossible to give up such a heady ability. Elon had only experienced the speed force for a few seconds, but it wasn't truly his to command. It was like reaching out to touch a phantom. His hand would pass right through, unable to grasp something from another dimension. The speed force was inherently connected to Barry, elusive to Elon's control. Frustration gripped him as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It was infuriating to be so close to such a game-changing power, yet unable to wield it. If he could harness the speed force, he could traverse timelines, maybe even return to the vortex that brought him here. But without it, he faced a long wait for Barry to awaken. After stewing in his frustration, Elon had to accept the reality. The speed force was not his to command. Relaxing his fists, he adjusted his mood and opened his eyes, which sparked with electricity. Activating his super-speed thinking, he picked up a tablet and continued his study of black holes, wormholes, and other physics knowledge pertinent to finding his way home. There was more than one way to solve a problem, and Elon couldn't rely solely on Barry. He had to make his own efforts, approaching the issue from multiple angles. He studied until 7 p.m., with no alerts from the satellite and no word from Joe. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Joe arrived in his police car. "Elon, let's go. Martin has 3 potential hideouts, and he might be at one of them." Elon quickly briefed Wells and the others before hopping into the police car with Joe. "You took your time, an entire day, just to find Martin's possible hideouts." Elon chided. "You should feel lucky I managed to find his addresses from a pile of nearly destroyed death records," Joe retorted. The first location they checked was a chaotic residential building in a predominantly black neighborhood. In apartment 3308, they found moldy leftovers, a sign that Martin had been there a few days prior, but had since moved on. Joe took note of the location and alerted patrolling officers to keep an eye out before moving on to the next site. The second site was an eerie, haunted villa in the suburbs, void of any human presence or recent footprints. Joe crossed it off his list as a place not worth their attention. Feeling fatigued, Joe announced, "The last place is a farm to the west of the city." Elon's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the farm from the TV series where Martin was hiding? He regretted not asking Joe for the locations earlier. They had wasted the whole evening driving around. Arriving at the farm, Elon extended his magnetic senses, detecting human life signs. Unfortunately, upon inquiry, they found only a middle-aged farm worker, a thin man in his 40s. Joe showed the worker Martin's picture. "Do you recognize this man?" The worker's eyes darted away as he mumbled, "No, I don't." Suspicion arose between Joe and Elon, and as they exchanged glances, the workers suddenly pushed Joe and attempted to flee. Elon took a few strides and tripped the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Joe drew his gun and pointed it at him. "Don't move, stay down." "Where's Martin?" The farm worker lay prone on the ground, fear etching his features as he blurted out, "Don't shoot. I don't know where Martin is. I only robbed a convenience store with him years ago, and I haven't done anything bad since." Joe, with the ease of handling a misbehaving chick, grabbed the farm worker by the scruff of his neck, pulling him to his feet. The gun in his right hand, aimed at the man's head, caused him to tremble uncontrollably. With his left, Joe whipped out handcuffs and secured the farm worker's wrists. "Anyone who's run with Martin is no good. You'll tell us where he is back at the station, or it'll be the end of you," Joe barked with authority. The farm worker, on the brink of tears, pleaded desperately. "I'm telling the truth, officer. I haven't seen him since that robbery years ago. Please, I've been clean." Joe ignored the man's pleas, shoving him into the police car. While Joe was busy with the farm worker, Elon surveyed the nearby farm storage, the same warehouse where Martin once conjured tornadoes. There was no sign of him. "Elon, let's go. I'll take this guy in for questioning and see if we get anything," Joe called out after a while. Elon pondered for a moment before responding. "Joe, you can't arrest this farm worker just yet." "Why not? I'm a cop, and arresting a robber is part of the job. You shouldn't interfere with police work," Joe retorted, clearly irked. Elon replied sagely, "I'm not interfering, Joe. Think about it. When someone breaks an arm, they look for a doctor. If they're the kind who can't step into the light." Joe's eyes brightened as he caught on. They'd seek help from a friend. Indeed, Martin would need a discreet place for aid, and this farm fit the bill perfectly. Joe elaborated, "I'll check Martin's network when I get back. This guy is too timid to be involved in anything major. We leave him here. He might contact Martin for help. Then we'll have our chance to catch him." Elon nodded, gesturing subtly. "Joe, you have to control him, make him come to us willingly." Joe understood. Threaten with the stick, dangle the carrot. Don't press charges for the convenience store robbery, but he must inform them if Martin shows up or it's prison time. Joe was skilled at this game, and soon enough, the farm worker was tearfully thanking him for his mercy. After a fruitless night, they set a bait, unsure if it would lure their prey. Joe headed back to the station to dig deeper into Martin's past. He vaguely remembered Martin having a brother, but hadn't paid much attention to the rest of his network. He needed to revisit the files, especially since Barry had swiftly uncovered the clues leading to Martin's hideout without considering his connections. It was that encounter that had cost Joe's partner's life and led to Martin's supposed death in a plane explosion. By the time Elon returned to SDR Labs, it was past midnight. After his routine check found nothing amiss, he followed his nightly ritual of showering and brushing his teeth before heading to bed. At 6 a.m., Elon rose, freshened up, and went to check on Barry in the infirmary. Caitlyn, who had been on overnight duty, was slumped over a desk, a small stream of drool marking her exhaustion. Elon couldn't help but find the sight endearing. Yet as he draped a jacket over her, he felt no urge to linger. Barry was healing well. His wounds had closed, and he was nearly ready for the stitches to be removed, a task Caitlyn would likely take on once she awoke. Elon grabbed his tablet and headed to the training room, his thirst for knowledge insatiable. With his tablet constantly in hand, he seized every opportunity to absorb information, scientific or otherwise. His appetite for learning was vast, spanning from classical and theoretical mechanics to electromagnetism, thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and beyond. Even with his super-speed thinking, the sheer volume of knowledge made him feel insignificant, but he persisted, knowing that effort was the only path from despair to hope. Around 11 a.m., Cisco brought good news. Barry was awake. As Elon approached the infirmary, he heard Barry's voice. "Who doodled on me? It's hideous." Caitlyn retorted with a glare. "I told you not to come to me for damages. You should be grateful I'm willing to patch you up. You're lucky it wasn't me or Cisco stitching you up, or you'd be all lopsided," she added. Elon entered the infirmary, greeting Barry, Hey, buddy, you're doing all right? You almost bit the dust there. Barry embraced Elon, gratitude in his voice. Elon, thank you. He had been briefed by Cisco upon waking. Without Elon shielding him from harm, he wouldn't be alive. Elon quipped with a smile. You're a lot more man now. Just showing your chest would scare off the riffraff. Dr. Wells, with a chuckle, cautioned, be more careful in the future, Barry. Elon can't always be there in the nick of time. After a few minutes of light-hearted banter, Joe arrived at the infirmary, having been alerted by Cisco. Embracing Barry like a bear cradling its cub, Joe's voice was thick with emotion. My boy, you had me worried sick. Barry, touched by the concern, reassured him with a smile. Joe, I'm fine. Look, I can jump and run again. To prove his point, Barry playfully hopped on the spot. Joe patted Barry's arm, then gripped his shoulders with a serious mien. Barry, I suggest you go back to your job at the police department. You already have a career there. Confused, Barry asked, Joe, what do you mean? Joe's tone hardened. Drop the red suit. Drop the foolish antics, okay? Caitlyn hummed in agreement, her patience with the men's superhero antics wearing thin. Joe gave her a puzzled glance. Don't look at me. I'm with you on this, Caitlyn said. Drop the red suit? How could that be an option? Without the Flash, what would become of the future? Elon didn't care much. With Barry's speed, the future was immaterial to him. But Wells was anxious. He needed the Flash to stabilize the future. Dr. Wells began, Detective, we all want what's best for Barry. He was cut off by Joe. If you want what's best for him, you would persuade him not to risk his life out there. He almost died again. Barry bristled at Joe's words. Joe, you saw that metahuman controlling the weather. And what of it? You nearly got killed, Barry. You're just a bit faster, that's all. You can't handle this, so stop these foolish heroics. Joe snapped back, his voice laced with concern. He didn't want Barry to risk his life. The recent scare had solidified his resolve. Barry's anger rose, fueled by misunderstanding. I saved you. I saved Eddie. I saved everyone on that street. Without me, you'd all be dead. I have the ability, so I must act. Joe crossed his arms, scolding. You think running fast and saving a few people makes you a hero? Get out of your hero fantasy, Barry. Elon is much stronger than you. Let him handle it. You're still a child, my child. Stop these delusions. Joe's rebuke ignited Barry's fury. I'm not your child, Joe, and you're not my father. My father is in prison, bearing false accusations because of your mistake. Just like it was your mistake this time. I saved you. I saved Eddie, and you chastise me. You deny me. I don't see what I did wrong. I can't save my father, but if I can save others from disaster or prevent crimes, I will act without hesitation. I'm not your pet. You can't stop me. With that, Barry vanished in a blur, leaving behind a gust of wind and a trail of yellow sparks. The lack of support and understanding from his foster father, the man he held dearest, pained him. Why couldn't Joe understand his desires? Enraged, Barry sped away. Joe, teary-eyed, watched Barry disappear, his heart shattering at the words, I'm not your child, and you're not my father. After years of nurturing a bond as deep as any between father and son, this conflict was excruciating. Joe's intentions were for Barry's good, but Barry just couldn't see it. The age-old struggle between a father's protective love and a child's independent was playing out before them. This was a family matter, and the others could only stand by. The tension eased only after Barry's departure and Joe's exit. Cisco made finger guns, glancing around as if to draw an answer from the air. The Flash and his foster dad in a spat? Is Barry's hero project doomed? He enjoyed being the hero's support and didn't want to lose the excitement of his new role after just a couple of weeks. Caitlyn, ignoring Cisco's antics, said softly, both Barry and Joe must be hurting. They care so deeply for each other. This is something Barry has to resolve. I believe he will. Right now, we need to focus on finding the weather wizard. Dr. Wells maneuvered his wheelchair out of the infirmary, followed by Cisco, who needed to monitor the control room and repair the Flash suit. Caitlyn stayed behind to tidy up the infirmary, her domain. Noticing Elon standing immobile, she called out, Elon, what are you, a statue? Or are you offering to help me clean up here? Elon shook himself out of his stupor. No, I'm headed to the training room. Without a hint of chivalry, he left Caitlyn to her work. In that moment when Barry stormed out, Elon felt the speck of speed force in his brain swell, pulsating with newfound energy. His head was once again enveloped in the speed force, just like before. Was it true that the speed force only manifested when Barry ran? Elon pondered this as he walked toward the control room. The speed force in his brain worried him, especially since it was beyond his control. He had tasted its power and longed for it, but it remained unresponsive, eluding him. He had assumed the speck of speed force in his brain would remain static, neither growing nor diminishing. But now, with Barry in motion, Elon felt it once more. Why did the speed force envelop his brain? What was encapsulating? Yet it didn't affect his brain's functions. It just sat there, quietly, only alerting him when Barry's life was in danger. There was something mysterious about this speed force in his head. He needed to study it. With that thought, Elon proceeded to the main computer in the control room and downloaded all the data on Barry, including the recent medical records. He had to understand why Barry's speed force was intertwined with his own mind. Wells, watching Elon's actions, grew suspicious, especially as he saw Elon downloading Barry's files onto his tablet for further study. In the world of the Flash TV series, the speed force often adheres closely to the rules of physics. Yet sometimes it whimsically disregards them all. In the show, it's all about the thrill, no need to delve deeper, because seeking reality in a fictional world is a fool's errand. But in this world, where I've crossed over, reality demands explanations, no matter how far-fetched, and we must accept them because that is our new reality. I've been fortunate enough to run with speedsters and even experience a few seconds of speed force mode. Based on my experience and understanding, I've realized that when speedsters run, their cells emit the speed force, creating a field around them, similar to the personal biofield I've researched. Only this one is a manifestation of the speed force. This speed force field protects the speedster, hence the electric aura that always surrounds them, like the yellow arcs that Barry generates and the red ones that Wells emits. They rely on the speed force for high-speed movement, and while they can move at incredible speeds, they don't have the corresponding kinetic energy. It seems that any physical kinetic energy is converted into a pure velocity force within the speed force field. This transformation means that the trope of throwing a stone at high speed to generate lethal kinetic energy doesn't hold true in the presence of the speed force. It accelerates speed without applying other physical laws. It can gather kinetic energy and convert it into velocity force. But this force doesn't entirely convert back into kinetic energy. In essence, the speed force seems almost entirely independent of the four fundamental forces of nature, at least not as interconnected as one might think. Sitting cross-legged underground, I pore over my tablet, hypothesizing about the speed force. I'm not sure if I'm correct. I can only guess based on what I've seen in the show and my current scientific understanding. No wonder online forums always joke that the speed force breaks all physical laws. I can't help but sigh at the thought. I scratch my head, my brows furrowed deeply. I need to understand the speed force thoroughly. Its presence around my brain is unsettling, especially since it seems to defy all logic. Why would it linger there, and why does it only seem to activate when Barry runs? Unable to figure it out, maybe I should just ask the speed force directly. After all, in the show's second season, Barry was able to converse with the embodiment of the speed force. Perhaps I could do the same and tell it to leave my head. Rubbing my face wearily, I exhale a heavy breath and swipe through Barry's data on my tablet. I open a file on dynamics and continue my studies. If the speed force remains a mystery, I'll set it aside for now and maybe get some insights from Dr. Wells later. Meanwhile, I continue learning. Cisco monitors from the control room. Caitlyn researches in the infirmary. Wells contemplates the future in the time vault. Joe and Eddie search for Martin's trail. And Barry runs aimlessly, stopping and starting, directionless and confused, until evening when he remembers someone and sets off down the highway. This is my story. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that after spending my life searching for miracles, I would become one. In Star City, among towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, Barry finds himself on a rooftop surrounded by towering buildings, speaking to a man in green hooded garb, bow in hand. Oliver Queen, facing Barry, says, "So you ran over 600 miles just to say hello to a friend and talk about your transdimensional pal?" "No. Oliver, I want to protect my city like you do, to fight criminals. You've been my role model. I lacked the power before, but now that I have it, I find myself outmatched by real enemies, beaten and battered. Maybe Joe is right. Maybe I'm just fantasizing about being a hero, a beautiful delusion." Barry speaks disheartened, Joe's words haunting him, making him doubt himself. "You're doubting yourself, Barry. Everyone needs to grow. Why did this power choose you and not someone else? Because you have a unique quality that inspires and motivates others," Oliver Queen says, acknowledging that while they are different, they share the same goal. Barry shakes his head. "Oliver, I'm not sure I can be like you, a keeper of the peace." "Barry, you can do better. You could be a guardian angel for your city. Change that city, save the masses like lightning. I believe in you, and you need to believe in yourself. Remember, wear a mask like you taught me." With that, Oliver Queen smiles and dons his eyepiece before leaping off the building, shooting an arrow across to another skyscraper. The rope attached to the arrow's tail allows him to swing between the buildings. Oliver Queen's smile gives Barry a tremendous boost, reigniting his lost confidence. Barry, watching the green arrow swing away, murmurs in admiration, "Cool." It's an endorsement of the green arrow's actions and an expression of his own envy. The green arrow, hanging from a building, watching a streak of yellow dash by, echoes the sentiment, "Cool." It's an appreciation for having the power and the will to protect one's city. Barry admires the green arrow's commitment to protecting the city. The green arrow admires Barry's will to do the same. Barry is like a newborn learning how to protect his city. Days pass, and Barry still dons the red suit, patrolling the streets of Central City, still at odds with Joe. Martin has vanished without a trace, and I can only clutch my tablet, continuing to learn all I can. Jack, a common name that could belong to millions, is just another small-time thug in the city, not daring to commit major crimes, but always sneaking around the minor ones. Long-term drug use has ravaged his face, making the 30-year-old look decades older with sagging, darkened eyes. "Curse cops, you made me lose my food. Next time I'll bring a gun and end you," he mutters, his body shaking as withdrawal sets in. Today's close call with the police at the bar forced him to ditch his food, and though he avoided jail, he lost his drugs down a filthy gutter, never to be found again. Jack trembles as he opens the door to his chaotic basement apartment, a pity gift from his aunt. The room is a mess of scattered clothes, condoms, and fast food containers. Flicking on the light, he finds a man waiting for him, Clyde Martin. Jack had worked with Martin a few times before on petty robberies, mugging pedestrians and hitting convenience stores. But when the Martin brothers got the idea to rob a bank, Jack thought they'd lost their minds. Why not just live a simple thug life? He had backed out, and as it turned out, he was right. The Martin brothers were rumored to be dead. He never expected to see Clyde Martin alive, let alone with an arm missing. "Martin, what are you doing here?" "I ain't up for hitting banks with you," Jack said with a wary glance, his eyes betraying his unease. Then, with a yawn, he curled up on his bed, shaking intermittently as he lay down. He contemplated ratting Martin out to the cops for some food, but then remembered Martin's ruthless streak. Life was precious, after all. He shivered on his bed, abandoning all other thoughts. Right now, all he wanted was to sleep through the night, maybe rob a few passers-by in the morning for some cash to buy his food. "Jack, you're more pathetic than ever," Martin sneered, looking down on him. If it weren't for the fact that he needed someone expendable, he wouldn't have bothered with a junkie too scared to rob a bank. "Okay, Martin, you're real successful. What with one hand and all?" Jack mumbled from under the covers, eyes still closed. The mention of his missing hand was a sore spot for Martin. His fist clenched so hard his nails dug into his palm, and his face twisted with hatred. The pain from his bandaged stump fueled his anger, and his eyes burned with vengeful fury, red blood seeping through the fabric. Martin picked up a black duffel bag from the floor and hurled it at Jack on the bed. The bag hit Jack hard, jolting him awake and igniting his temper. He sat up, cursing, "Fuck you, what do you think?" But the sight of green bills spilling from the bag silenced his rage. He was staring at more money than he'd ever seen in his life, and his eyes began to shine with greed. Martin's voice was cold and threatening. "Follow my orders, and you can have anything you want. Otherwise, you die." Jack was startled. "What do you want me to do?" Martin pulled out a phone from his coat pocket, showing Jack a photo. "Kidnap this cop," he ordered. Jack leaned in to look at the phone and gasped. "It's him." "You know him?" Martin asked, eyebrow raised. Nodding, Jack hugged the money tighter. "A few nights ago, he approached me." He hesitated, then clutched the cash to his chest. "He told me if I had any information about you, to let him know, and I'd get a handsome reward." Martin laughed bitterly. "Stupid cop, you're asking for it." "Listen, Martin, I ain't helping you kill a cop. I'm not crazy. I'm doing fine. No need to sign my own death warrant," Jack said, trembling at Martin's condition. Martin scoffed. "Doing fine? Like this? You just need to lure that cop out and buy me a lightning rod. The rest of the money will let you live well." Jack's eyes lit up. "You mean it?" If it was true, he wouldn't have to do much. Make a call about a Martin sighting, tip off the cops, then leave. Whatever Martin did after that wouldn't be his problem. And a lightning rod wouldn't cost much out of the nearly $500,000 in the bag, enough to squander for a lifetime. Greed and addiction took over Jack's mind, and he believed Martin's promise. Martin didn't care about the money. With his powers, cash was easy to come by. A few bank heists, and no one could stop him. He could even rule the city if he wanted. No one could stop him except for that electricity-wielding man, the one who scared him, made him flee, made his insides tremble. In this world, he just needed to become a god. Everyone else could drop dead. Unable to find Elon, Martin knew the red-suited speedster was anxious about this cop, and the electric man cared for Barry. In Martin's mind, the equation was simple. Cop equals red suit equals electric man. His plan to draw them out was straightforward, hence why he needed Jack. The police were on the lookout for him, and he needed Jack to buy the lightning rod and set everything up. It was time to eliminate the obstacles in his path. The villain was setting his trap. Meanwhile, the heroes, led by the Flash, were still putting out fires across the city, with Cisco coordinating Barry's moves and Caitlyn monitoring his vitals, wondering how she had so naturally become part of their team. Days passed, and Joe had laid several traps for Martin with no success, except for a farmhand desperate for money and Martin's ex-girlfriend, who claimed to have seen him. Both leads went nowhere, and the farmhand was left with a swollen face after a scuffle with Elon. Sitting at his desk in the Central City Police Department, Joe was finishing a report when his phone rang, a number he didn't recognize. "Detective West, this is Jack. I've got a lead on Martin. You might want to check it out." Joe vaguely remembered Jack, a junkie with disheveled stubble and dark circles under his eyes. After 2 fruitless attempts, he didn't immediately trust Jack's tip, warning him, "Jack, I know you. Others have tried to get a reward out of me before. If this isn't accurate, you might find yourself in a rehab facility." After hanging up, Joe didn't call Elon right away. The tip was about a location in the southern woods. He decided to scout it out first. If it was legit, he'd call Elon to handle Martin. Or maybe he wouldn't need Elon at all. Flesh and blood can't stop bullets, after all. As time passed, the memory of Martin's powers began to fade from his mind. Joe had just stepped out when he encountered Eddie, who felt sidelined in the recent pursuits of Martin, as if Elon had taken his place as Joe's partner. This had left Eddie feeling disgruntled. Without waiting for Eddie to voice his dissatisfaction, Joe quickly briefed him. "Eddie, let's go. We've got a lead on Martin." "Joe, isn't your Eastern kid coming along?" Eddie's tone was laced with jealousy. Joe, sensing the jealousy, replied irritably, "Eddie, don't act like a child. Elon has his uses." Given the unbelievable powers at play, Joe preferred to keep this knowledge restricted. The more people knew, the higher the risk of public panic. So unless absolutely necessary, Joe was loath to disclose the existence of superpowered individuals in Central City. Embarrassed, Eddie followed Joe into the car. They arrived at a wooded area south of the city, about 10 miles from the nearest residential zone. There, a wooden cabin stood, once a hunter's rest stop. The surrounding woods had been overrun by wild boars until the government sanctioned a mass cull. However, the hunters had been a little too enthusiastic, nearly driving the boars to extinction, prompting a government ban on hunting 2 years prior. Joe navigated the police cruiser through the forest, along a leaf-covered path that concealed the uneven terrain. "Why here?" Eddie asked, gripping the handle above him as the car bounced along. "Yes," Joe confirmed. "My informant said Martin's hiding out here in one of these hunters' cabins." The two men stepped out of the car, pistols drawn and ready for action. "Eddie, if you see Martin, don't give him a chance. Shoot on sight." "Why?" Eddie questioned, puzzled by the break in protocol. Joe explained with grave seriousness. "Trust me, okay? Martin's a dangerous criminal. My last partner died at his hands, and I don't want you to be the next. Don't give him any chance, okay?" Eddie nodded, his grip on the gun tightening as he felt a bead of sweat form on his palm. He took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat, and together with Joe, they cautiously advanced, using the trees as cover. Approaching the cabin, they spotted a figure in a black coat seated on a large wooden stump, surrounded by smaller stumps, littered with leaves, drink bottles, and fast food containers. Freshly turned soil and metal rods protruded from the ground, lightning rods installed by Martin as a countermeasure against Elon's tactics. Joe and Eddie took aim at the figure. "Martin," Joe called out, not wanting to shoot without confirmation. The figure didn't respond, so Joe signaled Eddie to provide cover as he circled around, keeping his distance. Just a few steps into his maneuver, a puff of white smoke erupted from the figure. Joe, recalling the day Martin had used a dense fog to attack, didn't hesitate. He fired 3 shots at the figure and called out to Eddie, "Eddie, fall back and shoot." Only Joe's gun fired. The smoke dissipated almost immediately, and the figure slumped to the ground, revealing itself to be Jack, aged and pale. "Congratulations, officer. You've killed a junkie," came Martin's voice from behind. Joe whirled around to see Martin holding a gun to Eddie's temple. Eddie's face slick with sweat, hands raised in surrender. Joe quickly aimed his gun at Martin. "Martin, what do you want?" "Drop the gun," Martin taunted. "Officer, shouldn't I be asking you that? Ready to lose another partner." Okay. Martin, don't shoot, please," Joe pleaded, memories of his former partner's death haunting him. Eddie, heart racing, tried to gauge Martin's position from the corner of his eye, the cold touch of the gun barrel against his scalp unnerving him. "How did you get here?" Eddie asked, stiff with fear. Joe and Eddie had been thorough in their approach, inspecting every possible hiding spot. It was inconceivable that they missed a living person, especially a criminal like Martin. Joe's submission pleased Martin, who reveled in the power of making others kneel before him. "Want to witness the power of a god? Are you ready to submit and worship me?" Martin gloated. Eddie didn't understand Martin's cryptic words, but Joe did. Afraid for Eddie's life, he cried out, Martin, let him go. Come at me, don't do this." Martin's sinister smile widened. "If you don't want him to die, officer, stay right where you are." Martin holstered his weapon, releasing Eddie Thon's head from the point of his gun. His newfound powers rendered him unafraid of any resistance Eddie could muster. Eddie, still unclear on the situation, remained frozen, hands held high, not daring to move a muscle. Martin clapped a hand onto Eddie's shoulder, his voice tinged with madness. "Prepare to witness the power of a god." The wind howled, whipping up a storm of dead leaves that danced chaotically through the air. The sudden change in weather sent Eddie into a panic. The wind and leaves battered his face, forcing him to squint painfully. He felt an upward force beneath his feet, lifting him like driftwood on water, unstable and unsteady. Wobbling, the hand on his shoulder was all that kept him balanced. The gust beneath them grew stronger, elevating both him and Martin off the ground. 10 centimeters, 30, 80, a meter, then 3. Eddie was dumbfounded, staring down at the increasingly tiny figure of Joe below. The display of otherworldly power shook him to his core. The wind carried them higher, and they took flight amid a whirlwind of dust and debris. Joe and Eddie watched, agape, as the two figures ascended amidst the chaos, their silhouettes barely visible through the storm. The last time the fog had rolled in, Joe couldn't see a thing, only feeling the devastating force of the superpowers at play. This time, despite the dust and leaves, it was clear that two humans were defying gravity. Eddie muttered in disbelief, "Oh my God, this." His words trailed off, unable to articulate the shock that gripped him. The very idea that a person could harness such power was inconceivable. Flying and conjuring storms were beyond the realm of human capability. "I am a god, lamb god," Martin bellowed, laughing maniacally from 13 meters in the air. The height wasn't tremendous, roughly equivalent to a 4- or 5-story building, but it was enough for him to survey the sprawling trees and the undulating skyline of Central City. The air rushed past him, fueling his delusions of grandeur and his desire to dominate everything. "You're a thief, a murderer. You can't cough. You can't possibly cough." Eddie tried to suppress his terror, shouting at Martin, his voice catching in the turbulent air. Martin's scornful laughter rang out. "See this? This is the power of a god, ha. You, a mere mortal, think you can capture a god? Ha!" With a cruel glint in his eyes, Martin released his grip from Eddie's shoulder. Back at SDR Lab's control room, Cisco and Barry were in the midst of a heated debate. "Cisco, I don't think you can memorize nearly 300 criminal codes," Barry said, skepticism lacing his voice. "Why not? It was my idea to use numerical codes to represent criminal activities. It could help us fight crime efficiently and swiftly." "Okay, then what does code 237 stand for?" "I need to check my notebook." Barry threw up his hands in an "I told you so" gesture as Cisco rifled through his notes, only to toss the notebook aside in defeat. "All right, I give up. I can't remember them all," he admitted. Caitlyn chimed in with an air of vindication. "See, I told you it was impossible." Before Cisco could retort, an alarm blared from the computer. Caitlyn, closest to the terminal, rushed to investigate. "There's unusual meteorological activity in the southern woods, about 10 miles from the residential area. The weather wizard might be there," she reported, fingers flying across the keyboard. "It looks like it's time for our anti-supervillain ace to make a move," Cisco said, adjusting the frequency on the comms. As he reached for the microphone, his phone rang. "The anti-supervillain ace, our consultant Elon, your nemesis weather wizard, has made his move." The announcement blared through the lab's speakers, reaching Elon, who was studying. He put away his tablet and headed for the control room, having heard Cisco's message. Barry felt a bitter taste in his mouth, doubting his capability to confront the weather wizard. Joe's lack of confidence in him had been a heavy blow. Picking up the ringing phone, Cisco answered, suspecting Joe might be at the scene. "It's Joe," he said, then switched to speakerphone. Joe's voice, filled with pain, came through. "Cisco, tell Elon to hurry up." Hearing Joe's anguished cry, Barry snatched the phone. "Joe, what's happening?" A crazed, angry voice responded. "The one with the lightning. Come face God's judgment. I will stand atop Central City and rule all. You will perish beneath my feet as I ascend to my throne of divinity." Then the line went dead, leaving them stunned by the madness in the voice. "My God, Elon has driven the weather wizard mad. He didn't even give us the location," Cisco said, shaken. Barry was frantic, pacing back and forth, terrified for Joe's safety. "I have to go save Joe," he declared, his voice edged with panic. "Barry, you're no match for him," Caitlyn warned, trying to restrain him. But the thought of Joe in danger was too much for Barry. Joe was like a second father to him, having raised him alongside his biological father. Years of bond compelled Barry to act despite the risks. A surge of yellow electricity crackled around him as he donned the Flash's suit and vanished from the control room. Cisco and Caitlyn were left with a deep sense of foreboding as they sensed Barry's departure, his yellow lightning streaking down the corridor. Elon, sensing Barry's impulsive nature, had a bad feeling. He rushed to the control room. Did Barry go after the weather wizard? Yes. Martin has taken Joe hostage, Cisco confirmed. Elon's heart sank. Come on, Cisco, he called. What? Cisco was confused. Take me there, I don't know the way. Cisco drove the research van with Elon riding shotgun, while Caitlyn monitored Barry's vitals from the control room. They were all in communication, ready for action. Elon, as the consultant for SDR Labs and dubbed by Cisco as the nemesis of supercriminals, was more than capable of leading them in battle, especially with his knowledge from the TV series. He clipped the lightning-shaped earpiece communicator, designed by Cisco for each team member, to his ear. Barry, be careful. You can't confront Martin head-on like last time, Elon advised through the comm link, just as the vehicle halted at a red light. Frustrated with the delay, Elon chastised Cisco. What's with the stop? We've got a supervillain to catch. Cisco gestured helplessly at the congested traffic. Hey, it's rush hour. Be glad we're not stuck in a jam. As they waited, the irony wasn't lost on them. Supercriminal's nemesis held up by a traffic signal. Elon, what should I do? Barry's anxious voice broke through, signaling his approach to the target location. Barry, if there's a chance, save the hostage first. But regardless, keep moving. Don't stop, Elon instructed. Weather Wizard's air pressure blades are fast, but not faster than you. Watch his moves. You can easily dodge them. Stay sharp, Barry, and keep running. Near the hunter's cabin in the southern woods, Eddie lay unconscious on the ground, blood from internal injuries pooling around him. He had been dropped from a height by Martin and was in critical condition, barely clinging to life. Joe stood vigil by Eddie, racked with guilt. If only he had brought Elon instead of Eddie. If only he hadn't brought Eddie at all. His oversight had led to this tragedy. Martin, please, Eddie needs medical help. Let me call an ambulance. Do whatever you want with me. Joe pleaded with despair, the sight of Eddie's suffering tearing him apart. Martin reveled in Joe's desperation, savoring the power he held over life and death. He looked down at Joe with contempt, basking in the mortal's pleas, a god reveling in his dominion. Yet, when he saw the reminder of his missing arm, his pleasure turned to fury. Wait till that guy shows up. You and the one lying there will be his burial companions. Enjoy every second of breath you have left, because soon I'll grind you all into pulp. Martin hissed with venomous hatred. But the awaited adversary wasn't the one he despised. The lightning man was stuck at a red light. A red streak of lightning, the flash, arrived first. Barry reached the scene, relieved to find Joe unharmed, but distressed at the sight of Eddie's severe injuries. Elon, Joe is safe, but Eddie's badly hurt. What should I do? Barry whispered into the communicator. You, the red clown, Martin laughed mockingly. Did you rush here to die first because that other guy didn't make it in time? Last time, I almost killed you because of him. Let's see if he can save you at the last moment this time. Martin's cold mockery was punctuated by the gathering of a dense fog in his palm, more concentrated and powerful than before. Barry, still haunted by his previous defeat, hesitated, but Elon's voice came through the communicator, providing guidance. Barry, draw Martin's attacks away from Joe and Eddie. Use whatever means you can, even if it means cursing his family or giving him a backhanded compliment. Just pull him away. Taking Elon's advice to heart, Barry taunted Martin. Hey, one arm, couldn't finish me off last time? Having trouble keeping it up? Martin seethed at the mention of his disability, his anger fueled by his fear of Elon and his loss of dignity. He resented his incomplete body and the audacity of the Flash to speak to him so insolently. You are nothing but a pathetic weakling, a defeated underling. Without him, you'd be dead. Martin spat out, his hand releasing a trio of compressed air blades toward Barry. Barry, vigilant and quick, dodged the blades, which seemed to slow down as he sprang into action. He knew as long as he stayed alert, he could evade such attacks. Transforming into a blur of yellow light, Barry sprinted to the opposite side of Joe, successfully avoiding the air blades and boosting his confidence. Hey, Martin, how's the one-armed life treating you? How do you manage to eat? Barry taunted again, hitting a nerve. Martin's fury rose as he followed the Flash. Do you think your words can change your fate? He sneered, launching another volley of air blades. Barry dodged again, the blades slicing through the trees behind him, toppling several birches. Feeling the pressure, Barry called out, "Elon, I've drawn Martin away by a few hundred meters. How do I defeat him?" Elon stroked his chin, contemplating. "Barry, human reaction time is about 0.15 to 0.4 seconds. With your speed, you can cover 90 meters in a second. Within a 10 to 20 meter range, I bet you could circle behind him and land a punch before he even starts to react." "That's a brilliant idea. I think I can do it," Barry responded, ready to put the plan into action. Barry's focus was razor-sharp, electricity dancing in his eyes as he poised himself to unleash his speed. Martin taunted him furiously. "Coward, is running all you do? Is fleeing your only trick?" Another volley of compressed air blades shot from Martin's hand, slicing through the air but only managing to sever birch trees, which fell with a rustling crash. Barry, anticipating the attack, had already transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, dodging the assault with ease. This time, Barry was not running away. A look of steely resolve shone from Barry's eyes as he internally rallied himself. Following Elon's advice, he whirled around Martin in a spiraling arc of yellow electricity. Barry adopted a boxer stance and threw a straight right punch, landing a solid blow on Martin's back. Martin staggered forward, a sharp pain in his back sending shockwaves through his insides. He bent backward from the impact, his expression twisted in agony. Martin roared in a mix of pain and rage. "You hurt me, you worthless, cowardly weakling." Barry, elated from the successful hit, didn't pursue further. Instead, he reveled in the thrill of the moment, excitedly reporting to Elon through the communicator. "Elon, I hit him, I did it." Elon's voice came back, full of encouragement. "Of course you did. You're the Flash." Since Joe's lack of faith and his own severe beating at Martin's hands, Barry had been lacking confidence. He'd felt like he was always running, just as Martin taunted, always fleeing, running to save others, running in confusion. Joe's distrust had made him question himself, leading him to run over 600 miles seeking answers. Returning, he continued to run, feeling empty inside, with only the act of running making him feel real. But this punch, against a foe who had nearly killed him, shattered his confusion and affirmed his abilities. He was capable of facing any adversary, protecting Joe, others, and his city. As the Green Arrow would say, believe in yourself. With newfound confidence, Barry taunted Martin. "Hey, Martin, want a few more hits?" Then he became a blur of yellow light, circling Martin in dazzling arcs. The brilliant flashes of yellow electricity enveloped Martin, a testament to Barry's while shining brightly. At that moment, he felt fearless. Martin's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled as he frantically looked for the red-clad figure within the whirlwind of yellow lightning. Suddenly, Barry's confident face appeared before him, his smile mocking. A right hook connected with Martin's left cheek, loosening teeth and drawing blood. As Martin's body tilted, ready to fall, Barry's left hook landed on the other side, knocking loose teeth flying and straightening Martin back up. As the slow-motion cascade of teeth, saliva, and blood sprayed from Martin's mouth, the yellow lightning continued its relentless circuit. Martin's cheeks swelled like a hamster stuffing its cheeks full of food. The pain and humiliation surged within Martin. The Flash, whom he had scorned and nearly killed, was now inflicting harsh blows to his body, a reality that seemed surreal. The agony on his face was real, though, and it was driving Martin mad. With a forceful push of his hand, Martin created an explosive shockwave that resembled a bomb detonation. Boom! The blast wave uprooted trees and leaves, and the yellow lightning that had been circling him was flung away. Martin's eyes were ablaze with a volcanic rage as he bellowed, "You deserve to die. All of you. You need to perish to atone for your sins. Destruction. I will destroy you all." For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then, a fierce wind whipped up, spiraling debris and dust into the air. Countless wisps of fog gathered around Martin, swirling into a vortex that drew in everything around it. The trees swayed as if they might be uprooted at any moment. Martin had created a tornado. Barry was thrown by the explosion, landing not far from Joe. Fortunately, his speed force allowed for rapid healing, and the pain subsided quickly. Barry, Joe called out, fearing the worst. I'm okay, Joe. That was quite a rush, Barry replied, picking himself up and dusting off the mud and leaves from his face. With a reassuring smile, he told Joe, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." As the winds intensified, the tornado Martin had conjured became a looming threat, connecting the sky to the earth with its swirling force. Barry watched in horror as the tornado grew. "Guys, we've got a big problem. Martin's created a tornado," he reported through the communicator. Caitlyn, from the control room, had already detected the tornado. "Barry, it's accelerating quickly. 80, 100, 130 miles per hour, and still strengthening. I believe it could become an F5 tornado." An F5 tornado was the most destructive kind, capable of leveling buildings in Central City, turning cars into projectiles, and stripping asphalt from the roads. Elon, hearing of the tornado, almost leaped up. "Martin, what are you doing? Creating a tornado like before? I can already foresee the end. How do I stop him?" Barry cried out, feeling helpless against the massive tornado. It reminded him of when he was 11, unable to do anything as his mother was murdered, powerless, just like then. "Barry, run counter to the tornado's direction to disrupt it. Use the opposing force to break it up. Run, don't just stand there." Elon's voice was sharp and commanding, not accepting any notions of defeat. Caitlyn interjected with concern. "What? You're not serious. Barry, you need to exceed 700 miles per hour to disrupt it. Your body can't handle that. It's suicide." Hearing both Elon and Caitlyn, Barry hesitated but resolved, "I have to try." 700 miles per hour equates to roughly Mach 1, or 1,126 kilometers per hour, speeds that would require Barry to run at 340 meters per second to negate the tornado's force. With his current speed topping out around 90 meters per second, he would need to quadruple his velocity. Elon, crunching the numbers, gasped. On the TV show, it seemed effortless for Barry to reach such speeds with Dr. Wells' encouragement. Now, the reality of the task weighed heavily on him. It was impossible, and even if it wasn't, it would surely break his body. Yet in the realm of the show, the speed force protected him, defying all laws of physics. It was a force that could not be questioned. The winds grew fiercer, and the tornado, painted gray with the dirt it had lifted, loomed larger and more menacing. Barry took a deep breath, his body crackling with yellow arcs of electricity, and ran towards the tornado, which was now a towering pillar of destructive force. Martin, lost in his madness, screamed, "Die, die, die. I will destroy you all." His cries were lost to the howling winds that uprooted trees and scattered debris with abandon. Running against the tornado felt like facing an onslaught of knives, the wind cutting at Barry's face, presenting an unprecedented challenge that he struggled to overcome. Martin's control made the tornado increasingly powerful, carving deep furrows in the ground. As Barry fought against the overwhelming force, he was eventually caught in Martin's maniacal laughter and flung away by the yellow lightning. Hurled through the air, Barry called out in panic, "I can't do it. I've been thrown. I can't stop it. Elon, when will you get here?" The ferocity of the tornado struck fear into Barry's heart, leaving him feeling powerless and defeated. His recently bolstered confidence shattered as he realized he was just an ordinary man who could run a bit faster. Desperate, he called out to Elon, placing all his hopes on the one who had saved his life before. Elon, exasperated with Barry's faltering will, knew he had to act. Without the usual encouragement from Wells, it was up to him to step into that role. Elon's voice crackled through the communicator, a beacon of hope to the others. Barry listened intently, believing Elon would have a solution. "I'm stuck at a third red light," Elon began, his tone seemingly detached. "Central City isn't mine. I don't care about it. I don't have loved ones here. No job, no dreams, no family. Even if it's destroyed, I could survive elsewhere. His cold words sent a chill down Barry's spine. Elon, why? Barry was cut off by Elon's fierce interruption. You're the Flash, and it's up to you to protect your city, not some outsider. Think of your friends, Cisco, Caitlyn, Wells, your loved ones, your father in prison, Joe. It's all on you to safeguard them. Do you have the conviction to be a hero? The determination to lay down your life, if necessary, to protect this city and everyone in it? Tell me. Elon's roar resonated in Barry's ears, igniting a fire within him. A surge of determination erupted from his chest, fueling every cell in his body with a burning need to remember his father in prison, Joe, Iris, Caitlyn, Cisco, Dr. Wells, and everything beautiful about his city. With each memory that flashed before him, his resolve strengthened. Barry responded to Elon's challenge with a roar of his own. I have a resolve to die, protecting it all. Tell me what to do. Elon's voice was deep and solemn. Say goodbye to Joe, and then run for your life. Cisco and Caitlyn were taken aback by the grave tone, sensing a final farewell. Barry turned to Joe, his gaze unwavering, and embraced his foster father, the man who had raised him for 14 years, his closest kin. Joe, I'll protect you, he whispered, his voice steady yet tinged with finality. Joe, sensing a goodbye, held Barry tightly, tears welling up. No, Barry. With great effort, Barry pulled away from Joe's embrace and transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, charging straight into the heart of the tornado. Within the tornado, Martin, the creator of this catastrophic whirlwind, stood like a deity amongst the chaos, his control over the storm absolute, tearing and twisting everything in its path into oblivion. I am God, he declared with a madman's glee, his distorted face swelling with the delirium of power. Today, he believed he would ascend to godhood. But amidst the howling winds and the merciless debris, a streak of yellow lightning wound around him once more. It was Barry. No, it was the Flash, now ready to lay down his life to protect everything he held dear. Martin's laughter boomed over the roar of the storm. Foolish mortal, you dare to challenge a god? With a sweeping gesture, Martin's invisible grip on the tornado tightened, and the vortex's speed intensified, tearing deeper grooves into the earth, uprooting trees and sending them flying chaotically through the air. Barry, embracing a resolve born of desperation and duty, ran harder than ever. His speed-force aura blazed brighter, and his eyes sparked with intense arcs of electricity. His figure blurred, becoming one with the lightning, tearing through the tornado's core. A smile crossed Barry's face as memories of his life with Joe, his friends, and all the good in his world filled his mind. His arms pumped faster, his legs became a mere blur, and his speed surged to new heights. Martin, from within the eye of the storm, saw the yellow lightning become clearer and more intense. Barry's smile grew wider, a silent thanks to Elon for teaching him the true meaning of sacrifice. Barry's speed broke new barriers, forming a continuous circuit of yellow lightning that generated a powerful countercurrent against the tornado's fury. As the world turned gray and the tornado raged on, the yellow lightning enveloped everything. Martin, in his hubris, increased the storm's ferocity, pouring all his remaining strength into its destructive spin. Everyone, Joe, Cisco, Caitlyn, and Elon, watched with bated breath, pinning their hopes on Barry. Elon never doubted Barry's ability to succeed, despite the many changes he had wrought through his time traveling. He had felt the speed force's power and knew its terrifying potential, especially within Barry. Caitlyn, monitoring from the control room, saw Barry's vitals dropping. His speed was an incredible 250 meters per second, but still not enough to dissipate the tornado. He needed to reach Mach 1, the speed of sound, to counteract the vortex, and he was far from it. Barry, you can't keep this up. You'll die, Caitlyn warned urgently, though her voice couldn't reach him through the storm's roar. Inside the tornado, Martin laughed, mocking the futile efforts of the Flash. But Barry, now the embodiment of lightning itself, accelerated once more. His smile vanished as he thought of his childhood sweetheart and the beautiful city of Central City, with all its people and memories. "Central City, I will protect you," he vowed with a steely gaze and clenched jaw. In an instant, countless arcs of yellow electricity burst forth from Barry's body, wrapping him in a cocoon of raw power. His cells overloaded, and he felt them bursting with energy, fueling his incredible speed. Even as his body screamed in protest, his mind was resolute. Even if death was imminent, his run would not end. Barry, like a bolt of lightning, tore through the sky and the tornado, disrupting its very foundation. Martin's laughter stopped abruptly as he realized he had lost control. All he could see were the yellow arcs of electricity that now surrounded him, reflecting his own terror. The yellow lightning became his entire world. "No!" Martin screamed, but it was too late. With a thunderous boom, the tornado was neutralized as Barry broke the sound barrier. Trees and leaves that had been sucked into the sky now fell to the ground, and a cloud of dust filled the air. Joe, protecting Eddie, was startled by the explosion. As the dust settled and the debris cleared, he stood up, searching and calling, "Barry, where are you?" After a few moments, as the last of the debris landed, Joe surveyed the devastation. The ground was torn up, and the scene was chaotic, resembling a battlefield. As the dust dissipated and the sky cleared, both Barry and Martin were nowhere to be seen. Joe frantically searched the area until he found Martin in a deep trench, impaled by a sharp piece of wood, lifeless, his eyes open in a final display of defiance. Ignoring Martin's corpse, Joe continued to search for Barry and finally found him buried under a pile of leaves and branches. Joe checked for a pulse and felt a faint beat under his fingers, a relief flooding through him. He immediately called for an ambulance and notified the police. Back at SDR Labs, Caitlyn announced over the communicator, "Good news, the tornado has been neutralized by Barry. Bad news, Barry's vitals are critically low, and he's in a deep coma. I think you're going to have to carry him back." Hearing Caitlyn's words, Elon and Cisco's tense hearts eased. While they had faith in Barry, the changes brought by the crossover had left them anxious. They knew Barry was safe, at least for now. Elon replied with a hint of relief, "Don't worry, Barry will be fine. We're still waiting on the 5th red light." For the first time facing a villain, the ordeal ended with Elon wading through 5 red lights, a trial that transformed him into a knight of lightning. "Elon, you need to memorize every street and intersection. I never want you in my passenger seat again," Cisco grumbled as he drove. His frustration was palpable. He swore to himself that Elon would never ride shotgun again. Elon, his head practically sprouting question marks, replied, "Okay, but may I ask why? In all my life, no one has ever nagged me to speed up or run red lights, let alone shout go-go in my ear. I've had it. You're like a fly driving me to dung. Next time, you can run like Barry." Cisco's irritation had reached its peak, as evidenced by his colorful language. Elon responded with resignation, "I was just worried about Barry's life. Rest assured, there won't be a next time." By the time they arrived at the scene, it was all over. The devastation was akin to a Category 16 typhoon's aftermath. Trees uprooted, the ground furrowed deep. Both muttered in unison, "Oh my God." Among those affected by the particle accelerator's dark matter wave, the weather wizard's destructive powers ranked high. But Barry's speed force was the ultimate game-changer, capable of altering worlds in his wake. As for Elon's lightning powers, well, you guys are too late. It's all finished, Joe complained upon their arrival. "Joe, you should have called me to join you earlier. Against a metahuman like Martin, there's no room for oversight," Elon said while checking on Eddie's injuries. He had studied human anatomy extensively and could perform first aid. Thankfully, Eddie's injuries weren't fatal, just multiple fractures and minor internal displacements. After some quick treatment, all that was left was to wait for the ambulance. Joe apologized deeply. "I'm sorry, I was careless. Without Barry, the consequences would have been unbearable." Cisco, with a mock gun gesture, pointed at Elon. who was still tending to Eddie. Then you should be even more grateful to Elon. Without our supercrime consultant directing Barry, who knows what might have happened. That final speech really got the blood pumping. I'd punch him myself if I could. Joe, relieved to see Eddie was out of danger, chuckled at Cisco. Yes, your consultant is quite something. I thought I was going to lose Barry there. I like to punch him too. Don't even think about it. He's the guy who can down 2,550 Mexican tortillas in one go. Cisco retorted with a roll of his eyes. Joe's mouth formed an O of disbelief at the monstrous appetite. After ensuring Eddie was stable, Elon lifted Barry and announced, Joe, I'm taking Barry back to STR Labs for treatment. Eddie will have to wait for the ambulance. You might want to concoct a plausible explanation for this mess. I doubt metahuman activity will fly with your superiors. Joe nodded in agreement. Okay, take care of Barry. The harrowing encounter with the metahuman left Joe with much to ponder. He now had fewer reservations about Barry being the Flash, especially after Barry's promise to protect him. Joe realized that Barry had truly grown up and deserved to make his own choices. Then Cisco and Elon loaded Barry into the car, leaving Joe to watch over Eddie as they headed back to SDR Labs. Cisco, do you have a lot of cash on you? Elon suddenly asked as they drove through the city. What? You still owe me $7. What do you need money for now? Cisco replied. To buy underwear, clothes, personal items, food, things for everyday life. What? Our priority is to get Barry treated, not to shop for your groceries. I've checked Barry. He's just in a temporary coma from overexertion. The Speed Force is repairing his cellular damage. Even without treatment, he'll wake up soon. Really? Yes. Okay, the pin is 123321. Be quick and bring me back some Twizzlers. Cisco handed over a black credit card, indicating that Elon could spend freely. Twizzlers were a favorite confection of Cisco's, and by extension, a popular candy in the States. Elon had tried them once. Their perplexing taste, somewhere between plastic, nail polish, and soap, had left him less than impressed. They stopped on Bracknell Street, where a Walmart was conveniently located on the route back to STR Labs. Elon stepped out of the car to shop, and Cisco suddenly remembered something. Wait, grab me some motorcycle magazines, the ones with the cool-looking superbikes. Got it, Elon replied, closing the car door behind him and heading into Walmart. The superstore was as you'd expect, vast, well-stocked, and bustling. Elon quickly located a store clerk and rattled off a long list of items, mostly snacks and fresh food. The checkout alone took half an hour. Back at the car, Elon handed Cisco the Twizzlers and a stack of motorcycle magazines, along with a lengthy receipt. Cisco's eyes widened in shock at the total. What? You spent $100,000. Elon, now enjoying a coconut-flavored Tolini gelato recommended by the store clerk, replied blissfully, You won't regret it. Dinner's on me tonight. Cisco quipped, So should I be expecting this $100,000 meal to be worth the price tag? Elon, savoring the coconut gelato that melted deliciously in his mouth, exhaled the fragrant aroma with satisfaction. Yes, look forward to it. Not just tonight, but for the next half a year. Walmart will deliver fresh ingredients daily, and every evening you're welcome to join me for a taste of the Orient. Cisco didn't make much of it, content with his usual fare like Big Belly burgers, which he could happily devour for weeks on end. Elon had tried to keep up, but quickly hit his limit, not from fullness, but from sheer dissatisfaction. The dryness, the mismatched flavors, the condiments. He couldn't understand the appeal. Resolved to introduce his colleagues to the wonders of Chinese cuisine, Elon decided it was time to show them what they'd been missing. Parking the car in the SDR Labs garage, Cisco carried his magazines and candy to the control room, while Elon, with Barry in his arms and bags of groceries in tow, headed to the infirmary, where Caitlyn was already waiting. Laying Barry down on the examination table, Elon reassured Caitlyn, he's just overexerted. Some energy replenishment and a bit of rest to repair the cellular damage should do the trick. Caitlyn nodded, focusing on her diagnostics, while Elon casually invited her to dinner. Her reaction was swift and defensive. No, Elon, I'm not going to date you. You're a good person, but that's not happening. Elon, taken aback by the unexpected rejection, clarified his intentions. I'm devoted to the one I love and will propose to her when I return. Tonight is merely about gratitude. No pursuit intended. With a misunderstanding averted, albeit awkwardly, Caitlyn's cheeks flushed, a clear sign of embarrassment on her fair skin. Just get out, Elon. Let me work on Barry, she snapped, sending Elon out of the infirmary with a mix of irritation and mortification. Elon, taking the hint, left to prepare dinner, encountering Dr. Wells in the control room. With earnestness born from his recent faux pas, he invited the doctor to the thank-you dinner, emphasizing the importance of his presence. Cisco, munching on his Twizzlers, chimed in, "Doctor, you really should come. It's not every day you get to partake in a meal this extravagant." Wells, feigning surprise, graciously accepted. "Well then, I can stay for dinner before heading home." Elon then excused himself to prepare the meal, reminding Cisco to alert him when the next delivery arrived and to make sure Caitlyn joined them at 6. Back in his living quarters, now a spacious 3-bedroom suite in contrast to the cramped temporary space he first occupied, Elon unpacked the groceries. The fridge was soon stocked with ice cream and desserts, while the meats and a freshly butchered carp were laid out for preparation. The carp was an unusual find in Walmart, given its many bones, an attribute typically shunned by Western palates. Elon planned to deep fry it to a crisp and season it with a special blend of soy sauce and chili, a recipe discovered in a back alley and perfected after months of clandestine kitchen visits to impress his girlfriend. Each ingredient he handled brought back memories of her, from the silky black chicken for nourishing soups to the tender pork loin for sweet and sour dishes, boneless, of course, to suit Western tastes. As he cooked, Elon's mood was bittersweet, the flavors of the past mingling with the present. When Barry awoke, Elon extended an invitation to stay for dinner, but Barry declined, feeling the need to reassure Joe after the day's events. Elon understood the importance of their conversation and wished Barry luck with heartfelt sincerity. Afterwards, Elon returned to his culinary mission, moving boxes of sweets and spices into his kitchen, ready to create a feast that would bring a touch of home to SDR Labs. The feast was prepared. Beef stew with potatoes, crispy fried carp with secret seasoning, spicy shredded potato, blanched bok choy, nourishing black chicken soup, sweet and sour meatballs, stir-fried vermicelli with minced meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. These are dishes Elon often cooked on Earth, simple home cooking, but the spread of 7 dishes and 1 soup was extravagant for 4 people. For a metahuman like Elon, it was a modest meal, so he made ample portions, planning to indulge after his guests were sated. However, as dinner commenced, he realized how naive he had been. In the West, wasting food is frowned upon. It's customary to order only what you can eat, and over-ordering is considered disrespectful, especially for those traveling from abroad. At 6 in the evening, the guests arrived promptly at Elon's door. Cisco knocked, and Elon ushered them in. Cisco's suggestion for decorations wasn't unwarranted. Elon's metal-clad abode felt sterile. Dr. Wells agreed, finding the place too impersonal. Elon, however, was not bothered, believing his stay was temporary. Caitlyn, the last to enter, brought a bottle of Krug Rose champagne as an apology for the earlier misunderstanding. Elon accepted it with a teasing remark and a gentlemanly gesture, leading everyone to the dining table. The table was laden with exotic dishes that captivated their attention. Each setting included a small bowl with a spoon, a plate, cutlery, and to Elon's insistence, chopsticks. He poured the black chicken soup, carefully deboning the meat beforehand, knowing his guests' preference for boneless fare. The aroma of the chicken mixed with subtle medicinal herbs tantalized their senses, yet they hesitated to eat. Cisco, expressing concern over the unfamiliar flavors, questioned whether the food was safe for non-mutated physiologies. Despite their reservations and cultural differences, everyone agreed to try the dishes out of respect for Elon's effort and hospitality. There's no strict etiquette at an Eastern table, Elon explained. He encouraged them to start with the soup to aid digestion. He then demonstrated how to enjoy the meal, which included using chopsticks, though he had provided Western utensils for their comfort. As Elon savored the soup with visible emotion, the others watched, puzzled by his intense appreciation for what seemed like a simple dish. Caitlyn, feeling somewhat guilty, was the first to brave a taste. The rich flavor of the soup took her by surprise. The warmth spread from her stomach, filling her with a cozy glow. Cisco and Dr. Wells, worried about potential poisoning, were relieved when Caitlyn's reaction was not distress but pure delight. "Oh my God!" Caitlyn exclaimed, amazed by the unique taste. The others, encouraged by her response, ventured to try the soup. "Oh my God!" they echoed, soon marveling at the spread of vibrant dishes before them. Elon, pleased with their reactions, insisted, "To fully appreciate Chinese cuisine, mastering chopsticks is essential, but take your time. For now, enjoy the feast with whatever utensils you're comfortable with." The guests were soon exclaiming over every dish, the initial shock giving way to unabashed enthusiasm. Caitlyn claimed the sweet and sour meatballs for herself, while Cisco hoarded the stir-fried vermicelli. Dr. Wells, with a cough of disappointment, pulled the beef stew closer. The crispy fried fish was quickly devoured, and the remaining dishes were soon claimed. Elon watched, bemused by their ferocious appetites. Had they never experienced true home-cooked meals? The dinner was a resounding success, their plates wiped clean, and their praises endless. For Elon, it was a gratifying affirmation of his culinary skills and a joyful reminder of home. As Elon watched in bewilderment his guests devoured the meal he had prepared, leaving him to fear an empty stomach, Barry was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Joe. The day's events had brought them to a mutual understanding and forgiveness. In Barry's lab, 3 pizzas weighed down a table cluttered with files. Barry tore off a slice topped with spicy Italian sausage and spoke between bites, "Joe, thank you." Joe, half-seated against the table, watched Barry with a sense of nostalgia. "Barry, you've grown up. You should have your own thoughts. You're right, you're not my kid, Barry put down his slice and interjected, "And oh, Joe, you are my father. You're the one who made sure I was fed and clothed. You stayed by my bed every night because I was afraid of the dark. You helped me with homework, taught me how to drive and shave. You put me through college, teaching me all the virtues one should have. Everything you've done, you are my father, and I am grateful you became my second one." Moved beyond words, Joe wiped his face, his eyes brimming with tears. He picked up a slice of pizza, clinked it against Barry's in a makeshift toast, and they shared a smile. After enjoying their pizza, Joe got serious. "Barry, I don't approve of you being the Flash, but you have your own ideas, and I can only support you silently. However, you must accept my supervision and be honest with me." Barry, sensing Joe's support, was elated. "Joe, that's great. I've always wanted to work side by side with you against crime. From now on, no more secrets?" Joe raised an eyebrow. Barry hesitated before replying yes. "Yes." Joe, unconvinced, rolled up a world map on the blackboard to reveal hidden information. He had accidentally discovered it in Barry's workspace during their argument at SDR Labs, and it pained him because he had been part of the team that wrongly convicted Barry's father years ago. The blackboard was covered with newspaper clippings about Barry's mother's murder and images of Barry's father being arrested by the police, alongside numerous annotations and dates. Barry struggled to find words, knowing Joe disapproved of his secretive investigations. Joe had always believed Barry's father was guilty, and, after adopting Barry, he had conducted his own private investigation into the case, but never found anything conclusive. He wanted Barry to grow up in a healthy environment, away from the shadow of his father's alleged crime. But now, with Barry's super speed, Elon's control over electricity, and the evidence Joe had found in Barry's workspace, he began to doubt his past judgment. "Barry, I was wrong 14 years ago. Your father shouldn't be in jail. I believe you now, and I'll reinvestigate the case. Your father will be okay," Joe promised with conviction. Barry, tears in his eyes, was grateful but despondent. "Joe, thank you for believing in me, but it's useless. I've gone over the evidence 100 times and found nothing. There is no starting point, no clues to follow. I'm stuck. Joe tapped his fingers on the table, his intuition as a seasoned detective kicking in. Barry, we should look into the source of your abilities. Me? And oh, Harrison Wells. He took you from the hospital, and after you woke up, you had superpowers. He acts like he knows everything about your abilities, which resemble the events of the night your mother died. My gut tells me we need to look into Harrison Wells. Barry pondered Joe's words, recalling the night of his mother's murder, the red and yellow arcs of electricity, and how similar it was to his own experiences with speed. His trust in Wells hadn't yet developed to the point it had in the TV show, where he initially rejected Joe's suspicions due to gratitude and Wells's convincing facade. Now, Barry didn't dismiss Joe's theory out of hand. The despair in Barry's eyes was replaced by hope. Joe's words had given him a new lead to pursue. Though uncertain, it was a clue, a path that might one day clear his father's name. Joe tempered Barry's impulsive heart with a stern command. Barry, leave the investigation to me for now. You see him frequently at SDR Labs. Don't act rashly. In the time vault, Wells rubbed his protruding belly, still feeling the effects of the enchanting Eastern cuisine that seemed to defy satiety. Even 2 hours later, his stomach felt pleasingly distended. After indulging a bit too much, he burped contentedly and turned his attention to the recorded footage before him. The screen displayed Joe and Barry's clear conversation, and Wells listened intently, his gaze sharpening as Joe's voice echoed. My gut tells me we need to look into Harrison Wells. Wells murmured to himself with a hint of respect. Detective West, you are indeed an exceptional officer. After pondering Joe's words briefly, he decided to take action. Gideon, show me the future, Wells commanded. Of course, Doctor, the AI replied, projecting a holographic newspaper article from 2025 detailing the disappearance of the Flash. The future remained unaltered. Bring up my journal, Gideon. I have new entries to add, Wells instructed as he paced. The screen filled with a running log of entries, and Gideon generated a new one, documenting Wells' spoken words. Everything is back on track. The chaos caused by the time traveler Elon has been corrected. His appointment as a consultant at SDR Labs and his role in capturing metahumans have not affected the future. It seems he is not significant in the grand scheme of history. Elon's identity remains uncertain. He claims to be an ordinary person from another world, sucked into ours by a vortex. His desire to return, his frenzied acquisition of knowledge, and the emotions he displays all seem genuine. But to me, his credibility is zero. Elon is an unstable variable. His determination, sharp intellect, and keen instincts will eventually lead him to realize that I was the one who attacked him that night. He must be eliminated. The faster Barry runs, the sooner Elon will meet his end. For now, stabilizing him is the priority. There are traces of the speed force in him, yet it is unclear if he truly possesses it. His ability to manipulate electronics and generate magnetic fields, controlling both his own biomagnetic field and Barry's, indicates a control over biomagnetic fields. Molecular cellular restructuring and high-frequency vibration will render all he controls ineffective, even if he were to grasp my Wells' biomagnetic field. Wells' voice took on a chilling note as he continued. Only a speedster can contend with another speedster. Barry's foster father, Joe West, has begun to suspect me. His suspicions are baseless and far-fetched, based only on intuition. I need to dispel these doubts. The relationship between Barry and me cannot be allowed to deteriorate. I need concrete evidence to quell West's suspicions. End of entry. Save, Wells concluded with a snap of his fingers. Gideon, activate the surveillance in the underground training room, he instructed. Activating, Doctor, Gideon responded. 8 screens lit up, each showing a different angle of the underground training room. There were new punching bags, a pockmarked steel wall, iron blocks suspended by steel cables, modified baseball pitching machines, and near the entrance, a large refrigerator. These items comprised Elon's training ground. On the screens, Elon sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in apparent meditation. Meditation? Cultivation? Wells mused. The mysteries of the Orient are profound and inscrutable, but against the intelligence and technology of a century and the grandeur of the Speed Force, they are insurmountable. A look of pity crossed Wells' face, as if he were regarding an ignorant ancient hominid. He turned and settled into his wheelchair. "Gideon, good night." "Good night, Doctor," the AI replied. Wells wheeled out of the time vault, leaving SDR Labs behind. 30 minutes later in the training room, Elon slowly opened his eyes. It wasn't meditation or cultivation. He had been using his magnetic field to sense Wells, waiting until he was sure Wells had left before he dared to move. Aware that SDR Labs and all of Central City were under Wells' surveillance, Elon knew he had to act rationally, without arousing suspicion. His supercharged mind began planning his next moves. First, Barry was crucial. His speed needed to increase rapidly. Second, Wells' 25th century technology couldn't be overlooked, especially if Elon hoped to navigate back through the vortex. Third, understanding Wells' biomagnetic field and cellular structure was essential for future confrontations. And fourth, the metahuman known as Blackout, who could absorb the Speed Force, warranted further investigation. Elon's path forward was clear but limited. For now, he would aid Barry in combating metahumans and ensure his safety, all while pushing him to run faster. In the meantime, Elon's focus was on learning, absorbing knowledge, and extracting what he could from Wells. After organizing his thoughts, Elon retrieved several boxes of ice cream from the refrigerator. As he enjoyed his late-night treat, he pondered what to cook for dinner the next day, a meal that would satisfy him even if his guests joined, leaving them helplessly full yet again. At 9 a.m., Elon finished his rigorous morning workout, drenched in sweat. He returned to his quarters for a shower and prepared a voluminous breakfast of scrambled eggs with glass noodles. His routine was set. Rise at 6, train his body, sense magnetic lines, control magnetic fields, and practice manipulating electricity for 3 solid hours. The rest of his time was devoted to absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, with evenings reserved for reflection on everything, especially any matters concerning Wells. Cisco, as if guided by a hound's nose, was already banging on Elon's door, lured by the aroma of freshly cooked eggs and noodles. "Elon, open up. I can smell it from here," Cisco exclaimed. Elon opened the door, and Cisco barged in, exclaiming with glee, "Perfect timing. You've made my favorite dish, Elon. I can't thank you enough. I'll help myself." "What? That's my breakfast." "Go back to your big belly burger," Elon protested. Ignoring Elon, Cisco made himself at home in the kitchen, loading his plate with a generous portion of the egg noodle mix and devouring it with gusto. Elon, somewhat annoyed, poured 2 glasses of milk and handed one to Cisco. While eating, Cisco pulled out a sleek, brandless silver phone. "Elon, I customized this phone just for you. It's magnet-proof, insulated, and heat-resistant. You can carry it without worry. And remember, let me know when you're having meals. I've set up your contacts. I'm the first on the list. Always inform me about meals. By the way, what's your favorite color?" "Black," Elon replied, examining the lightweight phone, the size of an iPhone 5 with a few apps installed, including some of Cisco's own communication tools and a downloaded Facebook app. In less than 3 minutes, Cisco had polished off his share of the breakfast, patted his belly contentedly, and left Elon's place, the entire visit lasting less than 5 minutes. 10 minutes after Cisco's departure, Elon finished his breakfast and washed up. His phone rang. It was Cisco again. "Elon, I got so caught up in the noodles, I forgot to tell you. Dr. Wells is looking for you in the main hall control room." Puzzled by Wells' summons and unable to discern the reason, Elon made his way to the control room. Wells was there, manipulating satellite data on the main computer. "Elon, you're here. Last night's dinner was delightful. I look forward to more," Wells reminisced, still impressed by the Eastern culinary experience that had expanded his palate beyond burgers, pizzas, and fries. "Tonight, we'll continue. I'll cook every evening, but tonight you'll need to learn to use chopsticks," Elon proposed. Wells beamed. "Oh, I'll practice using chopsticks then. I wouldn't want to miss out on the feast." At that moment, Caitlyn strolled into the control room, overhearing their conversation. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. You know, I absolutely despise when staff bribe their superiors with food, she said playfully. All right, Caitlyn, you better brush up on your chopstick skills too, or you'll miss out tonight, Elon warned. Okay, I'm off to buy chopsticks and practice right away, Caitlyn said with a triumphant smile, grabbing some paperwork and exiting the control room. Wells watched Caitlyn leave with a smile, turning to Elon. Ever since you arrived, Caitlyn's been smiling a lot more. Do you think so? I hadn't noticed. Anyway, Dr. Wells, what did you need to see me for? Elon inquired. Wells, as if suddenly remembering his original purpose, said, the food talk made me forget the matter at hand. He handed Elon a USB drive. In 1951, an alien spacecraft crashed in Redmond, Oregon. The U.S. government extracted a lot of data from the ship, some of it encrypted alien information I've recently decoded. It's research on using a new singularity to create and stabilize a wormhole, which could potentially help you. This data might fulfill your wish. The hardest part, I believe, is creating a new singularity. An uncontrollable singularity could destroy the world. So my idea is to neutralize the gravitational field of the singularity using negative mass, stabilizing the wormhole. If you can pinpoint your world, you could use the wormhole to return the moment it opens, then disrupt the gravitational field with high energy to prevent the singularity from causing any harm. This way, you get home safely without destroying this world. Elon was shocked, holding the USB in disbelief. He knew from the show that if things proceeded as Wells described, the finale of Season 1 would indeed feature a singularity, a wormhole created by Eddie's suicide and Wells' erasure from the timeline, leading to a black hole. Elon could potentially use this black hole to create a wormhole back to his world. Wells shook his head with a feigned sadness. Unfortunately, man-made black holes aren't true black holes. They lack the gravity to swallow everything around them like a real black hole. They only exhibit black hole properties in terms of sound. Such a black hole cannot create an internal wormhole. Internally, Wells sneered. The information he had given Elon was partially altered and incorrect, though the principal direction of the theory was sound. It would take a century or more in this primitive era to create a usable singularity. Elon's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved by Wells' gesture. Dr. Wells, I can't thank you enough, Elon said, his voice choked with emotion. He was genuinely touched. The technology of the day might not be able to create a real black hole, but the events of the Season 1 finale provided a sliver of hope. This unexpected act of kindness from the Reverse Flash was overwhelming. Wells matched Elon's display of gratitude. The particle accelerator explosion that brought you here is partly my fault. I hope this information helps you get home. As they exchanged heartfelt thanks, Barry arrived, looking rather uneasy. Dr. Wells, I need Elon's help, Barry said, cutting through the emotional atmosphere. Elon, thumbing the USB provided by Wells, proceeded to the underground training room, with Barry trailing behind. Upon reaching their destination, Elon, under Barry's curious gaze, retrieved a dozen boxes of ice cream from the fridge and plugged the USB into his tablet, transferring 16 gigabytes of pure text files. As Barry watched Elon devour the ice cream, he hesitated before asking, Elon, can I trust you? There was a kinship Barry felt towards Elon, fueled by the latter's speed, force-infused brain. Especially after Elon's substantial aid in the previous day's battle, Barry's trust in him had grown significantly. Elon paused his feast to ponder. In the show, this was a time of triumph for Barry, filled with confidence after defeating the Weather Wizard. There was no reason for him to appear troubled and ask for trust, unless it involved his romantic troubles with Iris, which Elon had no interest in. Continuing his indulgence, Elon replied, You can trust me. Asking that question shows you do, even if there are things troubling you that you want to share or need my help with. But if it's a secret or about your emotions, I suggest you keep it to yourself. Barry nodded affirmatively. I trust you, Elon. The moment he finished, the environment blurred. Yellow lightning danced around them, and the world transformed into streaks of light. Barry had whisked Elon away using his super speed. In an instant, they had stopped, now inside Joe's house. Joe was studying a case on his couch, his focus aided by a cup of black coffee. Barry's speedy entrance scattered papers everywhere. Elon, patting out the embers on his black t-shirt, complained, "Barry, I don't appreciate this. I had 17 boxes of ice cream to eat, and I've only just started on the first. What's this all about?" Joe interjected, "Barry, what are you doing? Our investigation must be kept from those close to Wells." "Calm down, Joe. Elon will help us." "I trust him," Barry explained. "Elon, Joe, and I suspect my mother's death is connected to Dr. Wells. We need you to keep an eye on him at SDR Labs. Watch for any suspicious behavior." Elon felt a tightness in his chest. Were they suspecting Wells already? The plot was advancing too quickly, as if they were already at episode 20. Such premature suspicion could disrupt Elon's plans. Without Barry's speed fully developed, and Elon having just gleaned a bit of knowledge from Wells, this unexpected development could throw everything into disarray. "Do you have any evidence?" Elon asked cautiously. He needed to stabilize the situation to prevent Wells from taking drastic measures too soon. Joe and Barry had nothing concrete, only suspicions based on Joe's experience and the coincidence of Wells founding SDR Labs 14 years prior. Wells' concern for Barry's safety was not enough to confirm their doubts. Thankfully, they weren't yet at the point of digging up graves or collecting blood samples. It seemed their suspicion was still at the level of early episodes. Elon breathed a sigh of relief. Guiding them back to the show's narrative, Elon suggested they investigate Wells' deceased wife, knowing it would deflect much suspicion. Both Joe and Barry, being emotionally driven, could easily be swayed. "Perhaps you should look into Dr. Wells' wife. I believe at that time, he wouldn't have had any connection to your mother's murder." Barry and Joe exchanged glances, unsure. "Elon, what do you know?" Barry pressed. Elon couldn't reveal his knowledge of the entire storyline. "Your respect and admiration made me curious about Dr. Wells, so I looked into his past. Beyond that, I know nothing." After discussing Wells for a while, Elon subtly steered their thoughts. Without decisive evidence, it was hard to pursue the case, especially as Elon had shifted their focus. Joe decided to look into Wells' past, and whether this would temporarily quell their suspicions, only time would tell. That evening, Elon prepared a hot pot dinner. Watching the trio clumsily use chopsticks, occasionally dropping slices of meat, Elon insisted they pick it up and eat it, citing no waste of food. Their frustrated yet humorous attempts brought laughter to the group, strengthening their bond. In the following days, Elon inquired about the wormhole research and monitored Wells as Barry had asked, knowing these tactics were futile against Wells. Most of their analysis took place at Joe's house, with Elon sometimes visiting the police lab to discuss with Joe, ensuring that Wells, who monitored everything, would notice and hopefully dispel Joe's investigation. Wells would certainly not allow Joe to continue probing, as Barry's speed was just beginning to improve and Wells wouldn't risk his long-term plans. After some time, without progress, Joe decided to confront Wells directly. Meanwhile, inside the time vault, Wells watched Joe's image on the screen with a wry smile, aware of every move being made. On a bright sunny day, graced with a cool, dry breeze, Dr. Wells made his appearance at the Central City Police Department. In front of the mural representing truth, liberty, and justice within the precinct, Barry and Iris encountered him. Speedsters, due to the immense power of the Speed Force, often oscillate between their accelerated state and normalcy, leading to a sense of temporal disorientation. This often results in a skewed perception of time, where despite their rapid pace, they could end up late or forget the importance of time altogether. Today, Barry was just so, having forgotten his plan to accompany Iris to watch Simon Stagg's award acceptance speech and his promise to elucidate the scientific jargon for her. If not for Iris's persistence in reminding him, he would have remained oblivious to the commitment. The effects of the Speed Force's erratic impact on his sense of time were evident. Barry looked awkwardly at Wells and inquired, "Dr. Wells, what brings you to the police department?" "Hello." Barry, Miss West. Wells greeted smoothly, recalling Iris from her visits to SDR labs when Barry was hospitalized for treatment. Iris nodded politely, "Hello, Dr. Wells," and then stood silently by Barry's side. Wells acknowledged her with a nod and continued, "I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration with Detective West." Barry's brow furrowed slightly, speculation and suspicion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Joe, spotting Wells from inside the precinct, came forward and clapped Barry on the shoulder. "You and Iris go enjoy the tech awards. And bring me some of that Italian spicy sausage, olives, and Mexican chili pizza tonight," he said. This was a coded message. The trio of pizzas was from the night Joe began suspecting Wells. Barry, quick on the uptake, understood Joe's directive to proceed with his plans and leave the probing to him. With a nod to Joe's subtle cue, Barry excused himself from Wells and left with Iris. Detective West, it would be imprudent to discuss matters at the entrance. Wells gestured to the bustling doorway, suggesting a less public space for conversation. Of course, with Barry out, let's talk in his lab. Coffee? Sugar and milk? Black coffee, please. They moved to Barry's lab, where Joe sorted some files on the table to one side and sat down across from Wells in his wheelchair. Both warmed themselves with a sip of hot coffee before Wells initiated the discussion. "Detective West, I wholeheartedly support the proposal to apprehend superpowered criminals. SDR Labs must take responsibility," Wells began. Joe replied with confidence, "That's great to hear, Dr. Wells. Ordinary police can't handle these superpowered individuals. If a metahuman arises, we will certainly need Elon's and your team's assistance. It's our moral obligation. For the harm and chaos brought to this city by the particle accelerator, I am deeply sorry. SDR Labs will commit all efforts to mitigate the dangers posed by metahumans," Wells affirmed. As they clinked cups, Joe cast a surreptitious glance at Wells, then engaged in a lengthy discussion about detecting, preventing, and combating superpowered individuals. Joe pledged to cover for them temporarily to avoid public panic, planning to formalize their efforts with the police department later. For now, Joe would assist covertly, gradually preparing the police and the public for the reality of metahumans. The cooperation was expected, and Joe didn't intend to prolong the conversation. His primary objective today was to probe Wells, using the partnership against metahuman crime as a pretext to engage in a seemingly casual but calculated dialogue. Eventually, the conversation veered towards life and public affairs, and subtly, Joe steered the topic towards Barry. In an offhand manner, Joe asked, "Dr. Wells, why did you choose to establish SDR Labs in Central City?" Wells responded with a smile, "For the pleasant scenery, comfortable climate, and most importantly, because of the sense of safety provided by you and your team." He raised his cup in a toast to Joe, who shook his head incredulously and stared intently into Wells's face. "Not necessarily. Have you heard about the murder of Barry's mother? I believe I was wrong in the initial judgment. Ever since you granted Barry his speed, I've suspected someone with abilities similar to Barry's was responsible for his mother's death." Wells rebutted with confusion and denial. "Detective, that's hard to believe. Barry gained his powers due to the particle accelerator's explosion and the resulting thunderstorm. Even Elon, who was also struck by lightning, doesn't possess Barry's super speed." Joe's gaze hardened. "But what if someone did? 14 years ago? I find that impossible. The technology to create a particle accelerator didn't exist back then. The dark matter wave from the explosion granted Barry his speed. That's an inescapable fact," Wells argued. Joe rose, his imposing stature intensifying the pressure in the room. "And what if you were capable of creating a particle accelerator 14 years ago, Dr. Wells?" Wells remained unfazed by Joe's accusation, projecting an image of being wrongfully suspected, filled with helplessness and indignation. He removed his glasses and met Joe's gaze. "I thought today's meeting was about a genuine collaboration to amend the harm SDR Labs has caused to Central City. It seems now that the real motive is coming to light. Detective West, you are attacking me with baseless slander." Joe's eyes flashed with a fierce determination that often made the guilty squirm. His psychological assault was designed to unnerve those with a guilty conscience, causing them to falter and reveal themselves. Yet Wells remained composed and locked eyes with him without showing any weakness. Ramping up the psychological pressure with a slow, resolute tone, Joe pressed, I am the murderer." The assertive voice resonated, accompanied by a yellow, blurred figure adorned with a red lightning bolt emblem and encased in red electrical arcs. Suddenly materializing, the gust of wind kicked up by the figure scattered the papers across the table. Joe's eyes widened in shock, staring behind Wells in horror. Joe's eyes flicked between Wells and the figure in yellow, leading him to conclude that Wells was not the murderer, a conclusion that Wells himself had hoped for. With the appearance of the reverse flash, Joe's doubts were effectively quelled. Wells feigned confusion as he looked at Joe, sensing Joe's gaze shift behind him. Just as Wells was about to turn to see what had so shocked Joe, he saw the figure in yellow raise a blurred left hand towards Wells's head. In an instant, Wells, along with his wheelchair, was knocked over and fell unconscious under the table. "No!" Joe quickly drew his gun, but before he could aim at the blurred yellow figure, the room was filled with red arcs of electricity. Fragile glass cups fell and shattered crisply on the floor, while papers swirled around. The gusts of wind hit Joe's face, leaving him bewildered and fearful as he swung his gun aimlessly, unable to target the swift figure. The entire room seemed to swirl with red lightning and flying papers, making any human form indiscernible. Joe's forehead was slick with sweat. Suddenly, his gun vanished from his grip, thrown onto the floor. A blurred face appeared before him, uncomfortably close, instilling a deep-seated fear. "Are you looking for me?" A chilling voice resonated from the blurred face. Then, a mini camera crashed onto the desk, shaking it slightly. It was the camera Joe had secretly placed in a corner to record his conversation with Wells, now found and exposed by the figure in yellow. "It was you. You're the one who killed Barry's mother." The man in yellow Barry mentioned, "It's you." Joe gasped, trembling as he struggled to suppress his body's convulsions, but to no avail, feeling increasingly stiff. "Dig deeper, and she dies." The figure in yellow transformed again into red arcs of electricity, filling the room, and then the mini camera on the desk vanished, followed by the red arcs racing out the door, disappearing without a trace. Joe, drenched in sweat, turned to look at the blackboard. On the world map, a fruit knife was stabbed into Iris's photo. After a while, Joe calmed down, removed the knife from the blackboard, and with a loving glance at Iris's photo, tucked it into his pocket. He picked up his gun and straightened the unconscious Dr. Wells in his wheelchair. Gently shaking him, Wells awoke with a bewildered expression. "What happened?" "Dr. Wells, I'm sorry, I misunderstood." At SDR Labs, Cisco called over the microphone. "Elon, Barry has spotted a metahuman. You need to come to the control room." Elon, in the underground training room, hurried up to the control room upon hearing the news. As he entered, he heard Barry's pain groans. Barry, bruised and with a swollen left eye, lay on a hospital bed. Caitlyn was applying medicine to him, expressing her dissatisfaction. "How many more injuries are you going to sustain? If you can't win, just run. With your speed, no one can catch you." I didn't want to, but I was instantly surrounded. Some pulled my arms, others grabbed my legs. I was surrounded by a dozen people, getting beaten up. It was tough to break free, Barry explained with a groan, noting the overwhelming number of opponents who only grew in number, surrounding him in layers, leaving him no room to fight back. "This world needs more good people. Why must those with powers resort to crime?" Barry lamented. "Another unfriendly metahuman." Cisco, cleaning the Flash's suit, grumbled, "Hey, you've stained my Flash suit with blood. It might be red and not too noticeable, but it's gross." Barry rolled his eyes. "I'm sorry, it was intense. I couldn't keep the suit clean while fighting. Some of the blood might be from the enemies, but I did hit them a few times." "Barry, it seems you need some combat training to handle 1,000 enemies at once," Elon suggested. "Cisco, collect some blood and check the DNA against the Central City database to see if there's a match," Barry added. "I know what he looks like." During the fight, I pulled off a few masks, and they were all identical. Identical metahumans with the ability to split themselves. Cisco nodded in approval. Cool, the clone captain. The room fell silent, all eyes on Cisco. What? You don't like the name? Okay, I'll think of another one. The discussion about the metahuman resumed. Caitlyn asked, why didn't you immediately notify Elon? Together, you could definitely defeat this metahuman. Barry replied, I thought I could handle him alone. The room fell silent again. Barry continued helplessly, well, I thought they were just ordinary armed criminals, but they suddenly split. I was startled when I caught up with them. Besides, by the time Elon was notified and arrived, the metahuman would have already escaped. Elon recalled the last time with the weather wizard, waiting at 5 red lights on the way, and by the time he arrived, all he could do was pick up Barry for treatment, unable to do anything else. The battle was too fast, both in its onset and conclusion, leaving him only to clean up the aftermath. It seems I need a vehicle to get to the scene quickly, Elon mused. At that moment, Cisco had finished cleaning the blood off the Flash's suit and collected some for sample testing. Cisco nodded confidently. You're right, Flash Knight. What? The group fell silent again, puzzled by Cisco's sudden naming, looking at him with curious eyes. Elon, I've renamed your hero title to Flash Knight. I believe you won't object, won't regret it, and will fully agree, Cisco said confidently. Elon, come with me. I have something to show you. Cisco led the way out of the control room, with Elon following with great interest, indicating that Cisco had likely invented something new. Barry quickly jumped off the hospital bed and rushed after them. Clearly an interesting event that Cisco had cooked up, which was not to be missed. Hey, Barry, your injuries. It's okay, Caitlyn. I heal quickly. Look, I can run and jump now. Leaving Caitlyn behind, Cisco led Elon and Barry to the garage. A black curtain covered a motorcycle silhouette. Cisco gripped the corner of the black curtain and pulled it back with a strong tug, revealing a motorcycle inside. He proudly declared, I call it the Flash Battle Bike. The bike was a sleek, dark black, exuding an aura of unmatched power. The body featured stepped lightning patterns that recessed towards the back, and even the footrests were shaped like lightning bolts, perfectly accommodating the rider's legs and feet, merging the rider and bike into one, transforming into a bolt of black lightning. The dynamic body and compact structure resembled a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. Anyone who saw it would immediately think, lightning, like a bolt of black lightning. Powerful, like a king ruling the night, tearing through everything with fierce, unstoppable lightning. This would be Cisco's coolest, most powerful creation yet, Barry exclaimed in awe. Elon nodded in agreement, impressed not just by its performance, but also by its stunning appearance, which could outshine any other motorcycle. Moreover, this was the Flash Battle Bike, a masterpiece crafted by Cisco. Seeing their reactions, Cisco stood proudly and excitedly introduced the bike. This is not your ordinary motorcycle. It's a super motorcycle, the Flash Battle Bike, crafted and improved by me. It's made entirely of a black metal, G5 exotic metal, which I created by combining a small amount of dwarf star alloy, meteorite iron, bismuth, osmium, lithium, silver, tungsten, and some magical reactions. It was a beautiful accident that led to the creation of this G5 exotic metal, a process that cannot be replicated. Apart from the palm-sized piece I have left in the lab for research, the rest has been used to create the Flash Battle Bike. G5 exotic metal has a very peculiar conductivity. Its inherent metallic magnetic field generates electrons, so the electron waves within each piece of metal are exceptionally intense. Ordinary people touching this metal would feel a tingling sensation, as it is a metal that freely discharges electricity. It has a high melting point and excellent hardness and toughness. This G5 exotic metal is so advanced that I haven't been able to fully assess its capabilities. However, I am certain that this is absolutely the best fit for you, Elon. Combined with your abilities and the reactions with the G5 exotic metal, it will result in a mutual enhancement, strengthening your electrical powers. Cisco patted the black body of the bike and said with a smile, "Inside, there's a plasma thruster I developed, originally designed to send rockets into space. I improved it and added a converter, which can instantly unleash an electromagnetic reverse thrust, propelling you forward like a railgun, even matching Barry's current speed. I call it railgun mode." Barry exclaimed, "What? That's impossible. It's just a motorcycle." Elon, who had been relatively calm, was now moved. The world's fastest motorcycle, the Dodge Tomahawk, can reach a top speed of 676 kilometers per hour, half the speed of sound. It was not surprising that Cisco's Flash Battle bike could surpass the Dodge Tomahawk in speed, but matching Barry's speed was astonishing, as that was the speed of sound. Barry's current top speed is Mach 1, the highest speed he has reached since the Weather Wizard incident. Matching Barry's speed meant breaking the sound barrier. Even if it could break the sound barrier, Elon couldn't actually ride at Mach 1 due to the shockwave and vibrations of the sonic boom, which would shatter him in an instant. "I need to try out the Flash Battle bike," Elon said eagerly, ready to experience the speed before reaching the sonic barrier. Cisco stopped Elon and said, "Don't rush. Let's load it onto the research vehicle and head to the road near the Ferris Air Test Facility for testing. Before that, you need to thoroughly understand the structure of the Flash Battle bike. This document details every screw, the function and creation of the plasma thruster, the efficiency of the converter, everything about this bike. You need to fully understand it to master it. The Flash Battle bike is my gift to you. From now on, you will take good care of it." Upon hearing it was a gift for Elon, Barry grew excited. "What, Cisco? Please make one for me too. What would you do with it? You already run faster than anyone else. It's just so cool." "No, I don't have the energy to make another one." Barry was heartbroken by Cisco's refusal, gazing longingly at the Flash Battle bike. "Why?" Elon asked, puzzled by Cisco's gift. "I just want to make up for a mistake. The accelerator explosion caused your time travel, preventing you from returning to your world, and we feel guilty. Also, the metahumans created by the accelerator explosion, we need your help. Central City needs heroes, whether it's the Flash Knight or the Flash. You're needed to deal with the aftermath of the Star Labs particle accelerator explosion. Let's fight the metahumans together." After Cisco finished speaking, he raised his right hand in the air, holding a wrench. Barry stepped forward first, gripping Cisco's hand firmly and affirming, "I'm more than willing." Really, this sudden emotional moment was a bit uncomfortable. Elon thought to himself, "This is what's wrong with TV shows, knowing I've already agreed to catch the metahumans, yet they still create an emotional scene." Reluctantly, Elon placed his hand on theirs, gripping tightly. "Very well, I accept." After the emotional moment, they loaded the bike onto the research vehicle and drove to the Ferris Air Test Facility to test the Flash Battle bike. They completely forgot about the metahuman they were supposed to be searching for. As a result, when they returned, they lined up to be scolded by Caitlyn, who was furious that the men had disappeared for half a day without a word, just to look at something. Cisco drove, Elon sat in the passenger seat, and Barry walked. Cisco's earlier statement about never letting Elon sit in his passenger seat turned out to be a joke, as he once again had Elon by his side. Elon held a stack of documents 13 centimeters high, using his super-speed thinking to memorize and understand all the parts of the Flash Battle bike, from the size of the tires to the smallest screws, all meticulously documented by Cisco. After Elon finished memorizing and understanding, they arrived at their destination, the outskirts. At the Ferris Air Test Facility, a cool breeze blew over the road, the dry and cool autumn air carrying a chill as it blew towards them. Elon sat on the Flash Battle bike, feeling a familiarity with the G5 exotic metal, as if it were an extension of his own body. The magnetic field it generated miraculously complied and connected with Elon's own electrical energy, allowing him to control it effortlessly. "It's merging with my body," Elon felt. Except for the tires and mirrors, the rest of the metal parts of the Flash Battle bike were made of G5 exotic metal. So when Elon sat on it, he could almost consider it an extension of himself. Cisco held a tablet and placed the Lightning-branded headphones into Elon's ears. On the highway, Barry, surrounded by yellow arcs of electricity, raced alongside Elon. Elon, riding the Flash battle bike, left a silver trail as he transformed into a black blur, disappearing from Cisco's sight. Cisco, excited, held a tablet and exclaimed, "Accelerated to 500 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds. My calculations were spot on. Elon, you and the Flash battle bike handled it perfectly. How are you feeling?" The wind roared in Elon's ears, a sound like tearing fabric, enhanced by the smooth, fluid acceleration of the bike, making him feel like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air. Under his black helmet, Elon replied, "Absolutely fine. Your thruster and converter are amazing. I really feel like I'm turning into lightning." "Of course, anything made by Cisco is top-notch," Cisco boasted. "Next, try 600 kilometers per hour. Be careful at this speed. The bike might flip due to insufficient weight." Upon hearing Cisco's words, Elon gestured to Barry to speed up. Barry, with his yellow lightning, easily overtook Elon. At 600 kilometers per hour, Elon felt the bike becoming unstable, with the tires barely gripping the road. Elon leaned down, using his strong physique and control to maneuver the bike, which now faced significant wind resistance. "Elon, can you still control it?" Cisco asked nervously, as his calculations indicated that around 600 kilometers per hour was the maximum speed the bike's weight could handle. Cisco's claim of matching Barry's speed, reaching supersonic speeds, was theoretically possible with his plasma thruster and converter, but the bike's insufficient weight and the safety of the rider were major concerns. "I can manage. Cisco, I think we should add gravitational magnetism to the tires to keep them firmly on the ground, preventing speed limitations due to the bike's weight," Elon suggested. "Hey, buddy, I thought the same. That way, the Flash battle bike could stand without support, becoming even cooler." "I fully agree. Since you're more familiar with magnetic fields, this task should be yours," Cisco concurred, having considered Elon's suggestion, but ultimately not implementing it due to Elon's expertise in handling electrical energy. Elon couldn't help but tease, "Did you create the Flash battle bike just to look cool?" "Exactly." Elon was left speechless, racing through the wind, and he accelerated again. Eventually, Elon reached 700 kilometers per hour, about 194 meters per second. This speed was extremely dangerous, with the tires barely holding, almost lifting off. Elon had already asked Barry to keep his distance, as the wind from Barry's running could potentially cause a crash. A slight bump or a larger stone on the road could flip the bike at this speed, which was beyond what a normal person could handle. The wind resistance alone could be overwhelming. After the test, Elon and Barry returned to the research vehicle. Cisco asked with a smile, "How was it?" "Amazing, right?" Elon gave a thumbs up, praising without reservation. "Absolutely amazing." Barry, envious, said, "This is so cool. The Flash Knight will terrify the metahumans." Mentioning the metahumans, Cisco, who had been basking in the praise, suddenly stopped smiling, and even Barry and Elon's compliments were cut short. He said, "Wait, did we forget something?" Of course, they had forgotten about the metahumans. They had originally been discussing a new metahuman in the control room when Cisco diverted their attention with a cool bike, and the group of men, unable to wait, had rushed to the Ferris Air Test Facility to test the Flash battle bike, completely forgetting about the metahuman. Elon was exasperated. Even his good memory had failed him this time. The atmosphere immediately deflated, and they hurried back to Star Labs. When Elon wanted to ride the Flash battle bike back, he was unanimously stopped by Barry and Cisco. No driver's license. Elon felt it was blatant jealousy, a justifiable and undeniable form of envy. Upon returning, they were scolded for neglecting the serious matter of metahuman crimes to go off and enjoy themselves, much to Caitlyn's frustration. "Can you tell me where you've been? You even forgot to investigate the metahumans." Caitlyn asked coldly, arms crossed. Anyone could tell Caitlyn was angry. Elon, however, didn't think much of it, seeing it as just another day with Caitlyn's usual cold demeanor. So, stepping out of the group being scolded, he earnestly said, "We were testing equipment against metahumans." "Such a lie." Cisco and Barry thought for a moment, realizing that technically the Flash battle bike was indeed equipment for dealing with metahumans. The two quickly chimed in to support Elon. Yes, yes, Elon is right. Yes, yes, yes. Let's find this metahuman. Right, I'll sketch the metahuman's face, and Cisco, you do the facial recognition search. Okay. Caitlyn eyed them suspiciously, but Cisco and Barry put on serious faces, pretending to be diligently working, and started searching for the metahuman. Elon stood aside, calmly taking out a Leonidas chocolate from his pocket and biting into it, waiting for their good news, although he already knew who the metahuman was. Caitlyn continued with her cold expression. No need, Dr. Wells, and I found him through blood DNA analysis. She walked to the computer and pulled up the file. The television screen in the control room displayed a person's profile. Caitlyn said, Danton Black, a biogeneticist specializing in therapeutic cloning to form new organs to replace damaged ones. It seems he was conducting an experiment on the night of the particle accelerator explosion. Wells' voice came through. Joe and Dr. Wells entered the control room together. Seeing Joe and Wells together, Barry's expression turned uneasy, and he approached Joe, asking, Why are you here? Implicitly, he was inquiring about the situation with Wells. Joe didn't reveal anything, saying, You went after the metahuman? You got hurt, and Iris was worried sick when she couldn't find you. Barry's injuries had mostly healed, and he looked only slightly bruised, so Joe wasn't overly concerned, assuming it was just a minor injury. Barry then remembered that after saving a security guard from gunfire, he had chased the metahuman, only to be ambushed and beaten. He had then rushed to Star Labs without even checking on Iris. Barry regretted. Oh no, Iris must hate me now. I didn't keep my promise to her. Joe said, This requires an explanation from you. Just make sure she doesn't find out about your other identity. What we need more now is to deal with this metahuman. We first need to find him. It seems that the 6 men who robbed the gun store earlier were all him. I'll go back to the police station and check out his friends and family. Barry, come with me. You need to explain to Iris. Joe bid everyone farewell, took Barry, and left Star Labs. I'll study Black's blood sample. I'll set up the satellite to see which gun stores trigger an alarm. He might think he doesn't have enough guns. I'm going to talk to Black's boss. Maybe I'll find something. Caitlyn, Cisco, and Wells spoke in turn, planning to keep busy with their tasks. Elon, having finished his last piece of Leonidas chocolate, said, I'll go prepare my dinner. Sweet and sour pork loin. 3 delicacies fried vermicelli. Potato stewed beef. Several voices simultaneously named their favorite dishes. Elon refused. Rejected, I'm the chef in my kitchen. Oh, no. The 3 wailed as they watched Elon leave mercilessly. That night, Elon made braised pig's feet. They stared in shock as Elon gnawed on the pig's feet, as if he was eating something disgusting. Because Americans never eat pig's head, pig's feet, fish head, chicken feet, and other animal organs, believing they are unclean. Elon expressed his speechlessness. Then you watch me eat, it's delicious. The next day, after Elon finished his usual exercise and practiced his abilities, he moved the Flash battle bike into the garage workshop, where Cisco made it. The place was equipped with various tools to help him handle any issue. Since the Flash battle bike was already given to Elon by Cisco, Elon had to maintain and repair it in the future. Cisco also kindly reminded Elon to get a driver's license. So today, Elon needs to go to the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, to apply for an M1 driver's license. Elon was also shocked by the strictness of the American system in this regard. Any vehicle exceeding 15 miles per hour requires a driver's license. This speed is even surpassed by bicycles. So before he got his driver's license, the Flash battle bike had to be temporarily parked. Yesterday's test drive gave him a good experience of its capabilities and flaws, and he planned to modify the wheel adhesion and braking system. Before he could start modifying, Cisco called Elon and told him to come for a meeting to deal with the metahuman. Elon was the last to arrive at the control room hall. Joe, Barry, Wells, Caitlyn, and Cisco were all present. Cisco clapped his hands and announced, Okay, let's talk about the metahuman, Danton Black. Elon praised. That's a good name, full of technological sense. Cisco also agreed with Elon's compliment. I think so too. Everyone had no objections. The name was very normal. Cisco continued. Danton Black is a clinical researcher at Stag Industries, a geneticist. Barry asked, a geneticist? How did he become a metahuman? When I fought him, he could replicate himself, surrounding and beating me. Caitlyn continued. Danton Black specializes in therapeutic cloning to create new organs to replace old, necrotic ones. It's clear that he was experimenting on himself, and the dark matter wave from the particle accelerator explosion just happened to affect him, causing him to become a multiplex. Barry said, then why did this guy rob a ceremony? Wouldn't it be better to choose a bank? With such power, he could rob a lot of money. Joe said, it's not necessarily for money. I've checked his social connections. He doesn't know many people. His wife, Elizabeth, suffered from coronary artery degeneration. She was on the transplant list for 7 years and didn't get a suitable heart, dying 5 months ago. Also, Black was fired 2 months before his wife's death and even sued his boss, Stag. Stag was at the ceremony he targeted. He left early, and not long after, Black appeared, robbing the surrounding people. Wells pondered and said, Joe, are you saying that Danton Black robbed the event as a diversion, and his real target might be Stag? Wells, calling Joe by his name, caught Elon's attention. In America, you only address someone by their first name when you're close. Wells, have you dispelled Joe's suspicions about you? Only then did Elon observe Barry and found that Barry was acting normally in front of Wells. At least, the unnatural expression was gone. Nice move. No wonder he's a speedster. It only took a few days to resolve the security risk. No one knew Elon was spacing out. He silently took out a bag of Cadbury chocolate from his pocket and started eating. Wells continued, I visited Stag last night, and he claimed that significant progress in organ cloning only happened in the past year, which is why he won the Legion Choice Award. However, I don't believe him. You should know that Stag's reputation isn't good among us researchers. There are even rumors that he stole research from his employees. The Legion Choice Award is a medical award that represents progress and is awarded annually to the researcher who made the most progress in medicine. This year's award was undoubtedly for Stag's cell cloning, which made a significant breakthrough for future organ replacements, potentially saving countless human lives. Hence, the award was well-deserved. The award was deserved, but the person wasn't. Of course, Elon knew the plot, and Stag had indeed stolen Danton Black's research results. Joe picked up on Wells's topic. You're right. Stag even has about 20 pending lawsuits. Cisco interrupted their conversation to summarize the analysis. So you're saying Stag stole Danton Black's results, which may have led to the death of Danton Black's wife. Therefore, Danton Black turned into a multiplex to kill Stag. Joe nodded, pointing at Cisco and saying, very likely we're just guessing. So we need to go find his parents and friends to learn more about him. Barry said, okay, how do we defeat him then? He can duplicate himself. The more we fight him, the more there will be. This guy can even flood you with his duplicates. Everyone was silent. All eyes turned to Elon. Elon bit into a piece of Cadbury chocolate. The chocolate was good, milky, with a smooth texture, filling his mouth with the sweet aroma of milk mixed with chocolate. He asked, is this guy afraid of electricity? Caitlyn answered, even if he can replicate himself, it would be based on the resistance of the original body, so I think he should be. Then I'll shock him to death. Is it that simple? Cisco frowned, finding it hard to believe. After a night of investigation, it seemed to him that Elon planned to just wait for the multiplex to show up and then electrocute him, and that would be the end of it. Elon replied, yes. And no, Elon, you can't kill people. If someone needs to go to jail, they go to jail. You can't just kill people indiscriminately. Upon hearing Elon's straightforward solution, Barry protested. How could they just act rashly? Criminals should be judged by the courts, whether it's jail or the electric chair. There are laws in this world for a reason. Elon was taken aback, having forgotten Barry's saintly demeanor. All right then, no killing. Before Elon could respond further, Joe interjected. No, that won't work. Iron Heights Prison can't hold metahuman criminals. I don't want all the criminals there to escape because of a metahuman oversight, Barry added. But we can't just kill every metahuman we encounter. They are human beings and have human rights. The room fell silent. What to do? Regular prisons couldn't contain metahumans, and one slip could lead to chaos. Suddenly, everyone found metahumans to be a challenging issue. Elon spoke nonchalantly. Simple. Just build a prison that can suppress metahuman abilities. Cisco's eyes lit up, right? We can build a super prison. I like this idea. Caitlyn asked, you mean? Cisco nodded yes. We have a location that can serve as a temporary prison. Caitlyn remained silent, her thoughts drifting to her fiancé, who vanished into thin air within the particle accelerator's loop, leaving behind no remains. Reopening the particle accelerator brought back her grief and memories of Ronnie. 9 months had passed, and she thought she had buried those feelings deep within her heart. Yet this initiative stirred those emotions once more. Barry inquired where? Wells answered, the particle accelerator. Joe agreed, as long as there was a place that could securely hold metahumans without causing trouble. That was okay. The law had little effect on them. It was meant for ordinary people. Metahuman crimes showed a blatant disregard for the law. Okay, I'll go ask around about Danton Black's family and friends. You guys hurry up and get that metahuman prison ready. Thus, they split up. Joe returned to the police station to continue his investigation. Wells and Cisco went to check the particle accelerator to plan the construction of the super prison. Caitlyn sat motionlessly in the control room, haunted by the memories of her beloved Ronnie. Elon returned to his place, grabbing several bags of different brands of chocolate to stuff into his pockets for easy access. Though the research suggesting that dark chocolate could improve brain function and reduce anxiety mattered little to Elon. He simply loved sweets, chocolate, and milk. Before and after his arrival in this world, his love for these treats remained unchanged. The only difference was that there used to be someone who restrained his indulgence, and now he indulged freely, longing for someone to come and restrain him again. Sighing at the thought, Elon wiped away a metaphorical tear, grabbed his chocolates, and prepared to go out for his driver's license registration. Just as he stepped out, Barry appeared. Elon, I want to talk to you. Elon was unenthusiastic. In the TV shows, this phrase appeared almost in every episode, but now it often cropped up in his life because Barry, burdened with troubles, always sought him out. Barry felt a strange closeness to Elon, perhaps due to the speed force in his brain, considering them to be close enough to share everything. However, Elon was sure he wouldn't share Barry's underwear. Elon was calm, feeling competent in playing the role of a confidant. Speak your mind, unless it's about eating my chocolate. Barry pondered for a moment before saying, Last night, Joe told me Dr. Wells had nothing to do with my mother's murder. Naive child. He's the one who killed your mother. Elon listened intently, finding Barry truly naive. Barry continued, I feel somewhat guilty about suspecting Dr. Wells these past few days. Should I apologize to him? What if he doesn't forgive me and distances himself from me? He's my idol. Although Dr. Wells is completely unaware of my suspicions, it's like a thorn in my side, making me uncomfortable. Elon was stunned. Apologize for what? Feeling guilty just for harboring suspicions? Elon had been in this world for about a month and understood some cultural behaviors. He knew Americans preferred to talk things out with those close to them, disliking secrecy about their thoughts and opinions. They were direct. If they liked something, they said so. If they didn't, they made it clear. If they wronged a friend, they usually sorted it out face to face. But Barry's guilt over mere suspicion was something Elon couldn't relate to. Torn, Elon struggled with the cultural difference. In his home country, it wasn't necessary to share every little secret with friends. But here, openness was expected. Elon couldn't grasp Barry's emotions, perhaps why Barry was considered DC's conscience. Brightness, kindness, integrity, benevolence, sincerity, courage, justice, unity. All these positive traits described Barry Allen. Elon didn't understand Barry's feelings, just as his Western friends couldn't understand his enjoyment of eating pig's feet. The cultural gap was vast. How could he explain the deliciousness of pigs' feet? Unexplainable. But that didn't prevent him from offering Barry sound advice. Go ahead. Follow your heart. Dr. Wells will forgive you. Barry nodded thoughtfully, looking at Elon as if wanting to say more but hesitated. Seeing Barry hesitate, Elon frowned and asked, "Is there something else?" "You look troubled," Barry said solemnly. "Elon, I need you to promise me one thing." Elon's frown deepened. "What is it?" "No, you must promise. It's for your sake and everyone else's." Barry's expression turned serious. "Control yourself, don't kill." Elon's frown eased, thinking it was just Barry's saintly nature acting up. He must have heard Elon casually mention electrocuting a metahuman and thought Elon didn't care about life, hence the warning. Did Elon care about other people's lives? Did he? Didn't he? No, he didn't. After all, this was just a TV show, a show marked by goodness. Elon never felt a sense of belonging in this world, nor did he consider it real. He was just lost in an online game, where all NPCs were building a heroic game. Would you care about the lives of NPCs in a game? No. Why not? Because from the beginning, you were looking down on them from a superior perspective. This was just a TV show, virtual and fake. It didn't matter. You could do anything, be casual about it, as long as you could go home. The destruction of this world wouldn't matter. It was just a TV show. This mindset had always dominated Elon's mind, but his introverted Eastern nature made it manifest slowly. Especially after crossing over and gaining more powerful and destructive abilities than ordinary people, he became intoxicated with this power, viewing all life as insignificant. Elon was a smart person, not just in this world, but also in the real one. He was of above-average intelligence among ordinary people and had a strong will. So, when his frown eased and he became impatient with Barry, he activated his super-speed thinking, examining himself from all angles. Elon was confused. He knew his mindset was off, gradually getting lost due to his power. Barry, who had once been lost himself, was familiar with this situation. He saw in Elon the arrogance he once had. Fortunately, Barry was always a kind person, and even when lost, he didn't make any big mistakes. Elon was different. His heart, desperate to return home, didn't care about good or evil. His eyes flashed with a silver arc as he recalled the events of the past month. He had thought he could easily control everything: Wells, Reverse Flash, the future direction. Always confident, planning everything, just because he had watched the TV show. What did he become so easily angered? The first time facing Reverse Flash, he was lost and helpless in this strange world, unable to return. This frustration and anger were understandable. Any person with attachments wouldn't want to cross over, and Elon understood this. But the second time, dealing with Weather Wizard, even if Barry was injured, his anger seemed too high. He even threatened to kill Martin. When did he become so extreme, so easily angered, so indifferent to life? In the real world, he couldn't even bear to kill a chicken, and when faced with a dead life, he would stop and mourn for a few seconds. But here, he was so cruel as to want to destroy a life. At the same time, this coldness made Elon shudder, his heart unmoved, accepting the slaughter as natural. Just because he didn't consider this real? Just because he thought this was virtual? Fake? Elon, the incident with Weather Wizard was a warning. We've all had our hearts invaded by superpowers. Superpowers amplify our interactions. If we can't control our hearts, superpowers will lead us down a path of no return. Elon, you are my good friend. Promise me, respect life, control yourself, and don't underestimate any life because of superpowers. Barry's words woke Elon from his confusion. He needed restraint, self-discipline. He couldn't promise to never kill again and become a saint, but if someone crossed his limits, he wouldn't hesitate to execute them. For crimes like child trafficking, rape, and murder, Elon wouldn't be soft-hearted. But at least he needed to clearly recognize and understand the meaning of his actions, face his morals, and have no regrets. Whether real or fake, if his heart sank, even if he returned to the real world, he would only be a demon, bringing suffering to his loved ones. No, his loved ones should only have a happy smile, never the pain of suffering. Elon's mind conjured a smiling face, his heart clear and transparent. His eyes lit up, then the electric arcs dissipated as he exited his super-speed thinking mode. "Barry, thank you, I understand," Elon said solemnly to Barry. "I will control myself. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't kill easily." Barry became anxious. His intention was not to kill under any circumstances, not just when necessary. Barry meant that they should assist in capturing criminals, but they had no right to kill. So Barry also said solemnly to Elon, "No, Elon, my meaning is don't kill, no matter how angry or sad you are, don't let the thought of killing dominate your mind." Elon was speechless, then remembered that in the Flash series, Barry was indeed such a person, overly kind. He didn't argue with Barry, instead posing a scenario. "Barry, if killing a criminal could save 100 ordinary people, what would you do?" "I wouldn't kill, nor do I have the right to kill. I would save those 100 ordinary people." "What if you didn't have this ability?" "I wouldn't kill. I would choose to save people." "Barry, anyone has the right to kill a murderer. A killer will be killed by others." "No, we should leave it to the law to judge. As long as we capture and imprison him, he won't be able to harm people. What if he escapes and kills again?" "Capture him again. What about the person he kills after escaping? Should they pay for your kindness? Should they die because you chose not to kill? Should they die to prove your mercy to the murderer? And then the world will sing praises of your mercy to the criminal, the hero who doesn't kill, the great hero whose throne of heroism is built on the bones of innocent dead." Elon said coldly. He couldn't understand this overly kind value system from the TV show. A person who deserved death should die, not be imprisoned, only to escape someday and kill a few more people, then be imprisoned again, repeating the cycle and becoming the hero who captured him. Elon didn't want to be such a hero, nor did he want to be that kind of hero. Barry was silent. He couldn't convince Elon, and Elon couldn't convince him. Their values were too different. "Elon, let's have a fight. You are my good friend, and I won't let you have blood on your hands. If I win, you'll listen to me." Elon halted his walking steps. "Are you sure?" he countered, aware that Barry currently posed no threat to him in a fight. This was more than just a physical confrontation. It was a clash of ideals, a collision of personal beliefs. "I'm sure, Elon. You need to be restrained. Once you start killing, you'll start belittling any life, spiraling downward until you're tormented by a bloodlust that robs you of your humanity." "Are you sure?" Elon asked again, finding Barry's reasoning somewhat absurd. He had never killed anyone and wasn't sure if it would affect his conscience, but he believed that if you hold firm to your convictions, there should be nothing to fear. "I'm sure. I have a friend in Star City. I once ran over 600 miles to seek his counsel. We talked a lot, and he warned me too. I believe he's right, Elon. Don't belittle life." Barry pleaded, reflecting on his month as the Flash in Central City, combating crime and saving lives, witnessing the fragility of life and the reckless contempt of evil. Every murderer, Barry argued, did not realize that with their first kill under the banner of justice, they unleash an inner demon that justifies a second kill and a third, each for increasingly trivial reasons until murder becomes a reflex. Barry saw such a potential future for Elon, whose powers, if unchecked, could lead to disaster. Elon was his friend, and he did not want him to become such a demon. He hoped to guide him towards his inherent goodness, towards finding his way back home to his lover, not with blood-stained hands. Thus, Barry was desperate to correct Elon's perspective now, to steer him onto the right path. "Barry, you're not wrong," Elon said gravely, causing a momentary joy in Barry, thinking Elon agreed with his philosophy. However, Elon continued, "We need a battle to represent our ideals. Whether it's your belief in the absolute sanctity of life or my belief in justified retribution. Let's do this after I return from the DMV." Without waiting for Barry's response, Elon walked away, leaving a bittersweet feeling in Barry as he watched Elon's retreating figure. Elon's resolve was formidable. No amount of discussion could easily sway his beliefs. Barry could only hope that when the time came, Elon would choose the side of good. Elon stepped out of the SDR labs, building into a day of clear blue skies and a few drifting clouds. The air quality was excellent, and a cool, comfortable breeze brushed against his face. As he walked along the outskirts of a park, the neatly lined red maple trees provided shade with their branches, the leaves gradually turning yellow in the onset of fall, soon to be a vivid red. Despite pondering Barry's words, Elon couldn't fully agree with him. By chance, he found himself near a small path next to a sports field in the park. Suddenly, a gust of wind brought a basketball flying towards him, which he caught effortlessly. His body reacted subconsciously, a reflex from his enhanced abilities, ready to resist any attack. "Hey, midget Chinaman, throw back my ball," a voice called out. A tall white man, about 190 centimeters, with a muscular build exposed by his tank top, was calling out loudly, causing his basketball mates to burst into laughter. "Jets, you're picking on a little guy." "Oh no, that's not nice. You'll scare the Chinaman." "Hey, little guy, are you just going to stand there? Want to fight?" "What? Don't mess around. The little guy could get killed with one punch." "I don't want to go to jail. Just kick his butt, and that's it." Around 10 people, both black and white, all towering over 185 centimeters with brawny builds, made Elon, who was under 180 centimeters and slender, seem dwarfed in comparison. Elon watched them mock and jeer as if the insults weren't directed at him. Facing such derision, he felt detached, as if they were mere ants ranting before him. Suddenly, Elon had an epiphany about himself and others. Until that moment, he realized he had been resisting his place in this world. The love, hate, and passions here were no different from the real world. He had always seen it through a lens of detachment. At that moment, Elon truly acknowledged and integrated into this world. As he faced the row of jeering men, he didn't react in anger, but said firmly, "You insult me, and you insult my country. You owe me an apology, or you will face severe consequences." The term dwarf was inherently discriminatory, and when directed at a normal person, it was a blatant disrespect and insult. The basketball gang erupted into an uproar. They had not expected the seemingly frail Elon to defy them. They thought he should have just quietly returned the ball and skulked away. Yet now he demanded an apology and even threatened them with consequences. To them, his words were preposterous, an invitation to disaster and a provocation. "Idiotic Chinaman, can't you see the situation clearly? This guy's a fool. Let me knock some sense into his head. How about we each take a turn hitting him, see how long he lasts?" "You're kidding. This weakling wouldn't last one punch." There were scoffs and jeers, and several were eager to teach Elon a lesson and show him what real strength was. 2 African-American men stepped forward, cracking their knuckles as they approached Elon, ready to teach him a lesson about the pecking order. "Stop. What are you doing? Get back here," Jets, the apparent leader of the group, called out. He hadn't expected Elon to react so defiantly to verbal abuse, and was now concerned about the consequences of escalating to physical violence. Intimidating international visitors and insulting people of Chinese descent could lead to legal trouble and possibly jail time. Jets commanded respect within his group, and the 2 men stopped in their tracks at his command, spitting on the ground in front of Elon with disdain before returning to their place. Jet spoke with a careless tone. "I apologize to you. It was just a slip of the tongue, no real harm intended. It was just for a laugh, nothing more. Please forgive me, throw back the ball, and then you can go." Elon hadn't expected Jets to restrain the 2 men and apologize so promptly, though the sincerity of the apology was questionable. How could Elon accept such a superficial apology? The insult was to him and, by extension, to his country, which he could not tolerate. "I do not accept this kind of apology. A superficial apology like this? If you want to apologize, bow at a 90-degree angle in front of me and speak sincerely to me and to my country." Elon's tone was firm. It was a matter of basic respect. No one should expect to insult others without consequence, and an insult required a proper, contrite apology. Elon's words infuriated the group. "What? You midget Chinaman, You little monkey, you're asking for it. The boss already apologized to you, and you're still pushing your luck. Don't be ungrateful. Damn, stupid Chinaman. The group of muscular men bombarded Elon with offensive language, their anger clear. If not for Jet's intervention, they likely would have been ready to physically harm Elon. No one else, even rival gangs, would dare demand such a thing from them. And now, this Chinaman wanted a 90-degree bow and an apology? It was preposterous. Elon stood firm, as if a delicate young woman enduring a barrage of verbal assaults. Jets waved his hand to cut off the profanity, his face showing displeasure. I've already apologized for what I did. Let's leave it at that. Don't be greedy. Jets was in a foul mood. If it weren't for his recent caution not to attract police attention, he wouldn't have apologized at all. Even his apology was given begrudgingly, offering a few words to get by. And now Elon was demanding a bow. You call that an apology? If I were an ordinary person, would today's humiliation be alleviated by such an attitude? Don't be ridiculous. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person. Today I will, with the attitude of an ordinary man, demand the respect you owe me, the respect you owe to my country. Bow at 90 degrees and apologize. Elon spoke with severe earnestness, words that no ordinary person would dare utter. Ordinary people are often too afraid, too eager to avoid conflict, and too ready to swallow their pride. But Elon was no ordinary man. He had the strength of character to stand up for himself. If Jets decided to engage physically, Elon was ready to respond without mercy. But as long as it remained a war of words, Jets could avoid the worst. Without physical harm, there would be no retaliation from Elon. However, verbal insults also required a proper apology, not a perfunctory one. Jets said with a stern face, "What gives you the right to demand an apology? You have no power to make me apologize." Behind him, the 9 imposing figures stood with arms crossed, looking down on Elon. To an outsider, the slight Elon appeared weak against even one of these towering men, let alone 10. Bystanders began to gather around, drawn by the spectacle of bullying, with some even preparing their phones to capture the moment for social media. No one called the police. Bullying a Chinese person wasn't considered a significant issue, even in the supposed land of equality. Discrimination was everywhere. The group didn't understand the meaning of respect. They only respected power and money, not people. It seemed Elon would have to demonstrate the hard way that mere words weren't enough. He had hoped his firm stance would suffice, but he had underestimated the baseness of human nature. A chill ran through Elon's heart. He held the basketball to his chest, pressed his hand against it, and bang! The basketball burst with a loud pop, startling those around him, scattering leaves and sending a gust of wind rushing out. I will teach you what it means to respect. With a cold gaze fixed on Jets, Elon casually threw the remnants of the basketball into a trash can 100 meters away. He popped the basketball. My God, that's some serious strength. No, that's not just strength. That's amazing Chinese Kung Fu. That is Chinese Kung Fu. What? Chinese Kung Fu is that powerful. Beat them up, Chinese Kung Fu. Beat them with Chinese Kung Fu. Oh my God, this is insane. Chinese Kung Fu is going to make those 10 guys regret this. The crowd, previously quiet and filming, erupted upon witnessing Elon crush the basketball with his bare hands. Their shock was palpable, their phones capturing the moment more vigorously as they marveled at the mysterious prowess of Chinese Kung Fu, a mythic aspect of a mystical nation's culture, steeped in thousands of years of history. In their imagination, Chinese Kung Fu is mythical and mighty. Defeating hundreds single-handedly seemed trivial. Hadn't they just watched a Chinese man effortlessly pop a basketball? Which of the muscular men present could achieve such a feat? None. Hence the awe for Chinese Kung Fu. Some bystanders even made panic calls to the police. Hello, police. There's about to be a Chinese Kung Fu smackdown on 10 muscleheads here. You better come quick. Those muscle guys might get seriously hurt. Elon's display not only shocked the spectators, but also unnerved Jets and his team. They were all men with greater strength than average, each a towering figure, intimidating to most. Yet even they could not burst a basketball with bare hands. How much force was needed? They didn't know, but surely no one else there could perform such a feat as effortlessly as Elon had, further driving their alarm. What's going on? Could this be Chinese Kung Fu? How could this be? We've bullied Chinese before. Did we just happen to mess with someone who knows Chinese Kung Fu? What? That's just our rotten luck. Chinese Kung Fu, as the legends say, can knock out 100 with a single strike. Should we run? Amid their murmuring and deliberation, silence eventually took hold. They realized they had indeed hit an iron wall. Even with his slender form, Elon outwardly challenged the 10 of them with an ease that belied their power dynamic. With stern words and a demonstration of raw power by bursting the basketball, they were convinced that, without a doubt, he held formidable skill. What do you want? Jitters asked with a serious look. Elon's basketball feat had been intimidating, and he dared not underestimate him any longer. Elon wasn't inclined to use his superior abilities to compel their apology. To him, that felt like forceful submission rather than a gesture born of genuine respect for every individual. He worried that if he used his might now, the next time they met someone else from China without his capabilities, the bullying would simply continue. This wasn't the outcome Elon wanted. Now, with a more harmonious outlook and integration into this world, Elon preferred a method of guidance or influence. Not in their hearts, as one could not predict what lay there, but at least in the way they respect every being with their words. Understanding the impossibility of changing their entrenched beliefs, Elon decided it was paramount that bullies face the consequences of their actions. I don't plan on hitting you. Even if I did, it would only breed further resentment. Let's have a contest, all 10 of you against me. If I win, you bow to me for 1 minute and apologize. Initially, he contemplated demanding them to kneel as atonement. But that punishment for mere verbal insults seemed too severe, potentially redirecting their anger onto other Chinese people. A minute-long bow before onlookers felt just right, sufficiently humiliating to balance the initial disparagement. Jet's expression eased, and though surprised by Elon's choice to avoid a fight, he understood the intention behind the challenge. A humbling experience publicly could bring about self-reflection, possibly deterring future acts of bullying. Arm wrestling, Elon decided, eyeing their robust arms. Supremacy needs to be established where pride is highest. Let's see who's truly stronger. You're on, said Jitters, respecting Elon's terms. If we win, I'll apologize sincerely since I spoke out of turn first. Inside, Jitters admired Elon's restraint despite his formidable power. True respect, he realized, didn't come from awe at one's might, but from the dignity in choosing not to misuse it. Both men were now poised for the challenge, about to test the true strength of Chinese Kung Fu against brawn. Not in a brawl, but in an arm wrestling duel that symbolized much more than just physical might.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.